Chapter 1. I've never seen the point of fancy dress parties. You have two choices. Either you make a massive effort and wind up looking like a dick, or you make no effort and wind up looking like a dick. And my problem, as always, was not knowing what kind of dick I wanted to be. I'd pretty much committed to the no-effort strategy. Then I'd panicked at the last minute, made an ill-fated attempt to track down somewhere that sold costumes, and found myself in one of those weirdly high-streety sex shops that flog red lingerie and pink dildos to people with no real interest in either. Which is why, when I rocked up to a party already well into the too hot, too loud, too crowded stage of its life cycle, I was wearing a pair of problematically sexualized black lace bunny ears. I swear I used to be good at this sort of thing. But I was out of practice, and looking like a cut-rate rent boy serving a very specific fetish was not the ideal way to make a triumphant return to the scene. Worse, I'd arrived so late that all the other lonely shit people had given up and gone home already. Somewhere in that pit of flashy lights, bleepy music and sweat were my actual friends. I knew that because our WhatsApp group, currently called Queer Comes the Sun, had devolved into 100 variations on the theme of, where the fuck is Luke? But all I could see were people I vaguely thought vaguely knew people who vaguely knew me. Wriggling my way to the bar, I squinted at the chalkboard listing the night's bespoke cocktails, and eventually ordered a slow, comfortable conversation about pronouns up against the wall, since it seemed like it would be both nice to drink and accurately descriptive of my chances of scoring that evening. Or indeed, ever. I should probably explain why I was sipping on a non-binary beverage while wearing the world's most middle-class excuse for fetish gear in a basement in Shoreditch. But honestly, I was beginning to wonder that myself. Basically, there's this guy called Malcolm, who I know because everybody knows Malcolm. I'm pretty sure he's a stockbroker, or a banker, or whatever. But in the evenings, by which I mean some evenings, by which I mean about one evening a week, he DJs at this transgender, gender-fluid club night called Surf and Turf at the Cellar. And tonight was his tea party. His Mad Hatter's tea party. Because that's Malcolm. Right now, he was at the back of the room in a purple topper, a striped tailcoat, leather trousers, and not much else, laying down what I think they call sick beats. Or maybe they don't. Maybe that's something nobody has ever said ever. When I was going through my club kid phase, I didn't even bother to ask the names of my hookups, let alone make notes on the terminology. I sighed and turned my attention back to my comfortable lack of a screw. There should really be a word for the feeling you get when you do a thing you don't particularly want to do to support somebody else, but then realise they didn't actually need you, and nobody would have noticed if you'd stayed home in your pyjamas, eating Nutella straight from the jar. Anyway, that. I was feeling that. And probably I should have just left. Except then I'd have been the arsehole who showed up for Malcolm's tea party, made no effort with his costume, drank an eighth of a drink, and then fucked off without talking to anybody. Pulling out my phone, I sent a forlorn, "I'm here, where are you?" message to the group, only to see the clock of doom pop up beside it. Who'd have thought an event that took place literally underground and surrounded by concrete would have bad mobile phone reception? "You do realise," warm breath brushed my cheek, "that those ears aren't even white?" I turned to find a stranger standing next to me. Quite a cute stranger, with that pointy, foxy look I've always found weirdly charming. "Yeah, but I was late, and you're not wearing a costume at all." He grinned, looking even pointier and even foxier and even more charming, then flicked his lapel aside to reveal a sticky label that read, "Nobody." "I'm guessing that's an irritatingly obscure reference." "I only wish I had such eyes," the king remarked in a fretful tone, "to be able to see nobody." "You smug git." That made him laugh. Fancy dress parties bring out the worst in me. It wasn't quite the longest I'd spoken to a guy without fucking the whole thing up, but it was definitely climbing the leaderboard. What was important here was not to panic and try to protect myself by transforming into an unbearable wanker or a gargantuan man-slut. I hate to imagine who they bring out the best in. Yeah, that, another grin, another flash of his teeth, would be Malcolm. Everything brings out the best in Malcolm. He could make people celebrate having to pay 10p for a carrier bag. Please don't give him ideas. By the way, he leaned a little closer. I'm Cam, but since you almost certainly misheard me, I'll answer to any one-syllable name with a vowel in the middle. Nice to meet you, Bob. You smug git. Even through the strobes, I caught the glitter of his eyes, and found myself wondering what colour they were away from the shadows and artificial rainbows of the dance floor. That was a bad sign. That was perilously close to liking someone, and look where that had got me. You're Luke Fleming, aren't you? He asked. Why, hello, other shoe. I'd been wondering when you were going to drop. F my effing L. Actually, I said, like I always said, it's Luke O'Donnell. But you are John Fleming's kid. What's it to you? He blinked. Well, nothing, but when I asked Angie, Malcolm's girlfriend, currently dressed as Alice, because of course she was, who the hot grumpy guy was, she said, oh, that's Luke. He's John Fleming's kid. I didn't like that being the thing people told each other about me. But then again, what was the alternative? That's Luke. His career's in the toilet. That's Luke. He's not had a stable relationship in 5 years. That's Luke. Where did it all go wrong? Yeah, that's me. Cam folded his elbows on the bar. This is exciting. I've never met anyone famous before. Should I be pretending I really like your dad or really hate your dad? I've never even met him. A cursory Google would have told him that, so it wasn't like he was getting a major scoop here. So I don't particularly care. Probably for the best, because I can only remember, one of his songs. I think it was about having a green ribbon around his hat. No, that's Steel Eye Span. Oh, wait, John Fleming's Rights of Man. Yeah, but I can see how you got them confused. He gave me a sharp look. They sound nothing alike, do they? Well, there's a couple of subtle differences. Steel Eye's more folk rock, whereas ROM's more prog rock. Steel Eye used a lot of violins, whereas Dad's a flautist. Also, the lead singer of Steel Eye Span is a woman. Okay. He flicked another smile at me, less abashed than I would have been in his position. So I don't know what I'm talking about. My dad's a big fan, though. He's got all the records, keeps them in the attic with the bell-bottoms he hasn't been able to get into since 1979. It was beginning to sink in that, about 8 million years ago, Cam had described me as hot and grumpy. Except right now it was clearly 80-20 in favour of grumpy. Everyone's dad's a fan of my dad. That must mess with your head. A bit. And it must be even weirder with the TV thing. Kind of. I poked listlessly at my drink. I get recognised more, but hey, your dad's that guy off that stupid talent show is marginally better than, hey, your dad's that guy who was in the news last week for headbutting a policeman, then vomiting on a judge while off his face on heroin and toilet duck. At least it's interesting. The most scandalous thing my dad's ever done was shake a bottle of ketchup without realising the lid was off. I laughed, in spite of myself. I can't believe you're giggling at my childhood trauma. The kitchen looked like something out of Hannibal. Mum still brings it up every time she's annoyed, even if it's not actually Dad she's annoyed at. Yeah, my mum brings up my dad when I piss her off as well, except it's less, this is just like the time your father got a tomatoey condiment all over the kitchen, and more, This is just like the time your father said he'd come home for my birthday, but instead he stayed in LA snorting cocaine off a prostitute's breasts. Cam blinked. Eesh. Shit. Half a cocktail and a pretty smile, and I was singing like a lovable urchin on a barricade in France. This was the sort of stuff that ended up in the papers. John Fleming's other secret coke shame. Or maybe, like father, like son, John Fleming Jr.'s childhood behaviour compared to father's drug-fueled rampages. Or worst of all, still crazy after all these years, Odile O'Donnell rages at son about 80s Fleming hooker binge. This was why I should never leave the house, or talk to humans. Especially not humans I wanted to like me. Listen, I said, with zero poker face, despite knowing how badly this could go wrong. My mum's a really good person, and she brought me up on her own, and has gone through a lot, so, can you please forget I said that? He gave me the type of look you give someone when you're mentally shifting them from the box that says attractive to the box that says weird. I'm not going to tell her. I don't even know her. And yes, I might have come over to hit on you, but we're quite a long way from meeting the parents. Sorry. I'm just protective of her. And you think she needs to be protected from random guys you meet in bars? Well, I'd ruined this, because the answer was basically yes, in case you go to the tabloids, because that's the thing that actually happens to me. But I couldn't tell him without putting the idea in his head. I mean, assuming it wasn't there already, and he wasn't playing me like a flute or a fiddle, depending which 70s band he thought I was in. So that left option B. Allow this funny, sexy man I'd like to at least try for a one-night stand with to believe I was a paranoid creep who spent way too much time thinking about his mother. I swallowed, feeling about as desirable as a roadkill sandwich. Can we go back to the bit where you'd come over to hit on me? There was a longer silence than I would have liked. Then Cam smiled, if slightly warily. Sure. Another silence. So, I tried, this hitting on me thing you're doing, I've got to say it's pretty minimalist. Well, my original plan was to, try to talk to you a bit and see how it went, and then maybe try to kiss you or something. But you kind of torpedoed that strategy, so now I don't know what to do. I drooped. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just really bad at... I tried to find a word that properly encapsulated my recent dating history. Everything. Perhaps I was imagining it, but I could almost see Cam deciding whether or not he could be arsed with me. To my mild surprise, he seemed to come down on the side of arsed. Everything, he repeated, and tweaked the tip of my bunny ear in a fashion I chose to interpret as encouraging. This was a good sign, right? This had to be a good sign. Or was it a terrible sign? What was wrong with him that he wasn't running away screaming? Okay, no, I was in my head, and that was the worst place for anyone to be, especially me, and I needed to say something light and flirty and right the fuck now. I might be okay at the kissing. Cam leaned in a little farther. Holy shit, he was actually going for this? I'm not sure I trust your judgment. Perhaps I better check for myself? All right. So he checked for himself. And I was okay at the kissing. I mean, I thought I was okay at the kissing. God, I hope I was okay at the kissing. Well, I asked, a moment later, sounding relaxed, playful, and not at all desperate and insecure. His face was close enough that I could see all the tantalizing details, like the thickness of his eyelashes, the beginnings of stubble along his jaw, and the crinkles at the corners of his lips. I'm not sure I can draw an accurate conclusion from a single data point. Ooh, sciencey. We expanded the dataset, and by the time we were done, he had me pressed up against the corner of the bar, and my hands were tucked into the back pockets of his jeans in a really half-assed attempt to pretend I wasn't blatantly feeling him up. Which was when I remembered that he knew my name, and my dad's name, and probably my mum's name, and quite possibly everything that had ever been written about me. And all I had in return was that he was called Cam, and tasted nice. "Are you?" I said, breathlessly, and in response to his confused look, "You know, sciencey. You don't look sciencey." "Oh, no," he grinned, all foxy and delicious. "That was just an excuse to keep kissing you." "What do you do then?" "I freelance, mainly for sites that wish they were BuzzFeed." I knew it. I fucking knew it. He had been far too eager to overlook my many, many flaws. "You're a journalist?" "That's a pretty generous term for it. I write those lists of X things about Y where you won't believe Z that everybody hates but seems to read anyway." 12 things you didn't know about Luke O'Donnell. Number 8 will shock you. "And sometimes I make those quizzes where it's like, pick 8 pictures of kittens and we'll tell you which John Hughes character you are." The rational version of Luke, the one from the parallel universe where my dad wasn't a famous shithead and my ex-boyfriend hadn't sold all my secrets to Piers Morgan, tried to tell me I was overreacting. Unfortunately, I wasn't listening. Cam tilted his head quizzically. "What's wrong? Look, I know it's not exactly a sexy job, and I don't even have the comfort of saying someone has to do it because we totally don't. But you've gone weird again." "Sorry, it's complicated." "Complicated can be interesting." He went up on tiptoes to smooth a lock of hair behind my ear for me. "And we've got the kissing down. We've just got to work on the talking." I gave what I hoped wasn't a sickly grin. "I'd rather stick with what I'm good at." "Tell you what, I'll ask you a question, and if I like the answer, you get to kiss me again." I'm not sure." "Let's start small. You know what I do. How about you?" My heart was racing, and not in a fun way. But as questions went, that was harmless, right? It was information at least 200 spam bots already had. "I work for a charity." "Wow, noble. I'd say I'd always wanted to do something like that, but I'm far too shallow." He turned his face up to mine, and I kissed him nervously. "Favourite ice cream flavour?" "Mint choc chip." Another kiss. "Book that literally everyone else has read, but you haven't?" "All of them." He drew back. "You're not getting kissed for that. It's a total cop-out." "No, seriously, all of them. To Kill a Mockingbird, The Catcher in the Rye, anything Dickens ever wrote, All Quiet on the Western Front, that one about the time traveller's wife, Harry Potter." "You really do own your illiteracy, don't you?" "Yeah, I'm thinking about moving to America and running for public office." He laughed and kissed me, staying close this time, body pressed to mine, breath against my skin. "Okay, weirdest place you've ever had sex?" "Is that for number 8? I asked, with a bleaty laugh that was meant to show I was incredibly cool and unconcerned. "Number 8 what?" "You know, 12 celebrities' kids who like to fuck in weird places. Number 8 will shock you." "Wait." He froze. "Do you honestly think I'm kissing you for a listicle?" No. He gazed at me for a long, horrible moment. "You do, don't you? I told you it was complicated." "That's not complicated. That's insulting." I'd pulled this back before. I could pull it back again. "It wasn't meant to be. It's not about you." This time, there was no ear tweaking. "How is it not about me if you genuinely have this concern about my possible behaviour?" I just have to be careful. For the record, I sounded extremely dignified when I said this, and not at all pathetic. What the hell would I even write? I met a has-beens kid at a party. Celebrity's gay son is gay shock. Well, it sounds like it'd be a step up from what you usually write. His mouth fell open, and I realised I might have gone the tiniest bit too far. Wow, I was about to say I wasn't sure which of us was the arsehole here, but thanks for clearing that up. No, I said quickly. It was always me, trust me, I know. Really not sure that helps. I mean, I can't figure out what's worse. That you think I'd fuck a mildly famous person to get ahead, or that you think if I was going to make such a profoundly degrading career choice, the person I'd pick to make it with was you. I swallowed. All good points. Very well made. Shit on a hot tin roof. I should have listened to Angie. You are a world of not worth it. He stalked off into the crowd, presumably to find someone less fucked up, leaving me alone with my lopsided bunny ears and a profound sense of personal failure. Although, I guess I'd accomplished two things tonight. I'd successfully demonstrated my support for a man who in no way needed it, and I'd finally proved beyond all reasonable objection that nobody in their right mind would date me. I was a cagey, grumpy, paranoid mess who would find a way to ruin even the most basic human interaction. I leaned against the bar and stared at the basement full of strangers having a far better time than me, at least two of whom were probably having a conversation right now about what a terrible human being I was. The way I saw it, I had two options. I could suck it up, act like an adult, find my actual friends and try to make the best of the evening, or I could run home, drink alone, and add this to the list of things I was unsuccessfully pretending had never happened. 2 seconds later, I was on the stairs. 8 seconds later, I was out in the street. And 19 seconds later, I was tripping over my own feet and landing flat on my face in the gutter. Well, wasn't that just the ill-fitting crown on my inbred Habsburg prince of an evening? And no way was it coming back to haunt me. Chapter 2. It came back to haunt me. And the way it haunted me was a Google alert that threatened to vibrate my phone off the bedside table. And yes, I'm very aware that tracking what people are saying about you on the internet is generally the act of a tosser or a narcissist, or a narcissistic tosser, but I'd learned the hard way that it's better to know what's out there. I flailed, sending a different piece of vibrating technology for gentlemen wishing to explore a more sophisticated kind of pleasure, spinning to the floor, and finally managed to close my fingers round my phone with all the grace of a teenager trying to hit second base. I didn't want to look, but if I didn't, I was going to throw up the sticky mess of dread, hope, and uncertainty that had turned my insides to baby food. Probably it was less bad than I feared. Usually it was less bad than I feared, except occasionally it wasn't. Peeping through my eyelashes like a small child braving an episode of Doctor Who from behind the sofa cushions, I checked my notifications. And I could breathe again. It was okay. Though, obviously, in an ideal world, pictures of me lying in the gutter outside the cellar in my bunny ears wouldn't have been splashed across every third-rate gossip site, from Celeb Bitchy to Yeah. And in a truly ideal world, my definition of okay wouldn't have sunk quite that low. But with my life being a never-ending pit of suck, my dismaydar has gone through some serious recalibrations over the years. I mean, at least the pictures showed me fully clothed and without anybody's cock in my mouth, so, win. Today's nail in the coffin of my digital reputation had a strong like father like son theme, because there's a magic porridge pot's worth of footage of John Fleming making a tit of himself out there. And I guess bad boy Johnny's wild child son collapses in drugs, sex, booze, shame is a better headline than man trips over in street. Sighing, I let my phone thunk to the floor. Turns out the one thing worse than having a famous father who blew up his career like a champagne supernova is having a famous father who's making a fucking comeback. I'd just about learned to live with being compared to my reckless, self-destructive absentee father. But now he'd cleaned up his act and was playing the wise old mentor every Sunday on ITV, I was being compared unfavourably to my reckless, self-destructive absentee father. And that was a level of bullshit I was not emotionally prepared for. I should have known better than to read the comments, but my eyes slipped and fell on, well actually 69, who'd been massively upvoted for suggesting a reality TV show in which John Fleming tries to put his junkie son back on the straight and narrow, a show which the other Jill from Peckham declared that she would watch the shit out of. I knew, in the grand scheme of things, none of this mattered. The internet was forever, and there was no getting away from that. But by tomorrow, or the day after, I would be below the fold, or whatever the E equivalent of the fold was. As good as forgotten, until the next time someone wanted a twist on the John Fleming story. Except I still felt fucking terrible, and the longer I lay there, the fucking terribler I felt. I tried to take some comfort in the fact that at least Cam hadn't put me on a list of 12 pricks who will freak out on you in a nightclub. But as comfort went, that landed somewhere between cold and scant. Truth be told, I'd never been the best at self-care. Self-recrimination I had down. Self-loathing I could do in my sleep, and often did. So here I was, a 28-year-old man suddenly feeling an overwhelming need to call his mother because he was sad. Because the one upside of my dad being who he is that my mum is who she is. You can wiki this stuff, but the TLDR version is that back in the 80s, she was essentially a French-Irish Adele with bigger hair. And at about the time Bros were wondering when they'd be famous, and Cliff Richard was spilling mistletoe and wine on a million unsuspecting Christmases, she and Dad were caught up in this love you, hate you, can't live without you thing that produced 2 collaborative albums, 1 solo album, and me. Well, technically I came before the solo album, which happened when Dad realised he wanted to be famous and wasted more than he wanted to be in our lives. Welcome Ghosts was the last thing Mum ever wrote, but honestly, it was the last thing she had to. Nearly every year, the BBC or ITV or some movie studio uses a track from it over a sad scene or an angry scene or a scene it doesn't fit, but we'll cash the check anyway. Stumbling out of bed, I adopted out of long-ingrained habit the Quasimodo pose required for anyone over 5'6" to move around my flat without getting clocked in the face by an Eve, which, given I'm 6'4", is the accommodational equivalent of having chosen to drive a Mini Cooper. I'd leased the place with Miles, my ex, back when it had been romantic to live in the 21st century equivalent of a garret in Shepherd's Bush. Now it was rapidly becoming pathetic, being alone, stuck in a job that was going nowhere, and still unable to afford a home that wasn't mostly the underside of a roof. Of course, it might also have helped if I'd tidied it, like ever. Shoving a pile of socks off the sofa, I curled up and got to FaceTiming.
"Hello, Luke, mon canton,"
said Mum.
"Did you see your father's old package last night?"
I gave a gasp of actual horror before remembering the whole package was the name of his stupid TV show. No, I was out with friends.
"You should watch it. I'm sure it will be on the catch-up."
I don't want to watch it. She gave the most Gallic of shrugs. I'm convinced she plays up the French thing, but I can't really blame her for it because all she got from her father was his name. Well, that and a pallor Susie Sue would envy. In any case, even if having a dad who runs out on you isn't genetic, in our family it's definitely hereditary.
"Your father," she declared, "he has not aged well."
Good to know.
"His head is bald as an egg now, and a funny shape. He looks like that chemistry teacher with the cancer."
This was news to me. But then I hadn't exactly gone out of my way to keep in contact with my old school. To be honest, I haven't exactly gone out of my way to keep in contact with people who live on the wrong side of London. Mr. Beazle has cancer.
"Not him, the other one."
Another thing about my mum, relationship to reality? Questionable at best. Do you mean Walter White?
Oui, oui, and I think he is too old to be hopping around with a flute these days.
We're talking about Dad, right? Because otherwise Breaking Bad got hella weird in its later seasons.
Of course your father. He will probably break a hip.
Well, I grinned. We can hope.
He bid on a young lady with a harmonica. It was a good choice, I think, because she was one of the most talented, but she went with one of the boys from Blue instead. I enjoyed that very much.
If left unchecked, Mum could talk about reality TV basically forever. Unfortunately, with Well Actually 69 and friends buzzing around my head like internet hornets, my attempt to check her came out as, I got papped yesterday.
Oh, baby, again? I'm sorry.
My own shrug was very non-Gallic.
You know how these things are.
Her tone softened reassuringly.
Always a squall in a shot glass.
That made me smile. She always does. I know. It's just every time it happens, even when it's trivial, it reminds me.
You know it was not your fault what happened. What Miles did, it was not even truly about you.
I snorted. It was specifically all about me.
Someone else's actions may affect you, but what other people choose to do is about them.
We were both quiet for a moment. Will it ever stop hurting?
No.
Mum shook her head.
But it will stop mattering.
I wanted to believe her. I really did. She was, after all, living proof of her words.
Do you want to come round, mon canton?
It was only an hour or so away if I cadged a lift from Epsom, 1.6 stars on Google, station. But while I could more or less justify ringing my mum every time something bad happened to me, literally running back to her literal house slipped under even my low bar for self-respect.
Judy and I have found this new show that we are watching,
offered Mum, in a way that I think was intended to be encouraging. Oh?
Yes, it is very intriguing. It is called RuPaul's Drag Race. Have you heard of it? We were not sure we would like it at first because we thought it was about monster trucks, but you can imagine how happy we were when we discovered it was about men who like to dress as women. Why are you laughing?
Because I love you. Very much.
You should not be laughing, Luke. You would be very impressed. We are often gagging on the eleganza. That means...
I'm familiar with Drag Race. Probably more familiar than you. This was what happened when you won an Emmy. Your audience became your audience's mums.
Then you should come, mon cher.
Mum lives in Pucklethroop in the Wold, this tiny chocolate box of a village where I grew up, and spends her days getting into scrapes with her best friend, Judith Chumley Faffle. If I stayed home, I could try and achieve grown-up things like plates and clean clothes. Although in practice, I would probably pick up my Google alerts until they bled.
I am making my special curry.
Okay, that settled it. Fuck no.
Luke, I think you are very rude about my special curry.
Yes, because I prefer my arsehole not on fire. Mum was pouting.
For a gay, you are far too sensitive about your asshole.
How about we don't talk about my arsehole anymore?
You brought it up? Anyway, Judy loves my curries.
Sometimes I think Judy must love Mum. God knows why else you would brave her cooking. Probably because you've spent the last 25 years systematically murdering her taste buds.
Well, you know where we are if you change your mind.
Thanks, Mum. Talk to you soon.
Allez, darling. Bye, Ziz.
Without Mum talking 19 to the dozen about reality TV, my home was suddenly very quiet. My day very... long seeming. Between work, friends, acquaintances, and sporadic attempts to get laid, I usually managed to use my flat as an overpriced, badly maintained hotel. Turning up, only to crash out and leave again the next morning. Except Sundays. Sundays were tricky, or had got tricky as the years had got away from me. At university, they'd been for brunch and regretting what you'd done on Saturday, and sleepy afternoons. Then, one by one, I'd lost my friends to dinners with in-laws, or decorating the nursery, or the pleasures of a day at home. It wasn't that I blamed them for their changing lives, and I didn't want what they had. I wasn't cut out for it. Since, as far as I could remember, Sundays with Miles had spun pretty quickly from marathon sex fests to smouldering resentathons. It was just moments like these, when it felt like my world was notifications on my phone. Notifications I was trying very hard to ignore, because I knew Mum was right. If I could get through today, they wouldn't matter tomorrow. Though, as it turned out, we were both wrong. Super wrong. Chapter 3. Monday started out as it usually did, with me late for work and nobody caring because it was that kind of office. I mean, I say office. It's actually a house in Southwark that's been half-assedly converted to the headquarters of the charity I work for, which happens to be the only charity, or indeed organisation of any kind, that would hire me. It's the red-headed step-brainchild of an elderly earl with a thing for agriculture and a Cambridge-educated etymologist who I think might be a rogue AI sent from the future. Their mission? Saving dung beetles. And as a fundraiser, it's my job to convince people that they're better off giving their money to bugs that eat poo instead of pandas, orphans, or, God help us, comic relief. I wish I could tell you I'm good at it, but really there are no metrics to measure something like that. I mean, we haven't gone bust yet, and what I tend to say at interviews for other jobs I don't get is that there isn't another feces-based environmental charity that raises more money than we do. Also, we're called the Coleoptera Research and Protection Project, the acronym for which is definitely pronounced CRAPP, and definitely not crap. Working at crap has a number of drawbacks. The central heating that blazes all summer and cuts off all winter. The office manager, who never lets anybody spend any money on anything for any reason. The computers so old they still run a version of Windows named after a year, to say nothing of the daily realisation that this is my life. But there are some perks. The coffee is pretty decent, because the two things Dr. Fairclough cares about are caffeine and invertebrates. And every morning, while I'm waiting for my Renaissance-era PC to boot up, I get to tell jokes to Alex Twaddle. Or rather, I get to tell jokes at Alex Twaddle, while Alex Twaddle blinks at me. I don't know much about him, and I certainly don't know how he got his job, which is theoretically executive assistant to Dr. Fairclough. Somebody once told me he had a first-class degree, but didn't say in what or from where. So, I said, there are these 2 strips of tarmac in a bar. Alex blinked. Strips of tarmac? Yes. Are you sure? That doesn't seem to make much sense. Just go with it. So, there are these 2 strips of tarmac, and one says to the other, "Oh man, I'm so hard. All these lorries roll over me and I don't even feel it." Then, just as he's finished talking, this piece of red tarmac walks in, and the first piece of tarmac gets up and runs away and hides in a corner. And his mate goes over to him and says, "What are you doing? I thought you were supposed to be hard." And the first piece of tarmac says, "Yeah, I'm hard, but that guy's a psychopath." There was long silence. Alex blinked again. Why is he frightened of psychopaths? Did he get into an accident? No, it's that he's hard, but the other guy's a psychopath. Yes, but why is he frightened of psychopaths? Sometimes I lost sight of whether this was my hobby or a punishment I was inflicting on myself. No, it's a pun, Alex, because psychopath, if you say it fast and in a sort of Cockney accent. Sounds a bit like psychopath.
Oh!
He thought about it for a moment or two.
I'm not sure it does, actually.
You're right, Alex. I'll do better next time.
Oh, by the way,
he said,
you've got a meeting with Dr. Fairclough at 10:30.
This was not a good sign. I don't suppose, I began, already sure it was hopeless. You have any idea why she wants to see me? He beamed.
None whatsoever.
Keep up the good work. I trudged back downstairs to my office, the prospect of having to interact with Dr. Fairclough hanging over me like a cartoon rain cloud. Don't get me wrong, I have a lot of respect for her. If I'm afflicted by some kind of beetle-related crisis, she'll be my first call. It's just, I've got no idea how to talk to her. To be fair, she clearly has no idea how to talk to me either, or possibly anyone else. The difference is, she doesn't care. As I crossed the hallway, the floorboards creaking merrily with every step, a voice called out, "That you, Luke?" Sadly, this was undeniable. "Yes, it's me." "Do you mind popping in a moment? We're having a bit of a sticky situation with the Twitter." Team player that I am, I popped. Rhys Jones Bowen, CRAPP's volunteer coordinator and head of social media outreach, was hunched over his computer, pecking at it with one finger. "The thing is," he said, "you know how you wanted me to tell everybody about the Beetle Drive?" The Beetle Drive is our office nickname for the annual dinner, dance and fundraiser. I've organised it every year for the past 3 years. The fact it's the big ticket item on my current job description tells you all you need to know about it, and, for that matter, my job. I tried very hard to keep my tone neutral. "Yes, I remember mentioning it sometime last month." "Ah, well, you see, it's like this. I'd misremembered the password, and I was going to get them to send me another one to the email I'd used to set up the account, but, as it turned out, I'd misremembered the password for that as well." "I can see how that would cause problems." "Now, I knew I'd put it on a post-it note, and I knew I'd put the post-it note in a book to keep it safe, and I knew the book had a blue cover, but I couldn't remember the title, or who wrote it, or what it was about." "Couldn't you," I asked carefully, "have reset the password on the email?" "I could have, but by that stage I was a bit scared to see how far the rabbit hole went." To be honest, this happens a lot. I mean, not this precisely, but something along these lines. And I'd probably have been more concerned if our Twitter account had more than 137 followers. "Don't worry about it." He put out a hand to reassure me. "No, it's okay. See, I was on the loo, and I always take a book in with me, and I sometimes leave a couple in there in case I forget, and I see this one on the windowsill with a blue cover, and I take it down, and I open it, and there's the post-it. And it's a good job I was already sitting down because I fair near shat myself, I was that excited." Lucky on both counts. Somewhat keen to move past the toilet, I continued. "So, if you've got the password back, what's the problem?" "Well, you see, I seem to be running out of letters." "I emailed you with what to say. It should definitely fit." "But then I heard about these things called hashtags. Apparently it's very important to use hashtags so people can find your Twitters on the Twitter." To be fair, he wasn't wrong about that. On the other hand, my faith in Rhys Jones Bowen's social media optimization instincts were not exactly running at a historic high. "Okay." "I've been brainstorming a lot of different ideas, and I think this is the tag that describes what we're trying to achieve with the Beetle Drive." With a quite unwarranted air of triumph, he slid over a piece of paper on which he had painstakingly handwritten, Coleoptera Research and Protection Project annual fundraising dinner and dance with silent auction of etymological specimens, also known as the Beetle Drive, at the Royal Ambassadors Hotel Marylebone, not the one in Edinburgh. Tickets available from our website now. And now, he went on, it's only letting me put another 42 letters in. You know, once upon a time, I used to have a really promising career. I've got an MBA, for fuck's sake. I've worked for some of the biggest PR firms in the city. And now I spend my days explaining hashtags to a Celtic twit. Or not. I'll make a graphic, I told him. He perked up. Oh, you can Twitter a picture, can you? I read people respond very well to pictures because of visual learning. You'll have it by lunchtime. And with that, I headed back to my office, where my computer was finally up and running and wheezing like an asthmatic T-Rex. Checking my email, I was disconcerted to discover a handful of supporters, quite significant supporters, had pulled out of the Beetle Drive. Of course, people were flaky, even more so when you wanted them to give you money, and especially when it was money for dung beetles. But something about this made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. It was probably random chance. It just didn't feel random. I quickly checked our public footprint in case our website had been hijacked by amateur pornographers again, and when I found nothing remotely worrying, or interesting, I ended up e-stalking the dropouts like the guy from A Beautiful Mind, trying to figure out if there were any connections between them. As far as I could tell, no. Well, they were all rich, white, politically and socially conservative, like most of our donors. I'm not saying dung beetles aren't important. Dr. Fairclough has told me at length several times why they're important, which has something to do with soil aeration and organic matter content. But you need a certain level of privilege to care more about high-end bug management than, say, landmines or homeless shelters. Of course, while most of us would say that homeless people are human beings and therefore deserve to be looked after, Dr. Fairclough would argue that homeless people are human beings and thus plentiful, and ecologically somewhere between insignificant and a net detriment, unlike dung beetles, which are irreplaceable. Which is why she looks at the data and I talk to the press. Chapter 4. At 10:30, I dutifully presented myself outside Dr. Fairclough's office, where Alex made a show of letting me in, even though the door was already open. The room, as ever, was an eerily ordered carnage of books, papers, and etymological samples, as if it was the nest of some particularly academic wasps.
Sit, O'Donnell.
Yep, that's my boss. Dr. Amelia Fairclough looks like Kate Moss, dresses like Simon Sharma, and talks like she's being charged by the word. In many ways, she's an ideal person to work for, because her management style involves paying no attention to you unless you actually set something on fire. Which, to be fair, Alex has done twice. I sat.
Twaddle.
Her gaze flicked sharply to Alex.
Minutes.
He jumped. Oh, yes, absolutely. Does anybody have a pen?
Over there. Underneath the Chrysochrua fulminans.
Splendid! Alex had the eyes of Bambi's mother, possibly after she'd been shot. The what? A muscle in Dr. Fairclough's jaw twitched.
The green one.
10 minutes later, Alex had finally acquired a pen, some paper, a second piece of paper, because he'd put his pen through the first one, and a copy of The Ecology and Evolution of Dung Beetles, Simmons and Ridsdale Smith, Wiley Blackwell 2011, to rest on. Okay, he said. Ready. Dr. Fairclough folded her hands on the desk in front of her.
This gives me no pleasure, O'Donnell.
I couldn't tell if she meant having to talk to me, or what she was about to say. Either way, it didn't bode well. Shit, am I fired?
Not yet. But I've had to answer 3 emails about you today, and that's 3 more emails than I normally like to answer.
Emails about me? I knew where this was going. I'd probably always known. Is this because of the pictures? She gave a curt nod.
Yes. When we took you on, you told us that was behind you.
It was. I mean, it is. I just made the mistake of going to a party the same night my dad was on ITV.
The consensus among the press appears to be that you were lying in a drug-fueled haze in a gutter, in fetish wear.
I fell over, I said flatly, in a pair of comedy bunny ears.
To a certain class of person, that detail adds in a special element of deviance.
In some ways, it felt almost like a relief to get angry. It was better than being terrified I was about to lose my job. Do I need a lawyer? Because I'm beginning to think that this has more to do with my sexuality than my sobriety.
Of course it does.
Dr. Fairclough made an impatient gesture.
It makes you look like entirely the wrong sort of homosexual.
Alex had been watching the conversation as if it was Wimbledon, and I could now hear him murmuring, "Wrong sort of homosexual," under his breath as he scribbled. I did my best to offer my reply in the most reasonable tone I could muster. You know I could really hardcore sue you for this.
You could,
agreed Dr. Fairclough.
But you wouldn't get another job, and we're not strictly firing you. Besides which, as our fundraiser, you must be acutely aware that we don't have any money, making litigation rather pointless from your end.
What, so you just brought me here to brighten my day with a little casual homophobia?
Come now, O'Donnell.
She sighed.
You must know I have no interest in what variety of homosexual you are. Incidentally, did you know that aphids are parthenogenetic? But unfortunately several of our backers do. They, of course, are not all homophobic, and I think rather enjoyed having a delightful young gay whining and dining them. That, however, was rather predicated on you being essentially non-threatening.
My anger, like every man I'd ever been with, didn't seem inclined to stick around, and had left me feeling tired and pointless. Actually, that's still homophobic.
And you may certainly call them up and explain that to them, but I somehow doubt it will make them more inclined to give us their money, and if you are unable to get people to give us their money, then that rather limits your usefulness to our organisation.
Well, now I was scared again. I thought you said I wasn't going to get fired.
As long as the Beetle Drive is successful, you may go to whatever bars you please and wear whatever mammalian appendages you like.
Yay.
But right now,
she cast me a cold glance.
Your public image as some kind of barebacking, coke-snorting, buttock-less trouser-wearing pervert has scared away 3 of our biggest donors, and I need not remind you our donor list is straying perilously close to single digits.
Maybe not the best time to tell her about the emails I'd received this morning. So what am I supposed to do?
Rehabilitate yourself fast. You need to go back to being the sort of harmless sodomite that Waitrose shoppers can feel good about introducing to their left-wing friends and smug about introducing to their right-wing friends.
For the record, I'm really, really offended by this. She shrugged.
Darwin was offended by the Ichneumonidae. To his chagrin, they persisted in existing.
If I had a single gnat's testicle of pride, I would have walked out there and then. But I haven't. So I didn't. I can't control what the tabloids say about me. Of course you can, piped up Alex. It's easy. We both stared at him. A friend of mine from Eton, Mulholland Tarquin Jones, got into a terrible pickle a couple of years back over a misunderstanding with a stolen car, 3 prostitutes, and a kilo of heroin. The papers were beastly to him about it, but then he got engaged to a lovely little heiress from Devonshire, and it was all garden parties and spreads in hello from then on. Alex, I said slowly, you know how I'm gay, and this whole conversation has been about me being gay? Well, obviously I mean a boy heiress, not a girl heiress. I don't know any heiresses of either gender. Don't you? He looked genuinely confused. Who do you go to Ascot with? I put my head in my hands. I thought I might be about to cry. which was when Dr. Fairclough took control of the conversation again.
Twaddle does have a point. With an appropriate boyfriend, I dare say you'd become endearing again very quickly.
I'd been trying very hard not to think about my abysmal failure with Cam at the cellar. Now the memory of his rejection flooded me with fresh humiliation. I can't even get an inappropriate boyfriend.
That is not my problem, O'Donnell. Please leave. Between the emails and this conversation, you've already taken up too much of my morning.
Her attention snapped back to whatever she was doing on her computer with such intensity that I half thought I'd actually stopped existing. Right about then, I wouldn't have cared if I had. My head was swimming as I left the office. I put a hand to my face and discovered my eyes were wet. "Gosh," said Alex. "Are you crying?" "No." "Do you want a hug?" "No." But somehow I ended up in his arms anyway, having my hair awkwardly patted. Alex was supposed to have been a serious cricketer at school or university or something, whatever serious meant for a sport that was basically 5 days of eating strawberries and walking slowly. And I couldn't help notice he still had the body for it, lean and rangy and solid. On top of which he smelled implausibly wholesome, like freshly cut grass in summer. I pushed my face into his designer cashmere cardigan and made a sound that definitely wasn't a sob. To his credit, Alex seemed entirely unperturbed by this. There. I know Dr. Fairclough can be a bit of a rotter, but worse things happen at sea." "Alex," I sniffed, and surreptitiously attempted to wipe my nose. "People haven't said worse things happen at sea since 1872. "Yes, they have. I said it just now. Weren't you listening?" "You're right. Silly of me." "Don't worry. I can see you're upset." Having dragged myself about 2 inches above rock bottom, I became painfully aware I was crying on the shoulder of the office doofus. "I'm fine. I'm still trying to process the fact that, having been basically single for half a fucking decade, I have to get a boyfriend overnight or lose the only job that would have me, working for a charity whose standards for employment are so low that they'd hire you and Reese." Alex thought about this for a moment. "You're right. That is terrible. I mean, we're complete duffers." "Oh, come on," I growled. "At least be offended. Now you're making me feel like a total dick." "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." There are times when I almost wonder if Alex is secretly a genius, and we are but pawns in his grand design. "You're doing this deliberately, aren't you?" He gave a smile that was either enigmatic or just vacant. "In any case, I'm sure you could get a boyfriend easily. You're nice looking, you've got a good job, you've even been in the newspapers recently." "If I could get a boyfriend, I would have a boyfriend." Alex propped his hips against the side of his desk. "Chin up, old thing. We can crack this. Now, do your parents know anybody suitable?" "You remember that my dad is a recovering druggie on reality TV, and my mum is an 80s recluse with exactly one friend?" "Yes, but I assume they still have a club." "They don't." "Oh, don't worry. Plenty more options." A pause. "Just give me a moment while I think of them." "Oh, hello, Rock Bottom. Nice to see you again. Do you want to be my boyfriend?" After several long moments, Alex perked up like a beagle scenting a rabbit. "What about the chaps you went to school with? Ring them up and ask if any of them has a nice sister. Gay brother." "I went to school in a tiny village. There were 3 people in my year. I'm not in touch with any of them." "How peculiar." He tilted his head quizzically. "I assumed you must have been a Harrow man." "You know there are people who went to neither Eton or Harrow." "Well, yes, obviously. Girls." I was in no state to explain the socio-economics of modern Britain to a man so posh he didn't even think it was weird that you pronounce the T in Moet, but not Merlot. "I can't believe I'm going to say this, but can we please get back to you trying to fix my love life?" I have to admit, I'm a bit stumped. He fell silent, frowning and fiddling with his cuffs. Then, out of nowhere, he beamed at me. I've thought of something! Under normal circumstances, I would have taken this with the giant grain of salt it deserved. But I was desperate. What? Why don't you say you're going out with me? You're not gay. And everyone knows that you're not gay. He shrugged. I'll tell them I've changed my mind. I'm really not sure that's how it works. I thought these things were meant to be fluid nowadays. 20th century and all that. This was not the time to remind Alex what century it was. Don't you have a girlfriend? I asked. Oh yes, Miffy. I'd quite forgotten. But she's a terrific girl. She won't mind at all. In her place, I would mind. I would mind a lot. Well, maybe that's why you don't have a boyfriend. He gave me a faintly wounded look. You sound very demanding. Look, I appreciate the offer, but don't you think if you can't remember you've got an actual girlfriend, you might have trouble remembering a fake boyfriend? No, you see, that's the clever thing about it. I can pretend that you're my boyfriend, and nobody will think it's strange that I've never mentioned you before, because I'm such an utter nincompoop that it could very easily have slipped my mind. Terrifyingly, he was beginning to make sense. You know what? I said. I will genuinely think about it. Think about what? Thanks, Alex. You've been a big help. I made my way slowly back to my office, where I was relieved to discover I hadn't driven off any other donors in the interim. Then I sat at my desk with my head in my hands and wished. God, I was too fucked up to even know what I was wishing for. Obviously, it would have been nice if my father wasn't on TV, and I wasn't in the papers, and my job wasn't in jeopardy. But none of those things, either together or individually, were really the problem here. They were just a few more dead seabirds bobbing on the outskirts of the oil spill that was my life. After all, I couldn't fix the fact my father was John Fleming. I couldn't fix that he hadn't wanted me. I couldn't fix falling in love with Miles. And I couldn't fix that he hadn't wanted me either. It was while I was wallowing that I came to the realization that Alex hadn't been entirely unhelpful. I mean, he hadn't gone so far as to actually be helpful. Small steps. But he was, broadly speaking, right, in that people you knew were an effective way to meet people you didn't know. I grabbed my phone and fired up the WhatsApp group, which somebody had recently rechristened Don't Wanna Be All by Myself. After a moment's consideration, I sent a series of siren emojis, followed by Help, Emergency, Queer Avengers Assemble, Rose and Crown, 6 tonight, and was secretly kind of touched by how quickly the screen lit up, with promises to be there. Chapter 5. It was slightly selfish of me to choose the Rose and Crown for the meet-up, because it was way closer to me than it was to anyone else. But since I was the one having the crisis, I felt entitled. Besides, it was one of my favourite pubs, a gawky 17th century building that looked as though it had been airlifted in from a country village and plonked down in the middle of Blackfriars. With its disconcertingly expansive beer garden and hanging baskets, it was practically its own little island, the surrounding office blocks almost leaning away from it in embarrassment. I ordered a beer and a burger and staked a claim to a picnic table outside. As it was what passed for spring in England, the air was a bit nippy, but if Londoners let little things like cold, rain, a slightly worrying level of pollution, and getting crapped on by pigeons bother us, we'd never go outside at all. I was only waiting a couple of minutes before Tom showed up, which was ever so slightly awkward as fuck. Tom isn't, strictly speaking, a friend. He's a friend-in-law, being the long-term partner of the group's token straight girl, Bridget. He's both the hottest and the coolest person I know, on account of looking like Idris Elba's cleaner-cut younger brother, and being an actual spy. Well, not exactly. He works for the Intelligence Division of Customs and Excise, which is one of those agencies that exist but never get in the papers. It gets even more complicated than that, because technically, I saw him first. We went on a couple of dates, and I thought it was going really well, so I introduced him to Bridget. And she fucking stole him from me. Well, she didn't steal him, he just liked her more. And I don't resent it at all. I mean, I do, but I don't. Except when I do. And probably I shouldn't have hit on him again when he and Bridget went through that bad patch a couple of years ago. They were on a break, so it was less shitty of me than it could have been. And anyway, all it wound up doing was making him realise how much he loved her and wanted to fix things with her. So that felt great. Basically, Tom does to my self-esteem what he does to people traffickers and gun runners. Although my self-esteem is way less entrenched. "Hi," I said, trying not to dig a hole in the grass and wriggle into it like an endangered dung beetle. Tom gave me a very continental and slightly soul-destroying kiss on the cheek, plonking his beer down next to mine. "Good to see you. It's been a while." "Yeah, hasn't it?" I must have accidentally looked traumatised, because Tom went on, "Bridge is running late. I mean, obviously." I laughed, nervously. Late is her default. "So, what have you been up to?" "This and that, big commercial fraud case, should be wrapping up fairly soon. What about you?" From 3 years of hanging out with Tom, I knew that commercial fraud was industry code for something significantly more serious, although I'd never quite worked out what. Which meant having to tell him I was organising a party to raise money for poo bugs was the tiniest bit mortifying. But of course, he looked terribly interested and asked a bunch of really insightful questions, half of which I should probably have been asking myself. In any case, it kept the conversation going until the James Royce Royces arrived. I met James Royce and James Royce, now James Royce Royce and James Royce Royce, at a university LGBTQ+ event. In some ways, it's strange the two of them work so well together, because their name is pretty much the only thing they've ever had in common. James Royce Royce is a bespectacled chef, with a way of expressing himself that... Look, I'm trying to find a tactful way to put it, but basically he's just phenomenally camp. James Royce Royce, on the other hand, looks like a Russian hitman, has a job I don't understand involving unspeakably complex mathematics, and is incredibly shy. Currently, they're trying to adopt, so the conversation very quickly became about the truly hellacious, James Royce Royce's term, amount of paperwork involved in what I'd naively assumed was the straightforward process of getting babies from people who don't want them to people who do want them. I honestly couldn't tell if it was more or less alienating than talking about actual children. Next, we got Priya, a tiny lesbian with multicoloured extensions who somehow managed to pay her bills by welding bits of metal to other bits of metal and selling them in galleries. I'm sure she's genuinely very talented, but I am totally unqualified to judge. She used to be the only other singleton in my immediate friendship group, and many were the evenings we spent drinking cheap Prosecco, lamenting our mutual unlovability, and promising to cash out and marry each other if we were both still alone at 50. But then she betrayed me by falling in love with a married medievalist, 20-something years her senior, and then, even more unforgivably, making it work.
"Where the shit were you on Saturday?"
She hopped onto the table and glared at me.
"We were supposed to be sitting in a corner judging people."
I gave one of those I'm pretending not to be mortified shrugs. "Showed up, bought a cocktail, got the knockback from a pretty hipster, left in disgrace."
"Huh."
Priya's mouth quirked into a crooked grin.
"So, fairly normal evening for you?"
"I want you to know that while I do have a comeback, that's actually completely fair."
"Which is why I said it. Anyway, what's this great calamity?"
"Bridget," said James Royce Royce, "has not yet graced us with her presence." Priya rolled her eyes.
"That's not a calamity, that's business as usual."
Since waiting for Bridge could last anything between 20 minutes and never, I spilled my guts. About the pictures, the donors, and how I was totally fucked job-wise if I didn't get a respectable boyfriend stat. James Royce Royce was the first to react. That, he declared, is the most outrageous transgression against all forms of decency. You're a fundraiser for an environmental charity, not a contestant on Love Island. I agree. Gorgeous, not dating me Tom took a sip of his drink, throat working as he swallowed. This isn't okay on any level. It's not my area, but you've got a case for an employment tribunal here. I gave a sad little shrug. Maybe, but if I tank our fundraising by being too gay, then I won't have an employer to tribune.
Seems like...
Priya paused to retie the rainbow lace on her docks.
You've got two options. Get fired or get grafting.
This earned her an over-the-glasses look from James Royce.
Priya, my darling, we're trying to be emotionally supportive. You're trying to be emotionally supportive, she said. I'm trying to be useful. Emotional support is useful. You technical a reprobate.
Tom, who didn't have the same fond memories of their bickering, sighed. I'm sure we can be both, but I'm not sure we should be encouraging Luke to go along with this. Look, I told him, that's super right on and very kind of you, but I don't think I have a choice. So I need you all to get on board and find me a man. There was a worryingly long silence. Finally, Tom broke it. Okay, if that's what you want, but you're going to have to narrow the field a little. What are you looking for? Didn't you hear me? A man. Any man. As long as he can wear a suit, make small talk, and not embarrass me at a fundraiser. Luke, He pushed a hand through his hair. I really am trying to help, but that's a terrible attitude. I mean, what are you expecting me to do? Call up my ex and be like, hey Nish, great news. I've got a friend with incredibly low standards who wants to go out with you. Well, the last time I had high standards, the guy dumped me for my best friend. James Royce sucked in an audible breath, and suddenly everyone was studiously looking in different directions. Sorry, I muttered. Sorry, I'm a bit upset right now, and I use being a prick as a defense mechanism. Not a problem. Tom went back to his beer. It took me a second or two to realise I wasn't sure if he meant not a problem because I'm not offended and don't consider you prickish, or not a problem you're a prick because we're not actually friends. Fucking spies. And it's not like he was wrong. I was asking a lot here. The thing is, I started picking the label off the nearest bottle. I've not been able to do the relationship thing for a while. And probably you're all going to spend the next 30 years arguing with your partners over who gets stuck with me for Christmas. But I can't... Oh, Luke! Cried James Royce. You'll always be welcome at Casa de Rice. Not entirely the point, but good to know. Wait a minute. Priya looked up from her boots and snapped her fingers. I've got it. Hire someone. I can think of at least 30 people who'd jump on the gig. I can't tell if I'm more disturbed that you're recommending I solicit a prostitute, or that you apparently already know 30 prostitutes. She gave me a confused look. I was mostly thinking of out-of-work actors or performing artists, but whatever works. Though, now you mention it, I think Kevin did a bit of escorting in the late 2000s, and Sven still does pro-doming on the side. Wow! I put up the world's most sarcastic double thumbs. He sounds perfect. Which part of trying to keep out of the tabloids do you not understand? Oh, come on, he's lovely. He's a poet. They won't find out. They always find out. Okay, so... Priya seemed a tad frustrated with me. When you said a man, any man, you actually meant any man who fits into a very narrow, middle-class and slightly heteronormative definition of acceptability. Yes. I work for an obscure ecological charity. Narrow, middle-class and slightly heteronormative is our target demographic. There was another lengthy silence. Please, I legit begged. You must have some friends who are neither sex workers nor too good for me. Then, James Royce leaned in and whispered something to James Royce. James Royce's face lit up.
That's a splendid idea, Sugarplum. He'd be perfect. Except I think he married a chartered accountant from Neasden last July.
James Royce looked crestfallen. I yanked the label fully off the beer bottle and crumpled it up. Right. My options thus far: someone who's probably already married, 30 prostitutes, and a bloke called Nish who used to date Tom and will therefore see me as a bit of a come-down. I didn't mean, said Tom slowly, to make you think that I thought that Nish would think he was too good for you. I'd be happy to introduce you. It's just, from his Instagram, I'm pretty sure he's seeing someone. Well, I'm fired. I thunked my head onto the table, somewhat harder than I intended.
Sorry I'm late.
Bridget's voice rang clarion-like across the beer garden, and I turned my face sideways in time to see her wobbling urgently over the grass in her ever-impractical heels.
You won't believe what's happened. Can't really talk about it, but one of our authors was scheduled to have this massively prestigious midnight release tonight, and the lorry carrying the books to Foyles went over a bridge into a river, and now not only are half of them ruined, but the other half have been scavenged by extremely well-organised fans, and there are spoilers all over the internet. I think I'm going to get fired.
And with that, she collapsed breathlessly into Tom's lap. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in close. That's not your fault, Bridge. They're not going to fire you over it. Bridget Wells, my token straight friend. Always late, always in the middle of a crisis, always on a diet. For whatever reason, she and Tom are genuinely good together. And although I'm messed up about Tom because of my own shit, it's kind of nice that she's found someone who sees what an amazing, loving person she is, and who isn't also as gay as a box of ribbons.
Luke, on the other hand, said Priya, is definitely going to get fired, unless he gets a boyfriend.
Bridge honed in on me like a laser-guided date launcher.
Oh, Luke, I'm so pleased. I've been on at you to get a boyfriend for ages.
I peeled my head off the table. A+ priorities, Bridge.
This is the best thing ever.
She squeezed her hands together excitedly.
I know the perfect guy.
My heart sank. I knew where this was going. I love Bridget, but she only knows one other gay person outside our immediate social circle. Don't say Oliver.
Oliver!
I'm not dating Oliver. Her eyes went big and hurt.
What's wrong with Oliver?
I'd met Oliver Blackwood exactly twice. The first time, we'd been the only two gay men at one of Bridget's work parties. Someone had come up to us and asked if we were a couple, and Oliver had looked utterly disgusted and replied, "No, this is just another homosexual I'm standing next to." The second time, I'd been very drunk and very desperate, and invited him to come home with me. My memories of what happened next were hazy, but I'd woken alone the next morning, fully clothed next to a large glass of water. On both occasions, in uniquely humiliating ways, he'd made it very clear that we each had a league, and his was very much out of mine. He's not my type, I tried. Priya was obviously still narked I'd turned down her prostitutes.
He's exactly the kind of man you said you were looking for, which is to say incredibly boring. He's not boring, protested Bridge. He's a barrister, and he's very nice. Lots of people have dated him.
I shuddered. And that's not a red flag at all. Alternatively, suggested Tom, you could look at it like this. Between the two of you, you've had a completely normal, healthy dating life.
I don't know why it never works out for him.
Bridget seemed genuinely bewildered that her awful friend was single.
He's so lovely, and he dresses so well, and his house is so clean and tastefully decorated.
James Royce pulled a wry face.
I hate to say it, darling, but he seems to be exactly what you're looking for. Refusing to even meet with the man would be deeply ungracious.
But if he's so fucking perfect, I pointed out, with his nice job and his nice house and his nice clothes, what the hell is he going to want with me?
You're nice too.
One of Bridget's hands landed consolingly on mine.
You just try very hard to pretend you aren't. And anyway, leave everything to me. I'm super good at this sort of thing.
I was pretty sure my dating life was about to go off a bridge and into a river, and quite possibly wind up with spoilers all over the internet. But, God help me, it looked like Oliver Blackwood was my best hope. Chapter 6. 3 days later, against my better judgment, and despite my protests, I was getting ready for a date with Oliver Blackwood. The WhatsApp group, One Gay More, was alive with advice, mainly about what I shouldn't wear, which seemed to amount to everything in my wardrobe. In the end, I went with my skinniest jeans, my pointiest shoes, the only shirt I could find that didn't need ironing, and a tailored jacket. I wasn't going to win any fashion awards, but I thought I'd struck a nice balance between has made no effort and is disgustingly desperate. Unfortunately, too much texting, faffing, and selfie-taking for the approval of the peanut gallery had made me late. On the other hand, Oliver was a friend of Bridget's, so he'd probably developed a certain tolerance for tardiness over the years. As I cantered through the door of Quo Vadis, his pick, I wouldn't have dared go for anything so classy, it quickly became apparent he had not, in fact, developed any tolerance for tardiness whatsoever. He was sitting at a corner table, the light from the stained glass windows dappling over his frown in shades of sapphire and gold. The fingers of one hand tapped impatiently against the tablecloth, the other cradled a pocket watch on a fob, which he was in the process of checking with the air of a man who had done so several times already. Seriously, though, a fob? Who even... "I'm so sorry," I panted. I... Nope, I had nothing, so I had to fall back on the obvious. "I'm late." "These things happen." At my arrival, he'd risen like we were at a tea dance in the 50s, leaving me totally at a loss for what I was supposed to do in response. Shake his hand? Kiss his cheek? Check with my chaperone? "Should I sit down?" "Unless..." One of his brows tilted quizzically. "You have another engagement?" Was that a joke? No, I'm, all yours." He made a be my guest gesture, and I wriggled gracelessly onto the banquette. Silence stretched between us, as socially discomforting as mozzarella strings. Oliver was much as I remembered him, a cool, clean, modern art piece of a man entitled Disapproval in Pinstripes, and handsome enough to annoy me. My own face looked as if Picasso had created it on a bad day, bits of my mum and my dad thrown together without rhyme or reason. But Oliver had the sort of perfect symmetry that 18th century philosophers would have taken as evidence for the existence of God. "Are you wearing eyeliner?" he asked. "What? No." "Really?" "Well, it's the kind of thing I think I'd remember. I'm pretty sure this is just what my eyes look like." He looked slightly affronted. "That's ridiculous." Thankfully, at this juncture, a waiter materialised with the menus, giving us an excuse to ignore each other for a few happy minutes. "You should start," remarked Oliver, "with the smoked eel sandwich. It's a speciality." Since the menu came in the form of a broadsheet, with hand-drawn illustrations and a weather report at the top, it took me a moment to find what he was talking about. "It damn well ought to be for a tenner." "Since I will be paying, that need not concern you." I squirmed, which made my jeans squeak against the leather. "I'd be more comfortable if we went halvesies." "I wouldn't, given I chose the restaurant, and I believe Bridget said you work with dung beetles." "I work for dung beetles." Okay, that didn't sound much better. "I mean, I work for their preservation." Another of his eyebrow twitches. "I wasn't aware they needed preserving." "Yeah, neither are most people. That's the problem. Science isn't exactly my strong point, but the short version is they're good for the soil, and if they go extinct, we'll all starve to death." Then you're doing good work. But I know for a fact that even the big-name charities pay far less than the private sector. His eyes, which were a hard gunmetal grey, held mine so long and so steadily that I actually started sweating. This is on me. I insist. It felt weirdly patriarchal, but I wasn't sure I was allowed to complain about that, on account of us both being men. If it will make you feel better, you could allow me to order for you. This is one of my favourite restaurants, and... He shifted position and accidentally kicked me under the table. My apologies. I enjoy introducing people to it. Are you going to expect me to trim your cigar later? Is that a euphemism? Only in Gigi. I sighed. But fine, I guess you can order for me, if you really want to. For about 0.2 seconds, he looked perilously close to happy. I can? Yes, and... God, why was I always so ungracious? Sorry, thank you. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Nope, I'll eat anything. Food-wise, that is. And... He hesitated, then tried to pretend he hadn't. Are we drinking? My heart did the half-dead fish flop it always did when conversation strayed even tangentially close to any of the things that had been said about me over the years. I know you've got no reason to believe this, but I'm not an alcoholic, or a sexaholic, or a drug addict. There was a lengthy silence. I stared at the crisp white tablecloth, wanting to die. Well, Oliver said at last, I've one reason to believe it. In an ideal world, I would have behaved with terrible dignity. In the world I actually lived in, I gave him a sullen glance. Which is? You told me otherwise. So, are we drinking? My stomach had gone into a wild freefall. I hardly knew why. Can we not, if you don't mind? While I don't have medical problems with alcohol, I do tend to make a bit of a tit of myself when plastered. I'm aware. And to think I'd almost liked him. Although technically I didn't have to like him. I just had to make him think I liked him for long enough that he'd date me for long enough that I wouldn't get fired. It was fine. I could do this. I could be charming. I was naturally charming. I was a quarter Irish and a quarter French. You couldn't get more charming than that. The waiter returned, and, while I sat in sulky silence, Oliver placed our order. The whole experience was slightly strange, since I still hadn't figured out how demeaning I should be finding it. I definitely wouldn't have wanted it to happen regularly. But there was also some pathetic, lonely part of me that enjoyed being so publicly possessed. Especially by a man like Oliver Blackwood. It felt perilously close to being worth something. I can't help but notice, I began, when the waiter departed, that if this fish sarnie is all that in a bag of chips, you aren't having one. Yes, well... Surprisingly, Oliver went a teeny bit pink around the ears. I'm a vegetarian. Then how do you know about the magic eel? I've eaten meat before, and I like it. It's just I've reached the point that I can't justify it, ethically. But you're cheerfully going to sit there and watch me chow down on bits of dead animal like some kind of creepy carnivore? He blinked. I hadn't thought of it that way. I just wanted you to enjoy the food, and I'd never impose my principles on people who don't necessarily share them. Was it me? Or had he basically said, I think you're behaving unethically, but I assume I can't expect any better from you? The mature making this work and saving my job reaction would be to let that slide. Thanks. I always like my dinner served with a sprinkling of sanctimony. That's rather unfair. Oliver moved again and kicked me again. Especially given you'd have been equally, if not more offended if I'd ordered vegetarian without asking you. Also, I'm sorry I keep catching you with my feet. Yours are never where I'm expecting them to be. I gave him one of my meanest looks. These things happen. The conversation hadn't so much died on us as been taken out back and shot in the head, and I knew I should be playing paramedic, but I couldn't quite bring myself to, or work out how. Instead, I crunched on some of the baked salsify and parmesan that had just arrived, which was delicious, in spite of the fact I had no idea what salsify was, and didn't want to give Oliver the satisfaction of asking him, and wondered what it would be like being here with somebody I could actually stand. It was a lovely, cosy place, with the brightly painted windows and caramel leather seating, and the food was clearly going to be amazing. The sort of restaurant you'd come back to for anniversaries and special occasions, and reminisce about the perfect first date you shared there. The fish sarnie, when it showed up, turned out to be pretty much the most perfect thing I'd ever eaten. Buttery sourdough wrapped around smoky slabs of eel, slathered in truly fiery horseradish and Dijon mustard, and served with pickled red onions, just sharp enough to cut through the meaty intensity of the fish. I think maybe I genuinely moaned. "Okay," I said, once I'd inhaled it. "I was too hasty. That was so good I could pretty much marry you now." Maybe I was seeing the world through eel-tinted glasses, but right then, Oliver's eyes had a touch of silver in them, and were softer than I'd thought. "I'm happy you liked it." "I could eat one every day for the rest of my life. How could you know these exist and give them up?" "I thought it was the right thing to do." "I can't tell if that's really commendable or really tragic." He lifted one shoulder in a self-conscious shrug, and the silence between us, while still not comfortable, seemed slightly less jagged. Maybe this was going to be okay. Maybe we'd been saved by a dead fish. "So, Still riding my sandwich bliss, I felt slightly more able to make the effort. "I seem to remember you being a lawyer or something?" "I'm a barrister, yes." "And what do you barrist?" The toe of his shoe whomped me in the knee. "God, I'm sorry, I've done it again." "I've got to say, you play one hell of a hardcore game of footsie." "I assure you it's been accidental every time." He looked so mortified, I took pity on him. "It's me, I'm all legs." We both peered beneath the tablecloth. "How about if I suggested, swinging my feet to the right. He shuffled his Italian leather Oxfords left. "And I go..." His ankle brushed against mine as we rearranged ourselves, and it had clearly been way too long since I got laid, because I damn near fainted. Dragging my attention away from our under-table negotiations, I found him watching me with this crooked half-smile, as if we'd single-handedly, footedly, brought peace to the Middle East. And all of a sudden, he was a lot more bearable. Enough more bearable that I could almost see myself putting up with a man who smiled like that, and bought me amazing eel sandwiches, even if I didn't have to. Which was way, way worse than not liking him. Chapter 7. Your job?" I asked, with all the smoothness of a bowl of granola. Yes. Well, This time, his foot only stroked the side of mine as it jiggled under the table. "Specialise in criminal defence, and you might as well get it over with." "Get what over with?" "The question that everyone asks when you tell them you work in criminal defence." This felt uncomfortably like failing an exam. In a blind panic, I blurted out the first thing that came into my head. "Do you have sex in the wig?" He stared at me. "No, because they're very expensive, very uncomfortable, and I have to wear mine to work." "Oh." I tried to come up with another question, except now all I could think of was, "Do you have sex in the robe?" And that obviously wasn't going to help. "The question people usually ask," he went on, like he was the only one in the play who'd remembered his lines, is how do you live with yourself when you spend your whole life putting rapists and murderers back on the street? Actually, that is a good question. Should I answer it? Well, you seem to really want to. It's not about whether I want to. His jaw tightened. It's about whether you're going to think I'm an amoral profiteer if I don't. I couldn't imagine that he, or anyone, would care that much for my opinion, good, bad, or indifferent. I spread my hands in a go-for-it gesture. I guess you'd better tell me then. The short version is, an adversarial justice system isn't perfect, but it's the best that we've got. Statistically, yes, most people I defend in court are guilty because the police can broadly do their jobs. But even people who probably did it are entitled to a zealous legal defense, and that's a principle to which I am ideologically committed. Thankfully, while he'd been delivering this monologue, which only needed some stirring background music to reach its full dramatic potential, I was served a truly glorious pie. Beef, as it turned out, almost meltingly soft, swimming in gravy and barely contained by its crisp pastry cap. Wow! I glanced up from the pie and slammed straight into Oliver's hardest, coldest glare. You seem really defensive about this. I just find it helps to be honest from the beginning. This is who I am, and what I do, and I believe in what I do. I suddenly noticed he'd barely touched his beetroot, I think it was. Beetroot and other virtuous vegetables. His hands were folded against the table so tightly that his knuckles were white. Oliver, I said softly, realizing I'd never said his name before and confused by how intimate it was. I don't think you're a bad person, which you must know means next to nothing coming from me, because you only have to pick up a paper or Google my name to know what sort of person I am. Now he looked uncomfortable for a different reason. I am aware of your reputation, but if I'm to know you, Lucien, I'd rather it came from you. Shit. This had got real out of nowhere. How hard could it be to get a guy to like you enough to date you for a few months, but not so much that you had to deal with those weird emotion things that fucked with your head, ruined your sleep, and left you crying on the bathroom floor at 3 a.m? Well, for starters, it's Luke. Luke? Somehow I could always tell when people pronounced it with a K and an E. It seems a shame when Lucien is such a beautiful name. Actually, that's the English pronunciation. Surely it's not. He flinched. Lucien, as the Americans would have it. No, God no. My mother's French. Ah, Lucien, then. He said it perfectly too, with the half-swallowed softness of the final syllable, smiling at me, the first full smile I'd seen from him, and shocking in its sweetness. Vraiment? Vous parlez français? There's really no excuse for what happened next. I think maybe I just wanted him to keep smiling at me, because for some reason I said, Oui, oui, un peu. And then, to my horror, he rattled off God knew what, leaving me to scrape the bottom of the barrel of my GCSE French, for which I'd received a D. Je voudrais aller au cinéma avec mes amis. Où est la salle de bain? Utterly perplexed, he pointed. So I was obliged to go to the bathroom. And when I slunk back, he immediately confronted me with, You don't speak French at all, do you? No. I hung my head. I mean, my mother used both when I was growing up, but I still turned out stubbornly monolingual. Then why didn't you just say that? I don't know. I guess I assumed you didn't speak French either? Why on earth would I imply I could speak French when I couldn't? I stuffed a teetering forkful of pie into my mouth. You're right, that would be a deranged thing to do. Another of our silences. On a scale of uncomfortable to horrible, I would probably rate this as unpleasant, and I didn't know what to do. I definitely succeeded in swinging the needle away from dangerously intimate. Unfortunately, it was now pointing squarely at not a chance in hell. I half thought about kicking him, just to see how he'd react, but that was probably about as weird as randomly pretending I spoke French. God, this was why I was never going to get a proper boyfriend, or even a semi-acceptable temporary substitute. I'd lost whatever capacity I ever had to relate to people in a romantic way. "How come you're so fluent?" I asked, in a subcompetent attempt to salvage the evening. He poked sheepishly at the remains of his vegetables. "Family have a holiday home in Provence." Of course they did. "Of course you do." "What do you mean by that?" I shrugged. "Just, I can imagine it. No wonder you grew up all nice and put together and perfect. And way too good for me." "I've certainly never claimed to be perfect, Lucien." "Oh, stop it with the Lucien, will you?" "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you didn't like it." Except I did like it. That was the problem. I wasn't here to like things. Liking things was trouble. "I told you before," I snarled. "It's Luke, just Luke." "Noted." A few minutes later, with me looking out the window and Oliver looking at his hands, the waiter came to clear our plates. And a few minutes after that, a lemon posset, topped with rhubarb, arrived. It was exquisitely simple, this little white ramekin full of sunshine yellow cream, topped by a pile of pinkish spirals. I felt awful. "Nothing for you?" I indicated the empty space in front of Oliver. "I'm not a fan of desserts, but I hope you'll like this one. It's very good." "If you're not a fan, how do you know it's—" I wriggled my fingers into air quotes. "Very good." "Do you want to share it with me?" It was the closest I could get right then to an apology. Because it wasn't like I could say, "Sorry, I'm so desperate for this to work and so terrified of this working that I'm lashing out at you over things like you being quite nice, and not wholly unattractive, and having had an ordinary childhood." He was eyeing the lemon posset the way I've always wanted someone to look at me. "Maybe I could have a little. Let me ask for more cutlery." "No need." Okay. It was, at the 11th hour, time to get my sexy on. I broke the pristine surface of the cream, mounding it perfectly onto the spoon, along with a few pieces of rhubarb. And, holding it out to Oliver, I offered him my very best, most hopeful smile. Whereupon he took the spoon from my fingers, crushing me so utterly, I couldn't even enjoy the way a taste of lemon posset made his whole face go dreamy with bliss. "Thank you," he said, returning the damn spoon. I plunged it violently into the pudding, shoveling what remained into my mouth, as if it was my mortal enemy. Oliver watched me, confused once again. "Should I order another one?" "No, I'm good. Let's get out of here." I'll get the bill." God, I was undateable. Genuinely fucking undateable. No wonder Oliver had practically vomited when that randomer at Bridges' party had thought we were going out. No wonder he dumped me in bed and run away screaming that time I tried to hit on him. No wonder he didn't even trust me to put a spoon of pudding in his mouth. Chapter 8. I was still in a daze of self-loathing as we trooped onto Dean Street, where we hovered in mutual uncertainty. All the lovely things I'd eaten had turned to rocks in my stomach. I'd fucked this up. I'd fucked this up so badly. All I'd had to do was smile, be nice to him, convince him for a handful of hours I was a semi-worthwhile human being. But no, I'd curled up like a hedgehog on a motorway in front of the only man in London willing to go out with me. And now I was going to get fired. Oliver cleared his throat. "Well, thank you for that." He was wearing the full-length overcoat that every posh person in London owned. Except it suited him. Gave him this air of effortless quality. while I was standing there in slutty jeans. Anyway, he went on, I should...
No, help, no. If he walked away now, that was it. I'd never see him again, and I'd never have another job again, and my life would be over. I needed a plan. I didn't have a plan. So, I lost my fucking mind and threw myself at him, fastening my mouth on his with all the grace and charm of a barnacle on a whale's flipper. It lasted seconds before he pushed me away, a knee-buckling blur of heat and softness that, for the sweetest of moments, tasted of lemon posset.
What the hell was... Christ!
In his zeal to get away, Oliver collided with one of the potted plants outside the restaurant, just about managing to grab it before it came crashing down, which basically meant he'd spent more time voluntarily touching a ficus than he had me. It was a kiss, I said, with a nonchalance I was far from feeling. Why, haven't you had one before? People sometimes exchange them on dates. He turned on me with such ferocity that I actually took a step back.
Is this a game to you? What has Bridget told you?
What? No.
Tell me what's going on.
Nothing's going on. We were sort of dancing down the street at this point, me skipping backwards over the pavement as he stalked after me, shoes clicking and coat flying. There was clearly something very, very wrong with me, because it was kind of hot. His eyes gleamed.
Now.
I tripped over the curb as it flattened unexpectedly at a side street, but Oliver caught my wrist before I could fall, yanking me against his body and holding me there, making me, I guess, equivalent to a plant in his estimation. God, his coat was cozy.
Please stop playing with me, Luke.
Now he just sounded tired, maybe even a little sad.
What's this really about?
Fuck. The jig was beyond up. I've been in the papers again recently, so I need a respectable boyfriend or I'll lose my job. Bridge suggested you. And of course, Tom had been right all along. It sounded terrible. I ducked my head, barely able to look Oliver in the face. I'm sorry, I went on, inadequately. I'll pay you back for dinner. He ignored that.
Bridget thought I'd be good for you.
Well, I flapped a hand at him. Look at you. You're perfect.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. I had no right to touch anything so nice, but I hid my face against his coat, and he let me. You've always acted like you thought you were better than me. I was close enough that I heard him swallow.
Is that what you believe?
Well, it's true, you are. Happy now?
Not remotely.
The pause that followed whistled in my ears like I was falling.
Explain to me again, said Oliver, finally, why you need a boyfriend?
It was the least I owed him. Mainly for this big fundraiser we've got coming up at the end of April. Our donors all think I'm a bad gay. He frowned.
What's a good gay?
Someone like you.
I see.
Don't worry about it. I finally managed to peel myself off his coat. It's not your
I'll do it.
My jaw dropped open so hard, it clicked. You what?
As it happens, I also have an event coming up that may go more smoothly with someone on my arm. I'll be your public boyfriend if you'll be mine.
He was insane. He had to be insane. It's not the same.
You mean...
One of his cool, grey glances.
I'm to help you with your significant occasion, but you won't help me with mine?
No, God no. It's just you're a fancy lawyer.
I'm a criminal barrister. Most people think we're the scum of the earth.
And I'm the disgraced son of a disgraced rock star. I can't hold my drink. I'm unnecessarily mean. I make terrible decisions. You can't possibly want me to accompany you to anything. His chin came up.
Nevertheless, Those are my terms.
You know you'll end up in the tabloids if you spend too long with me.
I don't care what people say about me.
I laughed, shocking even myself with how bitter it sounded. You think that, and then they start saying things.
I'll take the risk.
Really? God. Dizzily, I found myself reaching for his coat again.
Yes, but if we're to do this, we have to do it properly.
I blinked at him. Properly sounded ominous. I was not good at properly. You should know I perform very badly in standardized tests.
I just need you to make an effort to be convincing. I don't care about your past or internet gossip, but...
And here that stern mouth pressed into a hard line.
I would rather not have to explain to my family that my boyfriend is only pretending.
Wait, your family?
Yes. It's my parents' ruby wedding anniversary in June. I don't want to go alone.
Is it... I couldn't help asking. In Provence?
Milton Keynes.
And you seriously want to take me to meet your folks?
Why not?
I barked out another laugh. How long have you got?
If you don't want to do it, Luke, you can tell me.
He was never going to call me Lucien again, was he? He was going to respect my wishes like some kind of arsehole. No. I hastily flung up my hands. I'll do it. I just think you're making a terrible mistake.
That's for me to decide.
He paused, a flush crawling over the sculpted arch of his cheekbones.
Obviously, maintaining the fiction will require a certain degree of physical contact between us, but please don't kiss me again. Not on the mouth, anyway.
Why? Are you Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman?
His blush deepened. No, I simply prefer to reserve that intimacy for people I actually like.
Oh. Sometimes you can half believe you've been hurt so much you've basically been vaccinated, rendered immune. And then someone says something like that to you. I forced my mouth into a grin. Well, as you've seen, that's not a problem for me. My only consolation was that Oliver didn't look very happy either.
Apparently not.
But don't worry, despite recent evidence, I can keep my lips off you.
Good. Thank you.
Silence sloshed heavily between us. So, I asked, what now?
Brunch at mine? This Sunday?
Twice in a week? He'd be sick of me before we even made it to the Beetle Drive, and I'd either be sick of him, or I wouldn't. And wouldn't was too scary to handle right now.
If this is going to work...
He gazed at me solemnly.
We need to get to know each other, Luke.
You can call me Lucien, I blurted out.
I thought you said you didn't...
It can be your special name for me. I mean, suddenly I could barely catch my breath. Your fake special name for me. That's a thing, right, that couples do?
But I don't want to have a fake special name for you that you genuinely don't like.
There was that light again, those secret flecks of silver in the cold steel of his eyes.
That would make me a terrible fake boyfriend.
It's fine, I overreacted. I don't care.
That's hardly an endorsement.
I mean, I don't mind. Was he going to make me beg? Who was I kidding? I was probably going to. This was why relationships sucked. They made you need shit you'd been perfectly happy not needing, and then they took them away. He gave me one of those too searching, too sincere looks.
Well, if that's what you want.
I nodded, quietly hating myself. It's what I want.
Then I'll see you on Sunday.
He smiled. Oliver Blackwood was smiling. At me. For me. Because of me.
Lucien.
Chapter 9. So, I said to Alex Twaddle, a man walks into a bar, and he sits down and there's the bowl of peanuts, and a voice comes from the bowl of peanuts saying, "Hey, your hair looks great."
And then this other voice comes from the cigarette machine on the other side of the bar saying, "No, it doesn't. You look like a prick, and so does your mum." Alex's eyes widened. "Oh, I say, that's a bit much." "Yeah, keep that in mind because it's sort of integral to the joke. Anyway, the man asks the barman what's going on, and the barman says, 'Don't worry, the nuts are complimentary, but the cigarette machine's out of order.'" "Well, I suppose they wouldn't have bothered to fix it because you're not allowed to smoke in pubs anymore." I should have seen this coming. "You're right, Alex. It's the accuracy that makes it funnier." "I'll keep that in mind, too." He smiled at me encouragingly. "What's the rest of the joke?" "That was the joke. The nuts are complimentary, but the cigarette machine is out of order." "Are you sure that's a joke? It just seems like facts about a bar." "Once again," I told him, resigned to my fate, "you've hit the nail on the head. I'll try and do better tomorrow." I toodled back to my office, actually in a pretty good mood for once. My date with Oliver had been, as predicted, a disaster, but somehow not in a bad way. And there was something strangely liberating about having a pretend boyfriend, because it meant I didn't have to worry about all the usual relationship things. You know, like being shit at them. Even my morning tabloid alert had been borderline positive. Someone had snapped us at the restaurant, but crucially they'd got the moment before Oliver recoiled from me in disgust. So it had come out looking kind of romantic, with Oliver's coat billowing around us, and his face turned up to mine as my lips came down. The headlines were mostly variants of "Package Judge Club Kid's Son in New Gent Squeeze Shock," which I liked, because it suggested I had good taste in new squeezes. New fake squeezes. As I sat down and checked the donor lists to see if anyone else had dumped me, the phone rang.
"Oh my God,"
cried Bridge.
"you won't believe what's happened."
"You're right,
I can't really talk about it, but we've just got the English language rights for a really prestigious Swedish author, and everybody's been clamouring to read her debut novel, which is being billed as 100 Years of Solitude meets Gone Girl. But there was a lot of debate amongst the team over whether to give it an English title or stick with the Swedish original, and it all wound up being sorted out very last minute, and so now the book's gone to press as, "I'm out of the office at the moment, please forward any translation work to my personal email address."
I don't know. I think it's got a certain meta-textual cachet.
"I'm going to get fired."
You've not been fired yet, Bridge. They're not going to fire you over this.
"Oh,"
she perked up.
"that reminds me, how did your date go?"
"It was awful. We have nothing in common. I think I might have sexually assaulted him. But we're going to pretend to give it a go anyway, because we're both desperate."
"I knew you'd work it out."
I rolled my eyes, but only because she couldn't see me. "That's not working something out, that's making something up."
"Yes, but you'll slowly discover that you're not as different as you initially assumed, and then he'll surprise you with how thoughtful he is, and then you'll come to his rescue in an unexpected moment of need, and you'll fall madly in love with each other and live happily ever after."
"That's never going to happen. He doesn't even like me."
"What?"
I could hear the look on her face.
"Why would he agree to go on a date with you if he didn't like you?"
"Remember the bit where we're both desperate?"
"Luke, I'm sure he likes you. How could anybody not like you? You're lovely."
"He told me he didn't when I tried to kiss him." She gave a little squeak.
"You kissed?"
"No, I attacked him with my lips, and he was so repulsed he jumped into a potted plant."
"Maybe he was surprised."
"I was surprised when you guys threw me a surprise birthday party. Okay, I wasn't surprised because James Royce accidentally told me, but I didn't pull away in horror saying I only go to parties with people I like."
"Wait, he actually said that?"
"Pretty much, if you replace go to parties with kiss."
"Oh."
There was a moment's silence.
"I thought you were just being obsessively negative, like usual."
No, those were his exact words." She sighed.
Oliver, what are you doing? He can be so hopeless sometimes."
"He's not hopeless. He's an uptight git. Like in general, not because he was bothered by me non-consensually kissing him. Okay, let me rephrase. He's an uptight git who, independent of his uptightness and gititude, isn't into me.
Luke! She cried. That's not true!
Then she gave a weird hiccup.
I mean, he's not an uptight person. He always wants to do the right thing. And honestly, I think he's quite lonely.
I increasingly think some people are meant to be lonely. I'm lonely because I'm a wreck and nobody wants me. He's lonely because he's awful and nobody wants him.
See, you do have something in common.
Not funny, Bridge.
Are you seriously telling me there was nothing about the date that went well? Nothing you liked or connected with?
Well, there was no denying the man had excellent taste in fish sandwiches. And lemon posset. And there was that hidden softness in his eyes sometimes. And his rare smile. And the way he said, Lucien. Like it was just for me. No, I said firmly. Absolutely not.
I don't believe you. You only make such a big deal about hating people when you're secretly into them.
Look, can you come to terms with the idea that you know two gay people who wouldn't be good together?
I would, except...
Her voice lifted plaintively.
You'd be so good together.
Okay, I know you can't see it, but I'm holding up the fetishization card.
What does that card even look like?
It looks like two adorable men in sweaters holding hands under a rainbow.
I thought you wanted to hold hands with an adorable man under a rainbow.
I do, but the fact you want it almost as much as I do is what makes it creepy. She let out a melancholy sigh.
I just want you to be happy, especially after I stole Tom.
You didn't steal him. He just liked you better. If I said it enough, hopefully one of us would start to believe it.
Anyway,
she went on briskly,
I've got to go. One of our authors emailed to say he had his entire manuscript on a USB stick that was swallowed by a duck.
Who the fuck is still using USB sticks?
Really have to deal with this. Love you, bye.
I'd got as far as, but, before the line went dead. To be honest, it was probably about time I started doing my job anyway. Now that Operation Fake Respectable Boyfriend was a go, I was potentially in a position to try to salvage the Beetle Drive, which in practice would mean begging forgiveness from people I didn't think had anything to forgive me for, and who wouldn't admit that they thought I needed to be forgiven. The first step would be reaching out and saying, "Hi, I know you all think I'm a dirty, junky pervert, but I've cleaned up my act and renewed my commitment to living my life by a set of standards that you made up for me in your heads. Now please, for the love of God, give us some money so we can save the bugs that eat shit." Except, without using any of those words, or ideas, or sentiments. After a long afternoon, 6 cups of Fairclough standard coffee, 23 drafts and 3 breaks, in each of which I had to give the same explanation to Rhys Jones Bowen about how to do double-sided photocopies, I'd composed an appropriately diplomatic email and sent it off. To be honest, I probably wasn't going to get any replies. Then again, it's amazing what rich people will do for free food, so if I was lucky, I could probably convince at least a couple of them to be less busy on the night of the Beetle Drive than their diaries had hitherto suggested. Giddy from a rare sense of accomplishment, and swept along by a rush of something that was either optimism or masochism, I unlocked my phone and pinged a message to Oliver. Do fake boyfriends fake text? I'm not sure what I was expecting in return, but what I got was, "Not when one of them is due in court," including the punctuation, which was mildly better than no reply at all, but mildly worse than a flat no, since he'd basically said, "No thanks, also don't forget I've got a better job than you." It was close to 9 that evening, and I was eating Kung Po chicken in my socks, when he followed it up with, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I've thought about it, and we probably should text each other for the sake of verisimilitude." I left him hanging for a while to show that I also had important life stuff to be getting on with. Never mind that I actually watched 4 episodes of BoJack Horseman and had a vindictive wank before replying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, and no wonder you're single if the second text you send a guy includes the word verisimilitude." There was no reply, even though I sat around till 1:30, definitely not caring. I was unexpectedly de-sleeped by a buzzing from my phone at 5 a.m. My apologies. Next time I'll send a photograph of my penis. And then several further buzzings. That was a joke. I should probably make it clear that I'm not intending to send you any pictures. I've never sent that sort of thing to anybody. As a lawyer, it's hard not to be aware of the potential consequences. I was awake now, which normally I'd have found profoundly objectionable. But you'd have to be a way better person than me not to enjoy the hell out of Oliver losing his shit over a purely hypothetical dick pic. I also realise you're probably asleep at the moment, so perhaps if you could just delete the previous 5 messages when you wake up. Of course, I should emphasise that I am not meaning to imply any judgment about people who do choose to send intimate photographs to one another. It's just not something I'm comfortable with. Of course, if it is something you're comfortable with, I understand. Not that I'm suggesting you have to send me a picture of your penis. Oh God, can you please delete every text I've ever sent you? The influx of messages paused just long enough that I could pop off a reply. Sorry, I'm confused. Am I getting a dick pic or what? No. There was another pause. Then, I'm very embarrassed, Lucien. Please don't make it worse. I honestly don't know what possessed me. Maybe I felt sorry for him, but he had kind of, admittedly accidentally, made my morning. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, now I wish I hadn't bothered. Except a second or two later, I got, I'm looking forward to seeing you too. And while that felt better, it was, if anything, even more confusing. Chapter 10. It was pretty typical for my life that when I finally had a brunch date with an attractive, only slightly annoying man, my mum rang. A bit busy right now. Busy in this case was code for standing in my underpants trying to find an outfit that said, I'm sexy yet respectable, and I promise I won't randomly try to kiss you again, but if you change your mind, I'd be up for it. Maybe something in the Jumper family? Cuddly, but with a touch of sensuality.
Luke?
There was an edge of concern in her voice that I really wanted to ignore.
I need you to come right away.
How right away is right away? Did I, for example, have time for a couple of rounds of French toast and an eggs Benedict with a hot barrister?
Please, mon canton. It is important.
Okay, she had my attention. The thing is, Mum has a crisis every half hour, but she's usually pretty good at signalling the difference between Judy's lost her watch in a cow and there's water coming through the ceiling. I flumped down onto the edge of the bed. What's wrong?
I don't want to say over the phone.
Mum, I asked, have you been kidnapped?
No. Then I would be saying, help, I have been kidnapped.
But you couldn't say that because the kidnappers wouldn't let you. She made an exasperated noise.
Don't be silly. The kidnappers would have to let me tell you I'd been kidnapped. Otherwise, what would be the point of kidnapping me in the first place?
A brief pause.
What you should have asked is, have you been replaced by a robot policeman from the future who wants to murder me?
I blinked. Have you?
No, but that is what I would say if I had been replaced by a robot policeman from the future who wants to murder you.
You do know I have an actual date with an actual man.
And I'm very happy for you, but this cannot wait.
Mum, I said firmly, this is getting weird. What's going on? There was a pause, which a paranoid part of me did think felt like the kind of pause you'd leave if you had to non-verbally ask a kidnapper for instructions.
Listen to me, Luke. This is not the same as when I said you had to come immediately because my life was in danger, and it turned out that I just needed you to replace the battery in my smoke alarm. Although I do maintain that I could have died. I am old and I am French. I fall asleep with a cigarette all the time. Also, it was making a very annoying noise. It was like Guantanamo Bay.
How was it like Actually, never mind.
Please come over. I'm sorry to do this, but I am playing the you have to trust me card. Because you have to trust me.
Well, that was that. When it came down to it, there was me and Mum, and then there was everybody else. I'll be there as soon as I can. I knew the decent thing to do was ring Oliver and try to explain, but I didn't know how. What was I going to say? Hi, I have this really intense relationship with my mother that probably looks creepy and codependent from the outside, so I'm calling off the date. I basically begged you to go on with me. Also, I was a coward, so I texted instead. Can't make it, can't explain why, sorry. Enjoy brunch? Then I hastily revised my sartorial choices from I am going on a date and trying to salvage my reputation to I might have to deal with anything from a death in the family to an exploding toilet, and pegged it to the station. While I was on the train, Oliver called, and I winced, before nobly diverting him to voicemail. He left one too. Who the fuck does that? Judy was waiting for me at Epsom in her rickety green Lotus 7. I coerced 2 spaniels into the footwell and slid in underneath a third. She snapped her goggles into place.
All aboard?
I'd long since given up expecting her to care either way, and today was no exception. She slammed her foot down with an enthusiasm that, had I not been fully aboard, would have left me smeared all over the road. "How's Mum?" I yelled, over the rush of the wind and the rattle of the engine and the excitement of the spaniels.
Bloody distraught!
I nearly threw up my own heart. Fuck! What's happened?
Yara Sophia had a complete breakdown in the lip sync, and she'd hitherto been so sickeningly fierce.
And in the real world?
Oh, Odil's fine, fighting fit, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, wet-nosed, glossy coat, all that.
Then why did she sound upset on the phone?
Well, bit of a shock, but you'll find out.
I extricated one of the spaniels from my crotch. Look, I'm kind of freaking out here, and it would be really helpful if you tell me what was going on.
Nil freak-a-random, old thing, but I'm afraid I absolutely have to be like Dad on this one.
Who's Dad?
Anybody's dad. You know, be like Dad, keep Mum.
What? To give Judy her due, she had managed to distract me from the imminent mysterious disaster.
Sorry, probably not PC anymore. Probably now you have to say, be like Dad, keep in touch with your feelings, or something.
She thought for a moment.
Or I suppose for you homosexuals it's be like Dad, keep Dad, which is just bally confusing for everybody.
Yeah, that's what they put on our t-shirts. Some people are just bally confusing for everybody. Get over it.
Anyway, I know it's all a bit wobble-inducing, but stiff upper lip. I'll have you there in no time.
Honestly, it's fine. Take your... The sudden jolt of acceleration ripped away the remains of my protestation, and I spent the next 10 minutes trying not to die, juggling spaniels and clinging to the sides of the vehicle as we careened up hill and down dale, through twisty country lanes and villages that, prior to our passing through them, I'd have characterised as sleepy. We screeched to a halt outside Mum's, which had once been the village post office, and was now a pretty little detached house called the Old Post Office, that sat at the end of a road called Old Post Office Road. That seemed to be how names worked around here. Old Post Office Road was off Main Road, which turned variously into Mill Road, Rectory Road, and Three Fields Road.
I'll just shove off, announced Judy. Got to see a chap about his bullocks. Rather fancy them, to be honest.
And with that, she roared away into the distance, spaniels barking. Unlatching the gate, I made my way through the slightly overgrown front garden and let myself into the house. I'm not entirely sure what I'd been expecting, but it definitely wasn't John Fleming. At first, I thought I was having some kind of hallucination. He'd been around when I was very young, but I had no memory of him, so this was effectively the first time I'd seen my father, in person. And I had no way of processing it, just a vague sense of a man wearing a scarf indoors and getting away with it. He and Mum were sitting at the opposite ends of the living room, looking like two people who ran out of things to say a very long time ago. "What the fuck?" I said.
Luke,
Mum stood, actually wringing her hands.
I know you won't remember him very well, but this is your father.
"I know who he is. What I don't know is why he's here."
Well, that's why I called. He has something to tell you.
I folded my arms. If it's sorry, or I've always loved you, or some bullshit like that, he's about 25 years too late. At this, John Fleming also got to his feet. As the saying goes, nothing says family like everyone standing around, staring awkwardly at each other. "Lucian," he said. You prefer Luke, is that right?" I would have been happy to live my entire life without having to look my dad in the face. Unfortunately, as with so much else, he wasn't giving me the choice. And I will tell you now, it was the weirdest fucking thing. Because the way someone seems in a photograph, and the way they really are, is this horrible, uncanny valley of recognition and strangeness. And it's even worse when you can see bits of yourself in them. My eyes looking back at me. That strange, not quite blue, not quite green. There was an opportunity here to take the high road. I chose not to. "I'd prefer you didn't talk to me at all." He sighed, sad and noble, in a way he had no right being. That was the problem with being old and having good bone structure. You got this giant whack of unearned dignity. "Luke," he tried again. "Yeah, I've got cancer." Of course he did. So, it's made me realise some things. Made me think about what's important. "What, you mean the people you abandoned?" Mum put a hand on my arm.
Mon cher, I would be the first to agree that your father is a shady carabudin. But he could die.
Sorry to repeat myself, but so? On some level, I was aware that there was a difference between not taking the high road and taking a road so low that it involved tunnelling straight to hell. But right then, nothing felt even 2% real. "I'm your father," said John Fleming, which his gravelly rock legend voice somehow transformed from a meaningless platitude into a profound statement of mutual connectedness. "This is my last chance to know you." There was a buzzing in my head, like I'd snorted bees. A lifetime of manipulative movie bullshit had taught me exactly how I was supposed to behave here. I was allowed a brief flash of unconvincing anger, then I'd cry, then he'd cry, then we'd hug, then the camera would pan out and all would be forgiven. I looked him straight in those wise, sorrowful, too familiar eyes. "Oh, fuck off and die. I mean, fuck off and literally die. You could have done this at any time in the last 2 decades. You don't get to do it now." "I know I've let you down." He was nodding sincerely, as though he was trying to tell me he understood what I was saying better than I understood it myself. "But it's taken me a long time to get to where I always should have been." "Then write a fucking song about it, you arrogant, narcissistic, manipulative, bald wanker." Then, I got the hell out of there. As the door swung closed behind me, I caught Mum's voice saying,
"Well, I think that could have gone a lot worse."
Which was her all over, really. Pucklethroop in the Wold did technically have a taxi service, or at least it had a bloke called Gavin who you could call and he'd come and pick you up in his car and charge you about $5 to take you to one of the 3 places he was willing to go. But it was actually only a 40-minute walk across the fields to the station, and I was having the sort of hot, ragey, cryy feelings that made avoiding other humans a pretty high priority for me. I was very slightly calmer by the time I was on a train, whooshing back to London. and for some reason I decided that would be a good moment to pick up Oliver's voicemail.
"Lucian," he said. "I don't know what I was expecting, but this clearly isn't going to work. There isn't going to be an in future, but if in some imaginary future you were thinking of standing me up again, at least do me the courtesy of inventing a decent excuse. And I'm sure you're finding all this very funny, but it isn't something I need in my life right now."
Well, that was what it was. I listened to it again, and then immediately wondered why the fuck I'd done that to myself. I guess maybe I was hoping it would be better the second time around. It wasn't. The carriage was mostly empty. It was a funny time of day to be heading into the city, so I tucked my face into the crook of my arm and shed some surreptitious tears. I didn't even know what I was crying over. I'd had an argument with a father I didn't remember and been dumped by a guy I wasn't dating. Neither of those things should have hurt. Didn't hurt. I wasn't going to let them hurt. I mean, yes, I was probably going to lose my job and probably be alone forever, and my father would probably die of cancer. But you know what? Fuck everything. I was going to go home, put on my dressing gown, and drink until nothing mattered anymore. There was fuck all I could do about the other stuff. But I could do that. Chapter 11. 2 hours later, I was in Clerkenwell, standing outside one of those dinky Georgian terraces with the wrought iron railings and the window boxes, holding down Oliver's doorbell as if I was worried it would fall off the wall.
"What?"
he said when he finally answered.
"Is wrong with you?"
So many things. But I'm really sorry and I don't want to fake break up. His eyes narrowed.
"Have you been crying?"
No. Ignoring my obvious and pointless lie, he stepped out of the doorway.
"Oh, for God's sake, come in."
Inside, Casa de Blackwood was everything I'd expected in some ways, and nothing like I'd expected in others. It was tiny and immaculate, all white painted walls and stripped wooden floors, with flashes of dual bright colour from rugs and throw pillows. Effortlessly homey and grown up and shit, leaving me jealous and intimidated and weirdly yearny. Oliver closed his laptop and hurriedly tidied away a selection of already nearly stacked papers before settling onto the far end of the two-seater sofa. He was in what I guessed to be his casual mode, well-fitting jeans and a light blue cashmere jumper and bare feet, which I found strangely intimate. I mean, not in a fetishy way, just in a, this is what I look like when people aren't around way.
"I don't understand you, Lucian."
He rubbed at his temples despairingly.
"You ditched me with no explanation, by text because a phone call would apparently be too much, and then you turn up on my doorstep, still with no explanation because a phone call would apparently not be enough."
I tried to pick a not avoiding or crowding you spot on the sofa and sat in it, knocking my knee against his anyway. I should have phoned, like, both times. Except I guess if I'd phoned the first time, I wouldn't have had to phone this time.
"What happened? I honestly thought you couldn't be bothered."
I'm not that much of a flake. I get that the evidence is kind of against me here. But I do need this. I gave an inarticulate wave. Thing we're doing. And I'll try to do better if you give me another chance. Oliver's eyes were at their silverest, soft and stern at the same time.
"How can you expect me to trust you'll do better next time when you still won't talk to me about this time?"
I had some family shit. I thought it was important, but it wasn't. It won't happen again, and you signed up for a fake boyfriend, not a real basket case.
I knew what I was getting into.
I wasn't quite strong enough for Oliver's opinion of me right now. Look, I get I'm not what you're looking for, but can you please stop throwing it in my face?
That...
He seemed genuinely flustered.
"That wasn't what I meant. I was just trying to say that I didn't expect you to be something you weren't."
What, like remotely reliable or sane?
Like easy or ordinary. I stared at him. I think my mouth might actually have been hanging open. Lucien, he went on, I realise we're not friends, and that perhaps we're not naturally suited to one another. That given the opportunity, you'd have chosen to be with anybody else rather than me. But, he shifted uncomfortably, we've agreed to be part of each other's lives, and I can't do this if you can't be open with me. My dad's got cancer, I blurted out. Oliver looked at me the way I'd like to imagine I'd look at somebody who'd just told me their dad had cancer, but blatantly wouldn't. I'm so sorry. Of course you had to be with him. Why on earth didn't you say that at the beginning? Well, because I didn't know. My mum just told me something important was happening, and I believed her because I'll always believe her. And I didn't tell you because I thought you'd think it was weird. Why would I think it's weird that you love your mother? I don't know. I always worry it makes me sound like Norman Bates. His hand settled warmly on my knee, and while I probably should have, I didn't see any reason to shake him off. It's very admirable of you, and I appreciate your honesty. Thanks. Thanks. Wow, Oliver being nice to me was way harder to deal with than Oliver being angry with me. Is it all right if I ask about your father? Is there anything I can do? Yeah, you can not ask about my father. He patted my knee in this gently sympathetic way that I could never have managed without it feeling like a come-on. I understand. It's a family matter and I shouldn't intrude. I'm sure he wasn't trying to make me feel bad, but he was doing a really good job of it regardless. It's not that. I just hate the fucker. I see. I mean, he blinked. I don't. He's your father, and he's got cancer. He still walked out on Mum and me. Come on, you must know this. Know what? Odile O'Donnell and John Fleming. Big passion, big breakup, small kid. Do you not read the papers? Hasn't Bridge told you? I was aware that you were peripherally famous. I didn't consider it relevant. We were quiet a moment. God knows what was going through his head, and I was just confused. I'd always resented people thinking they knew who I was from something they'd read or seen or heard on a podcast, but I'd also apparently got used to it. So used to it that having to actually tell a person about my life was a little bit scary. I can't decide, I said finally, if this is really sweet or really apathetic of you. I'm pretending to date you, not your parents. I shrugged. Most people think my parents are the most interesting thing about me. Perhaps that's because you don't let them know you. The last person who knew me... Never mind. No way was I going there. Not today. Not ever again. I let out a shaky breath. The point is, my dad's a dick who treated my mum like shit, and now he's doing this big comeback where everyone's acting like it's okay, and it's not okay, and it fucks me off. Oliver's brow wrinkled. I can see how that would be difficult. But if he truly might die, you should probably be sure you aren't making any choices you can't unmake. What's that supposed to mean? Just that if the worst happens, and afterwards you regret not giving him a chance, there'll be nothing you can do about it. What if that's a risk I'm willing to take? It's your call. Would you think less of me? I coughed. Well, even less of me. I don't think badly of you, Lucien. Apart from being the sort of self-involved arsehole who'd stand up his date for fun. At this, he went a little pink. I'm sorry. I was upset and said some unfair things. Though in my defence, I'm not sure how you expected me to factor in the possibility that your behaviour was a result of your having received a cryptic message from your reclusive rock icon mother, and having then learned that your estranged father, whose recent return to the limelight you profoundly resent, has a life-threatening illness. Pro tip, apologise or make excuses, don't do both. You're right. Oliver leaned toward me a little, his breath whispering across my cheek. I'm I'm sorry I hurt you. It would have taken only the slightest of movements to kiss him, and I very nearly did, because this whole conversation was taking me down a rabbit hole of feelings and memories and stuff I had trouble sharing with my actual friends. But he'd made it pretty clear he wasn't up for that, so instead I had to say, I'm sorry I hurt you too. There was a long silence, with us both hovering awkwardly on the edge of each other's personal space. Are we really bad at this? I asked. We've been fake dating for 3 days and we've already fake broken up once. Yes, but we fake resolved our difficulties and fake got back together, and I'm hoping it's made us fake stronger. I laughed, which was crazy because this was Oliver Blackwood, the stuffiest man in the universe. You know, I was genuinely looking forward to brunch. Well? He gave me an uncertain smile. You're here now, and everything's still in the fridge. It's nearly 6. That's not brunch, it's... Brinner? Does it matter? Wow, you rebel, you. Oh yes, that's me, sticking 2 fingers up at society and its normative concept of mealtimes. So, I tried to sound casual, but I was about to touch on something very serious indeed. This brunch, Brinner, punk rock rejection of the egg-based status quo, will there be French toast? Oliver flicked up a brow. There could be, if you're very good. I can be good. What sort of good did you have in mind? I wasn't... I mean, that is... Maybe you can set the table? I hid a smile behind my hand, because I didn't want him to think I was mocking him, even if I kind of was. But I guess this was exactly what I'd signed up for. A man who probably owned napkin rings. After all, the mail was unlikely to run with Rockstar love child in wrong fork shame. What I hadn't expected, though, was how nice, how safe, how right it would feel. Chapter 12. I did in fact set the table, though thankfully there were no napkin rings. We ate in Oliver's kitchen, at a tiny circular table about 3 feet away from the hob, with our knees touching underneath it, because apparently we were doomed to an eternity with our legs tangled up together. I'd secretly enjoyed watching him cook for me, heating oil, chopping garnish, and breaking eggs with the same care and precision he brought to everything else. Also, there was no denying he was easy on the eyes when he wasn't judging me, which I was starting to suspect he did way less often than I'd imagined. So, how many of me were you expecting? I asked, surveying the bounty of eggs and waffles and blueberries and multiple varieties of toast, French included. He blushed. I got a little carried away. It's been a while since I've had anyone to cook for. I suppose, since we're meant to be dating, we should know this sort of stuff about each other. How long's a while? 6 months, give or take. That's not a while, that's practically a now. It's longer than I prefer to go without a partner. I stared at him, over my eggs Benedict. What, are you some kind of relationship junkie? Well, when were you last with somebody? Define with. The fact you're even asking says quite a lot. Fine, I scowled. Nearly 5 years? He gave a thin smile. Perhaps it would be best if we refrained from passing comment on each other's choices. This is an amazing Brinner, I said, by way of a preemptive peace offering, then launched straight into, So why did you break up? I'm not entirely sure. He said he just wasn't happy anymore. Ouch. He shrugged. There comes a point when enough people have said, it's not you, it's me, that you begin to suspect it may, in fact, be you. Why? What's wrong with you? Do you hog the duvet? Are you secretly racist? Do you think Roger Moore was a better Bond than Connery? No, good God, no. although I do think more is somewhat underrated. Handling the serving spoon with irritating deftness, Oliver poured a perfect spiral of cream onto his poppy seed waffle. I honestly believed it was working, but then I always do. I snapped my fingers. Ah, you must be terrible in bed. Clearly. He gave me a wry look. Another mystery solved. Damn it, I was hoping you'd get defensive and I'd at least find out something dirty about you. Why, Lucien, for someone who's made it abundantly clear that he's not interested, you seem quite fascinated with my sex life. Heat rushed to my face. I'm not. If you say so. No, really, it's... Ugh, this was a mess. Partly because I was maybe a bit more curious than I wanted to admit. Oliver was so self-possessed that it was hard not to wonder what he was like when he let go, if he let go, what it would be like to inspire that kind of recklessness in him. I'm just sort of aware that anything you wanted to know about me you could Google. Would it be the truth, though? I cringed. Some of it, and not only the good stuff. If there's one thing I've learned in my line of work, it's that some of the truth is the most misleading thing you can hear. Anything I want to know about you, I'll ask. What about, I said in a small voice, when you're mad at me, when you're looking for reasons to think the worst of me? And you believe I'll need the papers to help me with that? I shot him an outraged glare, but for some reason I ended up smiling instead. Something about the way he was looking at me took the sting from his words. Is that what passes for reassurance in your world? I don't know. Is it working? Weirdly, maybe a little bit. I distracted myself with the French toast, which was rich and sweet and dripping with maple syrup. You'll end up looking, though. Everyone always does. Do you really think I have nothing better to do with my time than web-stalk the E-list children of C-list celebrities? Again, with the mean comforting. What the hell is that about? I wasn't sure you'd accept any other kind. He looked slightly abashed, chasing a blueberry round and round his plate. Honestly, he might have been right, but I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of admitting it. Try me. I'm not going to make you any promises because that just gives all this nonsense more power over you. But it's easy for you to call it nonsense. You don't live with it. He gave an exasperated little huff. See, I said you wouldn't want my reassurance. You haven't given me any reassurance. You've told me you aren't going to make any promises and dicked on my pain. It wasn't my intent to dick. We eyed each other warily over the battlefield of our breakfast foods. In many ways, our second date was going as badly as our first. Hell, in many ways it was going worse, since I'd arrived 6 hours late and been dumped before I got there. But it felt different. Somehow, even being annoyed with him brought with it this strange warmth. Anyway, Oliver went on, you didn't let me finish. And I'm usually so considerate in that regard. Up went that brow of his. Good to know. And for some reason, I blushed. He gave a little cough. As I was saying, I recognise that the penumbra of public commentary is significant to you and has affected your life, but it is nonsense to me and always will be, compared to you. Okay. I made an odd hoarse noise. You were right. Go back to being snarky. I really don't think I'll look, Lucien. I have no wish to hurt you. I get I have bad taste in men, but I've managed to mostly avoid dating guys who actively want to screw me over. It's not about wanting or not wanting to hurt me, but I tried to sound jaded and resigned rather than horribly, horribly exposed. You know how it is. People get curious, or they get frustrated, or they do that thing where they think they're going to read it, then impress me with how totally okay with it they are, but they just get freaked out and I just feel fucked up. Then if you can't trust in my good intentions, at least trust that I'm as much of a pompous arse as you think I am, and would therefore never touch a tabloid. I don't think you're a pompous ass. According to Bridget, it was the first thing you said about me. Actually, it was the second. The first was, if I'd known your only other gay friend was that hot, I'd have agreed to meet him months ago. Of course, that had been before the homosexual who's standing next to me incident. I shuffled uncomfortably in my seat. Oh yeah, looking back, I was probably a bit harsh on you. Really? He asked, in a tone of hope, tinged with suspicion. Well, I wouldn't say you were a full-on pompous ass. Maybe more of a supercilious butt cheek. To my surprise, he laughed. A deep, full-throated laugh that made the hairs on my arms stand up in unexpected pleasure. I can live with that. Now, he propped his elbows on the table, moving in a little closer. What else should fake boyfriends know about each other? You're the one with all the relationship experience. You tell me. That's the thing about relationships. If you've not had many, you've got limited basis for comparison. If you've had a lot, you're clearly doing something wrong. You're the one who insisted we had to get to know each other. I smirked at him. You know, for verisimilitude. Are you ever going to let me live that down? I gave it a moment's thought. No. Fine. He sighed. Birthdays? Don't bother, I'll forget it. I can't be fucked with birthdays, including my own. Well, I would remember. God, I groaned. I bet you'd get me an incredibly thoughtful gift as well, and make me feel awful. His lips twitched. I would make a point of it. Anyway, it's July, so we'll have fake decided we're not compatible and fake broken up long before it becomes an issue. Oh. For a split second, he looked almost disappointed. Your turn. I don't remember agreeing to take turns. I generally find most situations are improved by reciprocation. Versatile, are you? I widened my eyes innocently. Behave yourself, Lucien. Well, that wasn't sexy. Nope, definitely not. Not at all. A sweet little shiver whooshed the length of my spine. My mind had gone blank. Hobbies and stuff? What do you do when you're not working? Usually I am working. The law is a demanding profession. For the record, saying things like, the law is a demanding profession, is what made me think you were pompous. Well, I'm sorry, he said, in the tone of someone who wasn't sorry at all. But I didn't know how else to convey that I have a fulfilling but challenging job that takes up a lot of my time. You could have gone with that. Dear me, we've been dating for less than 3 days and you're already trying to change me. Why would I want you to change when it's so much fun taking the piss out of you? His brow wrinkled. Thank you, I think. I can't tell if that was a compliment. It was probably just because I'm a bad person that I was finding him slightly endearing right now. Yeah, that's kind of the game. But come on, you must do something that doesn't involve wigs and hammers. I cook, I read, I spend time with friends, I try to stay healthy. Oh, yay. So I hadn't been imagining the body under those conservative suits. I mean, not that I was imagining it, at least not very much. His gaze caught mine. What about you? Me, you know, the usual. Stay out too late, drink too much, cause the people who care about me needless anxiety. And what do you actually do? I really wanted to look away, but for some reason I couldn't. His eyes kept promising me things I was sure I didn't want. I've been in a bit of a slump for a while. I still do stuff. I was out last Saturday, but I never seem to have anything to show for it. There was the rabbit hole again, and the last thing I wanted was for Oliver to ask a thoughtful follow-up question that would take me further down it. Your turn, I yipped, grinning wildly, as if my life being basically wrecked was a hilarious anecdote. His fingers tapped lightly against the table for a moment or two, as he seemed to give the matter far too much consideration. With the caveat that I would be interested irrespective of your parents' celebrity, could you tell me a little of your background? That sounds like a job interview, not a boyfriend interview. I can't help being curious. I've known of you for years, but we've never really talked before. Yeah, because you made it pretty damn clear you wanted nothing to do with me. I would dispute that characterization, but either way, I do now. I made a sullen, embarrassingly adolescent noise. Whatever. Uneventful childhood, promising career, went off the rails, here I am. I'm sorry, he said, which was not the reaction I was expecting. This was too artificial a structure for personal conversation. Shrug. Apparently I was still in teenager mode. There's no conversation to have. If that's your preference. What about you? What would you like to know? I'd been hoping talking about him would feel less revealing than talking about me. Turned out it didn't. I made a sound that could roughly be expressed as, dunno. Well, he offered gamely, like yours, my childhood was very uneventful. My father's an accountant, my mother used to be a professor at LSE, and they're both kind and supportive people. I have an older brother, Christopher, who's a doctor, as is his wife, Mia. Well, aren't you a bunch of high achievers? We've been very lucky. And we were raised to believe that we should pursue something we believed in. Which is what led you to law? He nodded. Indeed. I'm not sure it's entirely what my parents had in mind, but I think it's right for me. If I murdered someone, I told him, discovering to my surprise that I meant it, I would totally want you to be my lawyer. Then the first piece of advice I should give you is don't tell me if you've murdered someone. Surely people don't do that. You'd be surprised. Defendants have no legal training of their own. They don't always know what will implicate them and what won't. I'm not speaking from experience, incidentally. He gave me a small smile. My second piece of advice is that if you are ever accused of murder, you should hire somebody significantly more experienced than I am. You mean you've never done one? Contrary to what you might think, homicide is actually quite rare, and one tends to come to it later in one's career. Then what sort of cases do you work on? Whatever comes. I don't get to choose. It's often rather banal. I shot him a quizzical look. I thought this was your big passion. It is. You just described it as rather banal. I meant it can seem banal to other people. If your only experience of the law is television courtroom dramas, the reality that I spend my days defending teenagers who were caught shoplifting nail varnish and small-time criminals who've overreached themselves can be somewhat disappointing. He stood and started gathering up the empty plates and bowls. Socially, it's a bit of a lose-lose. Either people think I spend all day putting killers and rapists back on the streets for the money, or they think I'm terribly dull. Without thinking about it, I rose to help, our hands tangling among the Brunnerware. Maybe we can split the difference and say you're spending your days putting teenage shoplifters back on the street for the money. Maybe we can split the difference and say I spend my days making sure a single error of judgment doesn't ruin a young person's life. I flicked a stray blueberry at him, and it bounced off his nose. Your point being? He asked. Clearing up. I was very busy clearing up. You really do care about this stuff, don't you? And that observation led you to assault me with soft fruit? Objection, badgering the witness. You know that's not a thing in this country. I gasped. Then what do you do when counsel is testifying? You either trust the judge to know what they're doing, which they usually do, even the mad ones, or you very politely say something along the lines of, "My lord, I believe the Honourable Counsel for the prosecution is testifying." And to think, here I heaved a deep sigh. I was imagining you leaping up and laying the legal smackdown on the smug suits from the AG's office. Do you mean sterling public servants from the Crown Prosecution Service? Damn it, Oliver. His name tasted bright and sharp on my tongue. Sugar and cinnamon. You're kind of sucking the fun out of the criminal justice system. Very deliberately, he picked up another blueberry and launched it at me. It pinged off my eyebrow. "What was that for?" I asked, with what I hoped came across as feigned petulance. His mouth was curling into a smile, as slow and warm as maple syrup. "You deserved it." Chapter 13. Oliver washed up, and I mostly got in the way, which was how I handled domestic tasks. I said, hooking my thumbs in my pockets in a futile attempt to look casual. "Thanks for the food, and for not dumping me and stuff. I suppose I should—" Oliver also hooked his thumbs in his pockets, then immediately took them out again, as if he had no idea why he'd done it. "You don't have to. I mean, if you want. There are some things we should probably discuss about logistics." This was more the Oliver I'd been expecting. I guess I'd got a temporary upgrade on account of my dad having cancer. "Logistics, huh? You'll turn a boy's head with talk like that." "I'm not trying to turn your head, Lucien. I'm trying to make sure this doesn't blow up in both of our faces." I made an insouciant gesture that involved knocking over the tiny vase of flowers that Oliver had just replaced on the table. "Shit, sorry. But how complicated is this? We carry on with our lives and tell anyone who asks that we're dating." "That's rather my point, though. Do we tell anyone who asks? What about Bridget?" "Yeah." I tried to fix the flowers and failed utterly. "She kind of already knows the truth." "And were you going to mention this at any point? Or were you just going to let me make a fool of myself in front of her as I naively committed to the pretense we were both supposed to be maintaining?" "Bridge is the exception. We can't keep secrets from Bridge. She's my straight best friend, there's a code." Oliver leaned past me and made 2 small adjustments to the flowers, transforming them from shabby and accusing to radiant and lovely. "But to everyone else, we're really dating." "Absolutely. I mean, there's a guy at work who's sort of in on it." "A guy at the work for whose benefit this whole deception is being practiced?" "Well, it was his idea, so it was unavoidable. Besides—" I nearly got insouciant again, but then thought better of it. "He's got the brains of a raspberry pavlova. He's probably already forgotten." He sighed. "Fine. So to everyone except Bridget and this gentleman you work with, we're really dating." "I can't lie to my mum, obviously." Another sigh. "So to everyone except Bridget, a gentleman you work with, and your mother, we're really dating." "Well, my other friends might not buy it. You know, because I've told them all I hate you. Then after years of my love life being a car crash and a dumpster fire, it's pretty fucking convenient I've ended up in a stable long-term relationship, just when I needed to do exactly that to not be fired." "And?" Oliver's eyebrows got all mean and pointy. "They're more likely to conclude that we concocted an elaborate fictional relationship than that you changed your mind about me." "It doesn't have to be elaborate. You're the one who's making it elaborate." "While you're putting no thought into it whatsoever." "Yep, that's how I roll." He folded his arms ominously. "In case you've forgotten, there are 2 of us in this fake relationship, and it won't be a very successful fake relationship without real work." "Jesus, Oliver." In my frustration, the flowers got it again. "I might as well actually be dating you." At this point, he edged me out of the kitchen and started reconstructing his centerpiece in a way I found, frankly, passive-aggressive. "As we've agreed, that is an outcome neither of us want." "You're right, that would be awful." Except for the French toast, and his cuddly Sunday afternoon jumper, and the rare moments when he'd forget he thought I was a dick. "Still, now we're committed, we should do this properly." He jammed a tulip into place slightly too hard, splitting the stem. "And that means not telling everybody that the whole affair is a pathetic hoax invented by 2 lonely men, and also getting used to spending time together like we would if we genuinely got on." I was starting to fear for the rest of the flowers, so I sidled back up to the table and pried them from his fingers. I'm sorry I let the cat very slightly out the bag. I won't do it again. He was silent for a long moment, so I started sticking things back into the vase. They didn't look good, but at least nothing snapped. And, I added grudgingly, we can do all the logistics and stuff that you think we need. Just let me know when you want to logist with me, and I'll be there. I'm sure we can negotiate matters as they arise. And you're still welcome to stay, if you'd like, if you have no other engagements. Engagements? Oh, Oliver. There was this tea dance I was meant to go to in 1953, but I can probably skip it. I should warn you. He gave me a cool look, apparently unimpressed by my dazzling wit. I shall be quite busy with work. Can I help? Honestly, I'm not a big fan of helping in general, but it seemed only polite to offer, and anything was better than going back to my empty, barely habitable flat and thinking about how the father I hated / was indifferent to might be dead soon. Not remotely. It's confidential. You have no legal training, and I saw the mess you made of the washing up. Right, so I'll sort of sit then, in the name of learning to put up with each other. I wouldn't put it quite like that. He seemed to give up on the flowers. And please make yourself at home. You can read, or watch television, or... Actually, I'm sorry. This was an awful invitation. I shrugged. It's probably what I'd be doing anyway, just in a nicer house with more of my clothes on. Keeping your clothes on is probably for the best. Don't worry, I know the drill. No kissing, no dick pics, no nudity. Yes, well... His hands moved absently. I think any of those would unnecessarily complicate the fake boyfriend situation. And I'm never unnecessary or complicated. There was an uncomfortable pause. So, he asked finally, are you staying? And, God knows why, I nodded. We settled down in the living room, me sprawled out on the sofa, and Oliver sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by papers with his laptop balanced on his knee. It wasn't exactly awkward, but it wasn't exactly not awkward either. We were still figuring out how to talk to each other without having a fight, so working out how to enjoy a comfortable silence was a bit next level for us. Or maybe it was just me. Oliver had vanished into the law, his head lowered and his fingers flurrying occasionally across the keys, and for all I knew, he'd already forgotten I existed. Snagging the remote, I turned on the TV, sheepishly installed ITV catch-up, and bobbed through the recentlies until I found the whole package. There were 2 episodes now. Joy. I pressed play, and was immediately treated to a 30-second montage of how great my dad was. Clips of him performing, interspersed with sound bites from people I assumed were famous music types, but either far too old or far too young for me to have any idea who they were, and all saying stuff like, John Fleming is a legend in this business, and John Fleming is the elder statesman of rock music, prog, folk, classic, he can do it all, and John Fleming's been my hero for 30 years. I almost turned it off, but then another montage kicked in, and I realised they were saying basically the same things about Simon from Blue. Once they'd finished shamelessly promoting the judges, we cut to the studio, where the 4 of them performed a frankly bizarre take on Erasure's Always, before a live audience who reacted like it was a cross between Live Aid and the Sermon on the Mount. My unqualified hot take was that it was the kind of track that could just about take a spurious flute solo, but definitely did not need a rap break from Professor Green. After that, they got into the show proper, which, it being the first ever episode, included a really pace-killing explanation of the format that I only half understood, and the presenter, who I was pretty sure wasn't Holly Willoughby but could have been, didn't understand at all. There was something involving points and bidding, and the judges getting a wild card they could use to steal people, and sometimes the contestants got to pick which judge they went with, but mostly they didn't. And finally, someone came on and wailed out an aggressively emotional version of Hallelujah before being snapped up by one of the Pussycat dolls. They filled an hour, plus ad breaks, cycling through variants on the 6 people who are always on these shows. The cocky guy who nobody wants and is nowhere near as good as he thinks he is. The forgettable one who gets picked up but is destined to be caught in the first of the head-to-heads. The one with the tragic backstory. The quirky one who will go out in the quarter-final but will wind up doing better than the actual winner. The one you're supposed to underestimate but blatantly won't because Susan Boyle happened. And the good-looking, talented one who the public will uniformly hate for being too good-looking and talented. Between the performances and the saccharine vid packages about people's mums and hometowns, the judges had the sort of banter you'd expect from people who'd never met and had nothing in common except having reached a point in their careers where judging a reality TV show was their best option. It was annoyingly watchable, is what I'm saying. And even Oliver would glance up occasionally to offer a comment. Apparently he hadn't got the memo that the only socially acceptable way to watch reality TV was ironically, because he kept saying things like, "I was very concerned for the shy girl with the NHS glasses and the braces, but I was very moved by the way she sang Fields of Gold." And then I'd wish I had a blueberry to throw at him. We got to a bit where John Fleming bid heavily on a girl with a harmonica. Quirky one, will go out in quarter-finals, only for Simon from Blue to play his wild card early and steal her out from under him. And it was the best moment so far by a mile. My dad tried to act all chill about it, but you could tell he was pissed off, which meant for about 30 seconds I became a massive fan of Simon from Blue, while also not being able to name a single one of his songs. I'm not entirely sure why. It could have been masochism, or Stockholm Syndrome, or secretly feeling kind of cozy, but I queued up the second episode. It was pretty much identical in format to the first. The judges still didn't know how to talk to each other, the presenters still didn't seem to understand the rules, and the contestants were still telling heartwarming stories about their dead grandmas and day jobs at Tesco's. We kicked off with a mum of 3 throwing everything she had at a 2-minute version of At Last, which nobody went for, but then insisted afterwards they should have gone for before promptly forgetting about her. Then we got a 17-year-old boy, peeking shyly from behind the world's floppiest fringe, black painted nails on fingers curled tightly round the mic, who gave a weirdly fragile and affecting performance of Running Up That Hill. "Oh," remarked Oliver, glancing up from his laptop. "That was rather good." Apparently the judges thought so too, and Ashley Roberts and Professor Green got into a slightly crazy bidding war for him that ended with Ashley Roberts pulling out, and then John Fleming, with a sense of the dramatic honed over a career that, as the intro kept telling us, had spanned 5 decades, jumping out of his chair to play his wild card. This left the kid, Leo from Billericay, free to choose between the professor and my dad. Obviously, the show cut straight to a commercial break, and we came back after an ad for car insurance with the tense music still playing and John Fleming about to launch into his Pick Me speech. He'd gone back to his seat and was sitting with an elbow on the armrest and his cheek against his fingers, his blue-green eyes fixed intently on Leo from Billericay. "What was in your head?" he asked, in that non-specifically regional burr that always made him sound so worldly and sincere. "While you were singing that?" Leo squirmed behind his fringe and muttered something the mic completely failed to catch. "Take your time, son," John Fleming told him. The camera jumped briefly to the other judges, who were all wearing their best "this is a moment" faces. "My dad," Leo managed. "He died last year, and we never really agreed about a lot of stuff, but music was, the thing that really brought us together." There was a perfect televisual pause. John Fleming leaned forward. "That was a beautiful performance. I could tell how much the song meant to you, and how much of your heart you put into it. I'm sure your dad would have been proud of you." What the fuck? Okay, I felt very sorry for Leo from Billericay because he was clearly bereaved, and having a shit relationship with an absent father sucked. But it didn't change the fact that my absent father was having a redemptive bonding experience with some prick from Essex on national TV, while I watched from the sofa of my fake boyfriend's house. Oliver glanced over. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine, why wouldn't I be? No reason. But if, hypothetically, you stopped being fine and wanted to, I don't know, talk about anything, I'm right here. On the screen, Leo from Billericay was biting his lip in that trying not to cry way that made him look brave and noble and fan-favourite-y, and John Fleming was explaining how much he wanted him on his team. Not a lot of people know this about me, he said, but I never knew my own father. He died on the Western Front before I was born, and I always regretted not having that connection in my life. No, not a lot of people did know that. I didn't know that. Essentially making Leo from Billericay, and for that matter, Simon from Blue, and how many the fuck million people watched this show live, closer to my dad than I was. It was getting increasingly hard not to be actively glad that the fucker had cancer. Anyway, of course Leo from Billericay picked John Fleming to be his mentor. I came this close to cutting my losses and turning the show off, but that would have felt weirdly like letting my dad win. I'm not sure what it felt like letting him win, but I knew I wanted to stop him winning it. So, instead, I stared blankly at the screen while the carousel of hopefuls continued. I was pretty sure I was getting a headache. What with Oliver and John Fleming and Leo from Billericay, and my job hanging by a thread, there was too much in my brain. And the more I tried to deal with any of it, the more it just swirled around like clay in the hands of an inexperienced potter. So, I shut my eyes for a moment, telling myself things would make more sense when I opened them. Chapter 14. Lucien? I opened my eyes to find Oliver right in my face. What? I think you fell asleep. I did not. I jerked into a sitting position, nearly headbutting Oliver in the process. There was no way I was letting him think I was the sort of person who spent his evenings passed out in front of the TV. What time is it? A little after 10. Really? Shit. You should have woken me sooner. I mean, not woken me, reminded me. I'm sorry. Tentatively, he unstuck a strand of hair from where it had plastered itself over my brow. But you've had a long day. I didn't want to disturb you. A glance around the living room revealed that Oliver had finished his work, probably some time ago, and packed everything neatly away around me. Fuck. I can't believe I turned up on your doorstep out of nowhere, insisted you continue pretending to date me, whined about my dad's cancer, got in a massive argument about logistics, made you watch reality TV, and then fell asleep. You also threw a blueberry at me. You should dump me. I tried that already. It didn't take. Seriously, if you want out, I'll be reasonable this time. Oliver held my gaze for a long moment. I don't want out. Relief bubbled through me like indigestion. What the fuck is wrong with you? I thought we'd established that fairly clearly. I'm stuffy, pompous, boring, and desperate. Nobody else will have me. But you make amazing French toast. Yes. His expression grew charmingly rueful. I'm starting to think that's the only reason my relationships lasted as long as they did. For some reason, I was suddenly very aware I wasn't allowed to kiss him. There's still time to catch the last tube, he went on. Or I can call you a cab if you like. It's fine, I can grab an Uber if I need to. I'd rather you didn't. Their business model is deeply unethical. I rolled my eyes. I think we've just worked out why nobody's going out with you. Because I don't use Uber. That seems fairly specific. Because you've got an opinion about everything. Don't most people have opinions? At least I wasn't thinking about kissing him anymore.
I don't mean opinions like, I enjoy cheese, or John Lennon is overrated. I mean opinions like, you shouldn't use Uber because of the workers, and you shouldn't eat meat because of the environment. You know, opinions that make people feel bad about themselves. He blinked. I don't want anyone to feel bad about themselves, or that they have to make the same choices I do. Oliver, you just told me not to get an Uber. Actually, I said I'd rather you didn't get an Uber. You can still get an Uber if you want to. Yeah. Somehow we got all close again, making me aware of the heat of him, the shapes his mouth made when he was arguing with me. Except you'll look down on me if I do. No, I won't. I'll accept you don't have the same priorities I do. But your priorities are clearly right. His brow furrowed. I think now I'm confused. If you agree with me, what's the problem? Okay. I drew in a calming breath. Let me try to explain. Most of the people who aren't you understand that capitalism is exploitative and climate change is a problem and that choices we make can support things that are bad or unjust. But we survive by a precarious strategy of not thinking about it. And reminding us of that makes us sad, and we don't like being sad, so we get angry. Oh. He looked crestfallen. I can see that being terribly unappealing. It's also kind of admirable, I admitted reluctantly, in a really infuriating way. I don't mean to cherry-pick, but did you just call me admirable? You must have imagined it. And now, ironically, I'll have to get an Uber because I can't make the train and I've got no cash for a cab. He cleared his throat. You could stay the night, if you wanted. Wow, you are seriously committed to me not supporting Uber's business model. No, I just thought it might be... That is... A self-conscious little shrug. For the sake of verisimilitude. Who do you think is going to notice where I sleep? Do you think we're being monitored by the FBI? I believe surveillance outside the United States is more likely to be carried out by the CIA, but actually I was mostly considering the paparazzi. That was a fair point. They'd caught me leaving various people's houses on various mornings down the years. And it would be no inconvenience, he added awkwardly. I have a spare toothbrush and can sleep on the sofa. I can't make you sleep on the sofa in your own house. I can't make you sleep on the sofa when you're a guest. There was a long silence. Well, I pointed out, if neither of us can sleep on the sofa, then either I go home, or... Oliver faffed with a sleeve of his jumper. I think we're mature enough to share a bed without incident. Look, I know what happened outside the restaurant was a bit much, but I usually wait for an invitation before I jump on someone. I'm an incident-free zone, I promise. Then it's getting late. I suggest we head upstairs. And just like that, I'd apparently agreed to spend the night with Oliver. Well, not with Oliver, more sort of in Oliver's general vicinity. Except, right then, no matter how hard I tried to convince myself otherwise, there didn't feel like much of a difference. It should have come as no surprise to me that Oliver owned actual pyjamas, in dark blue tartan. Also that he made his bed like an actual grown-up, instead of throwing a duvet vaguely in the direction of a duvet cover somewhere near a mattress. What are you staring at? He asked. I'd assumed people stopped buying nightwear in 1957. You look like Rupert Bear. I don't remember Rupert Bear wearing anything remotely resembling this. No, but he would have, if it had been available. That seems specious. I struck what I assumed to be a lawyerly pose. My lord, the Honourable Counsel for the prosecution is being specious. I think. Oliver seemed to be giving this far more consideration than it deserved. Unless you had established expertise in the field, your speculation as to what Rupert Bear would have worn, had he been given the opportunity, would not be admissible in court. My lord, the honourable gentleman is being mean to me. He pursed his lips peevishly.
You're the one who said I look like Rupert Bear.
That's not mean. Rupert Bear is cute.
Given he's also a cartoon bear, I'm still not certain I can take it as a compliment, and I happen to have a spare pair of pyjamas if you'd like to borrow them.
What? No, I'm not a child in a Disney movie.
So will you be sleeping fully clothed or completely naked?
I did not think this through.
I flailed mentally for a moment.
Look, do you have a spare top or something?
He rummaged around in a drawer and threw me a plain grey t-shirt that had clearly been ironed. Refraining with some difficulty from further comment, I retreated to the bathroom to change. Normally I put a bit more thought into what underwear I have on the first time a guy's going to see it, not least because it might end up in the papers. One of the few upsides of my self-destructive man-slut phase is a largish collection of sexy underpants. I mean sexy in the sense of making my dick look big and my arse look perky, not in the sense of crotchless or edible. Of course, today, safe in the knowledge that they would go entirely unobserved, I was wearing my comfiest pair of schlumping shorts. They were a slightly faded blue, with tiny hedgehogs picked out on them in white. Oliver's t-shirt, which smelled of fabric softener and virtue, was long enough that it mostly covered the design, but it was a good thing I definitely didn't want to get it on with him, because Mrs. Tiggywinkle, the hedgehog design, that's not what I call my penis, would have nuked my chances. By the time I emerged, Oliver was already in bed, propped up against the headboard, his nose buried in a copy of 1,000 Splendid Suns. I darted from the doorway and dived under the covers, wriggling myself into a sitting position and trying to get close enough it wasn't weird, but not so close it was weird.
I feel like Morecambe and Wise, I said.
Oliver turned a page.
You know you're wearing pyjamas wrong, right?
He didn't look up. Oh?
Yeah, you're supposed to just wear the bottoms and have them hanging low on your hips, displaying your perfectly chiseled V-cut.
Maybe next time.
I thought about this for a moment. Are you saying you have a perfectly chiseled V-cut?
I'm not sure that's any of your business.
What if someone asks? I should know, for verisimilitude.
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You can say I'm a gentleman and we haven't got that far.
You, I gave a thwarted sigh, are a terrible fake boyfriend.
I'm building fake anticipation.
You'd better be fake worth it.
I am.
I hadn't quite been expecting that, and didn't quite know how to reply. So I just sat there, trying not to think too hard about what Oliver's idea of worth it might be. Good book? I asked, to distract myself.
Relatively.
Oliver glanced my way briefly.
You're being very talkative.
You're being very not talkative.
It's bedtime. I'm going to read and then go to sleep.
Again, starting to see why people don't stick around.
For God's sake, Lucien, he snapped. We've made an agreement to be useful to each other. I have work in the morning, and you're in my bed wearing rather skimpy hedgehog boxers. I'm trying to maintain some sense of normalcy.
If it's upsetting you that much, I can take my skimpy boxers and leave. He put the book on the bedside table and did that massaging his temples thing I was seeing way too often.
I'm sorry. I don't want you to leave. Shall we try to sleep?
Okay. He flicked the light off abruptly, and I tried to settle myself down without impinging on his personal space or sense of propriety. His bed was firmer than mine, but also way nicer, and probably way cleaner. I could just about catch the scent of him from the sheets, fresh and warm, like if bread was a person, and I could just about feel the shape of him beside me, comforting and distracting at the same time. Damn him. Minutes or hours crept by. Determined to be a good sleeping partner, I was assailed by 1,000 itches, niggles, and a terrible fear of farting. Oliver's breath was steady enough that I became hyper-aware of my own, which was on the edge of going full Darth Vader. And then my brain started thinking stuff, and wouldn't stop. Oliver, I said. My dad's got cancer. I was fully prepared for him to tell me to shut up and go to sleep, or to kick me out entirely, but instead, he rolled over. I imagine that's going to take some getting used to. I don't want to get used to it. I don't want to know him at all. And if I do have to know him, it's deeply unfair I have to know him as a bloke with cancer. I snuffled in the darkness. He opted out of being my father. Why does he expect me to opt in just for the shit bit? He's probably scared. He was never there when I was scared. No, he was clearly a bad father. And you can punish him for it if you want to. But do you honestly think that will help? Help who? Anyone, but I'm thinking mainly of you. Under the plausible deniability of the bedclothes, his fingertips brushed mine. It must have been hard to go through life after he abandoned you. But I'm not sure it'll be easier to go through life after you've abandoned him. I was silent for a long time. Do you really think I should see him? It's your decision, and I'll support you either way, but yes, I think you should. I made a plaintive noise. After all, he went on, if it goes badly, you can walk away at any time. It's going to be all hard and messy. Lots of things are. Many of them are still worth doing. It was a sign of quite how fucked up I was feeling that I didn't try to make a joke out of hard, messy, or indeed worth doing. Will you, I asked, will you come with me? If I go? Of course. You know, for verisimilitude, he finished. He still hadn't moved his hand. I didn't ask him to. Chapter 15. Okay, Alex, I said. How do you get 4 elephants in a mini? He thought about this for longer than it should have required. Well, I mean, elephants are very big, so normally you wouldn't expect that even one of them would fit in a mini. But if they were very small, if they were, for example, baby elephants, then I suppose you'd put 2 in the front and 2 in the back? Yes, that's right. Oh, good. Have we got to the joke yet? Nearly. So, how do you get 4 giraffes in a mini? Once again, giraffes are very large, but we seem to be ignoring that for the purposes of this exercise. So, I'd expect 2 in the... Oh, no, wait. Of course, you'd have to take the elephants out first, assuming it was the same mini. My universe was imploding. Also right. Okay, final question. This is splendid. It's making a lot more sense than the jokes you usually tell me. Glad to hear it. Anyway, final question. How do you get 2 whales in a mini? Another pause. Gosh, it's not really my area of expertise, but I think it's up the M4 and over the Severn Bridge. Maybe you should check with Reese, though, because he's from there. I was about to say something along the lines of, well, this has been fun, meaning, of course, I don't know what's just happened, when Alex cupped a hand theatrically round his mouth and shouted, Reese, can we borrow you for a second? Reese Jones Bowen poked his head around the door of the glorified cupboard that we called the outreach office. What can I do for you boys? Luke wants to know how to get to Wales in a mini, explained Alex. Well, I don't see why it matters if you're in a mini or not. Reese Jones Bowen had even more of a look of perplexed helpfulness than usual. But usually you'd go up the M4 and over the Severn Bridge. I mean, if you were going somewhere in South Wales, like Cardiff or Swansea. But if you were going somewhere in North Wales, like Rhyl or Colwyn Bay, you'd be better off going up the M40 via Birmingham. Thank you, I offered. Are you going to Wales then, Luke? Best country in the world. No, I was trying to tell Alex a joke. Reese Jones Bowen's face fell.
I don't see what's funny about wanting to go to Wales. I've known you for a long time, young Luke, and all these years I've never had you pegged for a racist.
No, it's a pun. It's a series of jokes about trying to get incongruously large animals into a small car, and it ends with how do you get to Wales in a Mini?
But we've just told you that, complained Alex. It's straight up the M4 and over the Severn Bridge.
Unless you're headed north, added Rhys Jones Bowen, in which case you take the M40 via Birmingham.
I threw my hands up in a gesture of surrender.
OK, I've got the information now, thank you both very much. Rhys, it was not my intent to speak ill of your homeland. That's all right, Luke. I quite understand.
He nodded in a reassuring way.
And if you did want a trip up to God's own kingdom, I've got a friend who's got a lovely little place outside of Pwllheli that he'll let you have at mates' rates for 300 quid a week.
Alex gave a little gasp.
Why don't you take your new boyfriend?
Yeah, the whole idea of getting a new boyfriend, which you ought to remember because it was your fucking idea, is to be seen dating someone appropriate. I'm not sure even the most far-sighted paparazzi are going to be lurking around rural Wales just on the off chance I'm over there for a weekender.
Ah, well, we could do that thing they do in Westminster.
Fiddle my expense claims, I suggested. Send pictures of my penis to journalists pretending to be teenage girls.
Oh, Luke, I'm sure both of those situations were taken very much out of context by an unfair press establishment.
So what are you talking about?
We should leak it. The next time you're having dinner with the CFO of an international news organisation, casually let it slip that you're planning to go to Wales.
I stifled a sigh. Do we really need to have the what sorts of people the average human being has dinner with conversation again?
Well, gentlemen, announced Rhys Jones Bowen, correctly concluding that he didn't have much more to contribute to the conversation. I think I've done enough good here for one day. If you need me, I'll be updating our MySpace page.
And with that, he ambled off, providing me with a narrow window in which to steer things in a less ludicrous direction. The trouble is, Alex, I'm not sure the plan's working. And now I say it out loud, I don't know why I ever thought it would. He gave one of his slow, bewildered blinks.
Not working how?
Well, I've managed to avoid getting flayed in the press for the last week or so, but I've tried reaching out to some of the donors we lost and nobody's biting. So they either haven't noticed I'm respectable now, or they don't care.
I'm sure they care, old thing. They care so much they dropped you like a light-fingered footman. You just need to get their attention.
The only attention I know how to get is the wrong kind of attention. Alex opened his mouth. And if you say, oh, it's easy, ring up the Duchess of Kensington, I will stick this biro up your nose.
Don't be silly. I'd never say that. There is no Duchess of Kensington.
You know what I mean. He probably didn't. You have a whole bunch of nice society people you can reach out to, and they'll get you in Hello or Tatler or Horse and Hound or something. I can get him a Daily Mail by sucking somebody off in a fire escape.
Actually, I was going to suggest that you come with me to the club. Miffy's always got men following her with cameras. I mean,
he wrinkled his nose.
I think they're mostly journalists, although there was that awkward business with the kidnapping last February.
Sorry, did your girlfriend get kidnapped?
Silly business. They thought her father was the Duke of Argyll, when he's actually the Earl of Coombe Camden. How we laughed.
I decided to let that go. So, you're telling me that if I hang out with you, I'll either get my picture in better quality magazines, or I'll be abducted by international criminals?
Which will also get you in the papers. So I think that's what the kids today are calling a win-win.
For the sake of my sanity, I decided now was not the time to explain to Alex what slang was, and, more to the point, what it wasn't. I'll see if he's free, I said, and then retreated to my office via the coffee machine. Since Sunday, Oliver and I had been sporadically fake texting, which was becoming increasingly indistinguishable from real texting. My phone was never far from my hand, and my sense of time had distorted around my understanding of Oliver's schedule. He always sent me something first thing in the morning, usually an apology for the continued absence of dick pics. Then it would be silence till lunchtime, because important law stuff was happening,
and sometimes he would work through lunch so I wouldn't hear from him at all. Come the evening, he'd check in before and after hitting the gym, and diligently ignore my request for updates on his V-cut. And once he was in bed, I'd bombard him with as many annoying questions as I could think of about whatever he was reading, usually based on the Wikipedia plot summary I'd just Googled. All of which was a long-winded way of saying I was surprised when he rang me at 11:30. "Is this a butt dialing?" I asked. "Or is someone dead?" "Neither. I've had a bad morning, and I thought it would look suspicious if I didn't call the person I'm supposed to be dating." "So you thought they'd notice you not calling me, but they wouldn't notice you saying 'supposed to be dating' aloud on the phone?" "You're right." He was quiet a moment. "I think perhaps I just wanted someone to talk to." "And you picked me?" "I thought giving you an opportunity to laugh at my expense might make me feel better." "You're a strange man, Oliver Blackwood. But if you want to be laughed at, I won't let you down. What happened?" "Sometimes people don't help themselves." "Okay, there'd better be more to this, or I am going to let you down." He appeared to be taking calming breaths. "You may be aware that occasionally defendants change their stories, and this tends to get brought up in court. My client today was asked why, when originally questioned regarding a recent robbery, he'd claimed that he was with an associate of his, who, for the sake of this anecdote, I shall call Barry." There was something about the way Oliver was relating this to me in his best "I care deeply about the right to a fair trial, even for petty criminals" voice that made me giggle before I was probably supposed to. "What are you laughing at?" "Your expense. I thought we'd established." "But," he protested, "I haven't said anything funny yet." "That's what you think. Do go on." "You're making me self-conscious." "I'm sorry. I'm just happy to hear from you." "Oh." A long silence. Then Oliver cleared his throat. "Anyway, my client was asked why he had previously said he was with Barry when he was now claiming to have been alone, and my client said he got confused, and so the counsel for the prosecution asked why he got confused, to which my client explained that he got confused because, and I quote, 'me and Barry get arrested together all the time.'" "Did you shout objection?" "We've been over this, and even if that were a feature of the British judicial system, what would I have said? Objection, my client is an idiot." "Okay then, did you do that thing where you rub your temples and look really sad and disappointed?" "I don't recall doing so, but I couldn't swear that I did not." "So what did you do?" "I lost. Although I flatter myself that I made the best of a bad situation by attempting to characterize my client as, and once more I quote, 'a man so honest that he voluntarily introduces prior arrests not in evidence.'" At this point I just gave up and burst out laughing. "You're such a trier." "I'm glad I could amuse you at least. It means I've done somebody some good today." "Oh, come on, it wasn't your fault. You defended the guy as well as you could." "Yes, but if one must lose, one prefers to lose honourably, rather than ignominiously." "You know, I was going to be sympathetic right until you started referring to yourself as one." He gave a little chuckle. "One is sorry." "One fucking well better be. One isn't the fucking Queen." "Will you come for a drink with me after work?" he said. It wasn't exactly a blurt, but it had definite blurty qualities. "That is, I think we should be seen together more often, for the sake of the project." "The project? This isn't an episode of Doctor Who. But if you're that keen to preserve the integrity of Operation Cantaloupe, we've had an invitation to an expensive private members club from the biggest nitwit in the home counties." "Does this sort of thing happen often in your line of work?" "Not so much," I admitted. "My get a respectable boyfriend plan isn't doing what it's supposed to because none of our donors have noticed, and my very lovely, very posh, but very, very silly co-worker has suggested we go out with him and his partner in order to generate a little bit of society buzz. But we absolutely don't have to do it. To be honest, it's probably a bad idea anyway." "We should go." I was beginning to recognise Oliver's decisive voice. The entire purpose of this exercise is to improve your public image. If we started turning down opportunities to do that, I'd be remiss in my fake boyfriend duties.
Are you sure? There'll be other opportunities to score fake boyfriend points.
I'm sure. Besides, meeting your co-workers is what a real boyfriend would do.
You're going to regret that. But it's too late. I'll text you the... Will you fake dump me if I say deets?
Without hesitation. I hung up a few minutes later and delivered the news to Alex, who, once he remembered that he'd invited us, seemed genuinely delighted. Next on my list of personal things to do on company time was, and I could not believe I was even thinking about this, get in touch with my father. I'd been putting it off since Sunday, but Oliver was the kind of thoughtful bastard who'd probably ask how it was going, and I didn't want to have to tell him I'd wussed it. Of course, now I came to it, I realised that I didn't have any way to contact John Fleming, and the thing about famous people is they're actually pretty hard to reach. Probably the quickest and most effective strategy I could have tried was asking Mum, but quick and effective wasn't really what I was aiming for. Basically, what I needed was a way of trying to get in touch with my dad that left me with as little chance as possible of having to be in touch with my dad. So, I got his manager's name off his website and his manager's number off his manager's website. The manager in question turned out to be a guy named Reggie Mangold, who, by the looks of things, had been a hotshot in the 80s, though now John Fleming was by far his biggest client. Very, very slowly, I poked the number into my office phone and hoped for an answering machine.
Mangold Talent, said a gruff Cockney voice that definitely wasn't an answering machine. Mangold speaking.
Hi. I need to talk to John Fleming.
Oh, well, in that case I'll put you through directly. Please hold.
The absence of hold music and the sarcasm dripping from his tone suggested that I was not, in fact, about to be put through directly. No, really, he asked to speak to me.
Unless you've got way nicer tits than you sound like you've got, I very much doubt that.
I'm his son.
Pull the other one, mate, it's got bells on.
My name is Luke O'Donnell. My mother is Odile O'Donnell. John Fleming actually is my father and does actually want to speak to me. Reggie Mangold wheezed a smoker's laugh.
If I had a quid for every little shit who's tried that on me, I'd have £8.47.
OK, so you don't believe me, that's fine, but if you could just tell him I called, that would be peachy.
I will certainly do that. I'm writing your message down right now in my imaginary notebook. Are we spelling O'Donnell with 2 L's or 3?
2 N's, 2 L's. And it's about the cancer thing. And then I hung up, which gave me a sense of satisfaction that briefly counteracted the nausea. Keyword being briefly. Honestly, I wasn't sure what was worse, having to reach out to my waste of a father in the first place, or trying to reach out to him and discovering he'd made no effort to actually let me. And yes, I'd gone about it in a slightly half-assed way, but you'd think telling your manager that he might get a call from your son at some point fell somewhere between bare and minimum on the trying to connect with your long-lost family scale. It was gradually sinking in that if Dad did kick the bucket, my last and pretty much only words to him would have been, "Fuck off and literally die." And I resented how shitty that made me feel about myself, because while a lot of people had an absolute right to make me feel shitty on account of the many years I've spent systematically letting them down, John Fleming was just some prick I'd never met. This was the problem with, well, I was going to say the world, or relationships, or humanity in general, but I guess I really meant me. Because when I let someone into my life, it went one of two ways. Either they carried on putting up with me, even though I'm clearly not worth putting up with, or else they pissed all over me and walked out, occasionally popping back to piss on me some more. Around this point, remembering I had, for the moment, still got a job, and that job involved more than sitting in my office making personal calls and wallowing in self-pity, I checked my email. Dear Mr. O'Donnell, I have been a supporter of CRAPP for many years, and have always believed that my not insignificant contributions were being well directed towards a worthwhile cause. Having seen your recent personal conduct and made my own independent researches into your, frankly, sordid history, I am forced to conclude that this belief was misguided. I do not give money to charities in order that they can pay people to gallivant off on homosexual drug binges. I am withholding all donations to your organization for as long as it remains associated with you or your lifestyle. Sincerely, J. Claiborne, MBE. Needless to say, he had CC'd it to Dr. Fairclough, the rest of the office, and possibly his entire address book. I was just making a detailed plan to slink home, drink heavily, and pass out under a pile of at least 3 duvets, when Alex popped his head around the door.
Ready to go, old chap? Bit tricky to get a reservation at this notice, but, you know, a fellow's always willing to call in a marker for a fellow who needs it.
Oh yes, that. Fuck. Chapter 16. Alex's club was called Cadwallader's, and it was exactly like you'd expect a club called Cadwallader's to be. Lurking discreetly behind a door just off St. James's Street, it was made entirely of oak, leather, and men who'd been occupying the same armchair since 1922. Seeing no way to get out of the social engagement that had been arranged purely for my benefit at very short notice, I'd gone ahead with Alex. He'd left a note with someone I thought was an honest-to-goodness butler that we were expecting guests later, and was now leading me up a staircase of Hogwartsian proportions, all gleaming mahogany and blue velvet carpeting. From there, we passed between a set of actual marble pillars, and into what a little plaque informed me was the Bonner Law Room. It was sparsely occupied, allowing Alex to lay claim to a sizable sofa directly underneath an even more sizable portrait of the Queen. I perched on a nearby chair, uncomfortable, partly because the chair itself was surprisingly hard, given that it probably cost more than my laptop, partly because my day was turning into a string of back-to-back rejections, and partly because of the surroundings. The room appeared to have been decorated on the assumption that its inhabitants would have an aneurysm if they realised we didn't have an empire anymore. I'd never seen so many chandeliers in one place, even counting that time I'd accidentally gone to the opera.
Well, isn't this cosy?
Alex beamed at me.
Would you like anything while we wait for the ladies? I mean, my lady and your boy lady?
I'm not sure boy lady is the correct term.
Terribly sorry. Still a bit of a novel sitch. Not that it isn't fearfully nice that you're a homosexual, just never brought one to the club before. After all, they only let ladies in 3 years ago. They can't join, of course. That way madness lies. Let us shun that. And actually thinking about it, it must be terribly jolly for one's lady to be a gentleman. You can go to all the same clubs, have the same tailor, play on the same polo team. No metaphor intended.
You know, I said, I think I will have a drink.
He leaned over the back of the sofa and made an obscure posh gesture at a soberly dressed butling person who, I'd swear, hadn't been standing there 10 seconds ago. The usual, James.
What's the usual? I had enough experience with high society bullshit that I knew the usual could have been anything from a sweet white wine to live herring that you had to eat with a soup spoon. Alex looked momentarily confused, even by his standards.
Haven't the foggiest. Could never quite remember, but don't have the heart to tell the staff.
A few minutes later, we were served 2 thistle-shaped glasses full of a honey-coloured liquid that I was pretty sure was something in the sherry family. Taking a sip, Alex made a face, and then set the drink down on a coffee table.
Ah, yes, it's this stuff. Dreadful.
I really wanted to ask Alex how he had wound up with his usual being a drink he didn't actually like, but I was terrified that he might answer me. And I was saved in any case by Oliver's arrival. He was looking all sleek and professional in another of his 3-piece suits, charcoal grey this time, and it wouldn't have been totally unfair to say I was overjoyed to see him. And maybe it was because I'd had to spend the last half hour alone with Alex, or maybe it was because Oliver was the only other person in the place who wasn't a peer, a Tory, or a Tory peer, or maybe... Oh, who was I kidding?
I was just glad he was here. So I could tell him how I'd tried to do the right thing by my dad, and his manager hadn't even believed I was me. How some prick with an MBE had sent me another one of those not homophobic but clearly homophobic emails I was so sick of being polite and gracious about. How absurd it was that we were drinking wine none of us could identify under a royalist portrait the size of Cornwall. How I'd missed him. That was when I realised that, although Oliver and I were meant to be a couple, we'd failed to establish any rules for interacting in public. Well, unless you counted "don't kiss me" and "stop telling everyone the whole thing's a sham." And I guess in my head, somehow it'd be straight back to French toast and silly texts and Oliver's hand in mine in the dark. But that didn't happen. I stood up awkwardly, and he stood awkwardly in front of me.
Hello, He paused for way too long. Darling?
His name's Luke, offered Alex, helpfully. Don't worry, I forget all the time too.
Nice going, us. Undetectable fake boyfriending. Oliver, this is my colleague Alex Twaddle. Alex stood up to shake Oliver's hand, looking way more comfortable with him than I did.
Of the Devonshire Twaddles.
Alex, this is my, boyfriend, Oliver Blackwood.
Are you sure?
Alex glanced between us.
I thought you didn't have a boyfriend. Didn't we have this entire plan where you were going to find someone to pretend to be your boyfriend because you didn't have a boyfriend?
I sank down into my chair. Yes, we did. And this is him.
Ah, with you.
He transparently was not with us.
How about a drink, Oliver?
That would be lovely. Oliver settled onto the sofa next to Alex, crossing one leg elegantly over the other and looking very much at ease, while I was teetering on the edge of my crap chair like I was waiting outside the headmaster's office. At least the headmaster's office of the kind of school Alex and Oliver had probably gone to. They probably had portraits of the Queen everywhere. They probably used them as blackboards. Fuck. I might as well go home and leave my fake boyfriend to bond with the office ninny. Did you say the Devonshire Twaddles? Inquired Oliver smoothly. Any relation to Richard Twaddle?
My father, actually. God rest his soul.
I stared at him. Alex, you never told me your dad died.
Oh, he didn't. Why would you think that?
Because... Never mind.
So?
Alex turned back to Oliver.
How do you know the old bugger?
I don't know him, but he's a big advocate for restricting the right to trial by jury, so I have a sort of professional interest.
That sounds like him. Talks about it round the dinner table all the time. Says they cost the government a huge amount of money, that people are only in favour of them because of silly sentimentality, and they spread tuberculosis.
I'm not sure, said Oliver, but I think you might be getting jury trials mixed up with badgers. Alex snapped his fingers.
That's them. He can't stand the things. Little black and white furry bastards causing unnecessary delays in our already overstrained criminal justice system.
Oliver opened his mouth, then closed it again, at which point we were mercifully interrupted by James returning with another glass of whatever Alex's usual was. Thank you. Oliver sampled the drink decorously. Ah, what a fine amontillado. I feel quite spoiled. Trust Oliver Blackwood to be able to identify sherry by taste. It was fast becoming apparent that what I'd hoped would be me and him against the posh dingbat was actually him and the posh dingbat against me. Alex slid his own glass over.
Have mine if you like. Can't abide it.
That's very generous of you, but I think I'll stick to one drink at a time for now.
You don't need to stand on ceremony here, old chap.
At this juncture, Alex decided to pat my fake boyfriend's knee.
Lord Ainsworth usually has a glass in each hand the moment he walks through the door. That's why they call him double-fisting Ainsworth. At least I think it is. Could be something to do with the prostitutes.
Yes, agreed Oliver. It's always hard to tell, isn't it?
So,
my voice was much louder than I expected it to be.
What's the problem with jury trials?
They both glanced at me, with eerily similar expressions of mild concern. Probably with my inappropriate volume and my awkward segue, I deeply embarrassed both of them. But at least Oliver had remembered I exist. He fixed his cool, silver-grey gaze on me. Well, as far as I'm concerned, nothing. I think they form a vital part of our democracy. I believe Lord Twaddle would advance the argument that they're slow, inefficient, and leave complex decisions in the hands of people who don't know what they're doing.
Also, Alex wagged a finger, they leave terrible holes all over... sorry, badgers again, do disregard.
This was honestly not an issue I'd given any thought to ever. But, goddammit, Oliver was my fake boyfriend, not Alex fucking Twaddle's. We were going to have a pleasant conversation over sherry if it killed us both. I suppose, I ass-pulled, that if I'd been accused of something I didn't do, I'd be far more willing to trust a legal professional than 12 randomers. I mean, have you met people? Oliver gave a faint smile. That's an understandable position, but interestingly one that is seldom shared by lawyers. Seriously? I asked. Do you really want to leave your fate in the hands of a dozen people you don't know, none of who want to be there, on the off chance one of them pulls a Henry Fonda? In real life, juries aren't made up of 11 bigots and an angel, and I would far rather leave my fate in the hands of a cross-section of the public than a single person who sees the law entirely in abstract terms. I adopted what I hoped was a thoughtful pose, but was largely motivated by a desire to stop my left buttock going to sleep. But don't you want someone to see the law in abstract terms? What was that line from Legally Blonde? Didn't Socrates say, the law is reason free from passion? Actually, it was Aristotle, and he was wrong. Or rather, he was right in a way, but the law is only one part of justice. Oliver was looking distractingly intense. I guess I could admit that, under most circumstances, he was a better than okay-looking man. But when he was being passionate about shit, and his eyes got all sharp, and his mouth got all interesting, he probably got upgraded to hot. And this was just about the worst possible time to start noticing that, because, while I was noticing how attractive he could be, he was noticing what a complete piece of human garbage I was. Oh? I said, intelligently, while not staring. The point of a jury trial is that reasonable people, and before you say anything, most people are reasonable, get to decide whether the defendant truly deserves to be punished for their actions. The letter of the law is, at best, half of that question. The other half is compassion. That's the cheesiest thing I've ever heard. I think what I'd meant was, that's the most adorable thing I've ever heard. But I couldn't admit that, and now wished I'd said nothing, because Oliver had snapped closed like a fan in the hands of an angry drag queen. Fortunately, I don't need you to validate my beliefs. Great. Now I had Dad, a random donor, and Oliver, all coming at my self-esteem from different directions. And yes, I deserved it in Oliver's case, but that wasn't making me feel any better. This is jolly interesting, piped up Alex. At this point, the odds were 50-50 that he still thought we were talking about badgers. But I can't help feel a chap is still better off with a judge. I mean, just seems more likely to be a chap sort of chap, you know? Oliver turned back to him with an effortless smile. In your specific case, Alex, I very much agree. Gosh, really? Well, look at me. See, I'm always a bit less wrong than people think, like a stopped clock. Oh, I say, it's Miffy. Alex leapt to his feet, followed more gracefully by Oliver with the instinctive courtesy of the properly brought up. I stumbled after them, listing a little because of the buttock issue.
Hello, boys.
An immaculate gift box of a woman, mostly eyes, cheekbones and cashmere, was gliding towards us.
So sorry I'm late. Had a beastly time getting through the photographers.
There followed a brief flurry, as she and Alex exchanged a surprisingly complex sequence of air kisses. Don't worry, old girl. I kept them entertained. This is Oliver Blackwood. He's a lawyer. Frightfully clever fellow. More air kisses, which Oliver fielded expertly. Because apparently everybody got to touch my boyfriend. I mean, my fake boyfriend. Except me.
And this is Luke O'Donnell, who I've told you all about.
She came in to kiss me, and I moved my head wrong, and we banged noses.
Gosh, she said, you look very young to be Speaker of the House.
No, that's not me.
Are you sure? That's definitely who Ali was telling me about.
Is it possible, I asked, he's told you about more than one person? She blinked.
Possibly, but that would get terribly confusing.
Anyway,
that was Alex again, and for possibly the first time in my entire life, I was relieved he was speaking.
Luke and Oliver are boyfriends. Only, not really. They just have to pretend until the Beetle drive. It's the most tremendous wheeze.
He blushed modestly.
My idea, actually.
Oh, Ali, you are a smarty pants.
Only don't tell anybody because it's a gigantic secret.
She tapped the side of her head.
Video et tachio.
And this, Alex went on, is my... I say, Miffy, are we engaged?
I don't recall. I feel like we probably should be. Let's say we are for now and work out the details later.
In which case, this is my fiancée, Clara Fortescue Lettuce.
I knew I was going to regret this, but I said it anyway. I thought she was called Miffy.
Yes?
Alex gave me a what is wrong with you look.
Miffy, short for Clara.
But it's the same number of Never mind. Alex drew Miffy short for Clara's arm through his with easy confidence.
Shall we tootle into the dining room?
Yes, let's,
she agreed.
I could eat an entire dressage team.
Oliver and I eyed each other nervously, uncertain if we had a linking arms type of relationship, before falling into step beside each other like estranged relatives at a funeral. Yep, I'd been demoted from "don't kiss me" to "I cannot bear the thought of physical contact with you."
So,
remarked Miffy as we made our way down another absurdly opulent corridor.
What have you boys been nattering about?
Alex glanced briefly towards us.
Actually, it's been fascinating. Oliver was just telling us about the merits and drawbacks of jury trials.
That does sound fascinating. My father's against them, of course. Terrible for dairy farmers.
Oliver moved his hand swiftly to his mouth, as if to stifle a cough. But I was 99% certain he was smiling. Unfortunately, he wouldn't look at me, so I couldn't even share that. Chapter 17. It turned out there were two dining halls, the Eden Room and the Gascoigne-Cecil Room. But Alex found the Eden Room, in his words, chummier. Although what precisely was chummy about mustard yellow walls, wainscoting, and massive portraits of severe-looking men dressed entirely in black, I couldn't say. The menu offered roast chicken, roast beef, roast pork, beef Wellington, roast pheasant, game pie, and roast venison.
Ah! Exclaimed Alex. Lovely! Just like school dinners.
I gave him a look. Maybe if I focused on how annoying I found Alex, I'd find myself more bearable. Often had pheasant at school, did you, Alex?
Not often. You know, once or twice a week, maybe.
I glanced at Oliver, who was scrutinising the menu as if he hoped he'd somehow missed the non-dead animal option. Was this a fake boyfriend job? It was probably a fake boyfriend job, and if I did it right, he might start paying attention to me. Fuck, I was pathetic. I should have mentioned, I said gallantly, Oliver's a vegetarian.
I'm so sorry.
Miffy gazed at him with genuine concern.
What happened? Is there anything anyone can do?
Oliver gave a wry smile. I'm afraid not, but please, don't worry, I'll manage.
No, Alex protested. No, I'm sure it's fine. Let's ask James.
He made a gesture, and a completely different buttling person, who still apparently answered to the name James, appeared at his elbow.
I say, James, queer business. Seems I've accidentally brought a vegetarian.
James did one of those mini bows straight off Downton Abbey. I'm sure the chef can accommodate the ladies, sir.
I'm not a vegetarian.
Miffy's eyes widened in outrage.
My father's an earl.
I do apologise, madam. Oliver made a charmingly bashful gesture. I'm afraid I'm the difficulty, James. If you could arrange something along the lines of a garden salad, that would be more than sufficient. He took the rest of our orders, and 20 minutes later we were surrounded by various meats, most of them roasted, some of them in pastry, and Oliver had an actually quite pleasant-looking pile of leaves. I mean, I wouldn't personally have wanted it for dinner, but I guess it served him right for having ethics. Alex regarded Oliver with a pained expression.
Are you absolutely sure you're all right with that? Miffy and I have plenty of Wellington if you want some.
It's fine. I'm enjoying my salad.
If it's the meatiness that's an issue, we could mix it up with the cabbage.
I think it would still contain meat. So my cunning plan to win Oliver over by being sensitive to his needs and respectful of his choices, that had failed hard. I pointedly shoveled a large scoop of game pie into my mouth. After all, if food was going in, words couldn't be coming out, which, given my contribution to the conversation so far, was probably best for everyone. Miffy reappeared from behind the beef Wellington.
Well, I'm sorry, I just think that's silly. I mean, what would we do with meat if we didn't eat it? Just let it go off?
Well, that's actually quite a complicated question. Oliver deftly speared a radish. And the answer is mostly that we'd slaughter fewer animals.
Then wouldn't there be too many animals? What would we do with all the cows?
I think we'd breed fewer cows as well.
Bit of a rum deal for the cows then, isn't it? She exclaimed. To say nothing of the farmers. We have some jolly lovely farmers on our land. They make a beautiful showing at the Harvest Festival and give us such nice hams at Christmas. And here you are trying to put them all out of work. It's rather rotten of you, Oliver. You see? Alex wagged his fork playfully. You've set her off on one now, and she's right, you know. I don't think you've thought this through.
Still determinedly masticating, I stole a peek at Oliver to see how he was taking this, and he seemed surprisingly comfortable. Well, he was a barrister. He'd had a lot of practice being polite to posh people. I do admit that the economic implications of large-scale shifts in the national diet are more complicated than people often give them credit for being. But the vast majority of meat we eat nowadays is unlikely to have been produced by the type of farmer you're talking about, and industrialised agriculture is actually quite a significant threat to the countryside. There was a pause.
Oh, said Alex. Maybe you have thought it through. Didn't I say he was frightfully clever?
Miffy nodded.
Yes, he's splendid. I think you chose an excellent fake boyfriend, Ali.
Hang on. I nearly choked on short crust.
He's not Alex's fake boyfriend. He's my fake boyfriend.
Also, we should probably stop loudly saying the word fake, because it's kind of giving the game away. Alex had reverted to his ordinary state of confusion.
Are you completely sure? Because I definitely remember it being my idea.
Yes, it was an idea for how I could fix my reputation.
It seems a shame.
Miffy had finished her beef Wellington and was making inroads into Alex's.
Ali and Ollie seem to be getting on terribly well. Of course, their couple name would be Ollivander, which I'm sure I've heard somewhere before.
I think, offered Oliver, it's the name of the wand maker from Harry Potter. Suddenly, Alex let out a joyful yelp.
So it is! I should have spotted that immediately. I've read the whole series 38 times. Didn't mean to. Just by the time I got to the end, I forgot how it started. Only thing I've read more is The Republic.
Yeah. I tried to catch Oliver's eye and failed. I can see how those two fandoms overlap. Alex was still beaming like he had a coat hanger in his mouth.
It brings back such happy memories. When the films came out, I got all my college pals together, and we sat in the front row of the cinema and shouted, "House!" every time the old alma mater popped up on screen.
This was one of those gatekeepery anecdotes that you needed an English posh git dictionary to make any sense of. Why was Alex's house in a Harry Potter movie? Oh. Oliver, of course, had read the English posh git dictionary at the age of 4, and now had his tell me more face on, which I really preferred him to be directing at me. So you're a Christchurch man? That made more sense, although if there was anyone I'd have believed went to Hogwarts, it was Alex.
For my sins, same as Pater, and Mater for that matter. Bit of a family tradish, actually. Great.
Alex started ticking them off on his fingers.
Great-grandpapa used to go on the lash with Cardinal Wolsey. I mean, until he got exiled. No fun after that.
Oliver was still attending courteously. Polite bastard. No, I can't imagine he would be.
So, what about you? You didn't go to the other place, did you? Could explain rather a lot.
Miffy elbowed him.
I mean, Alex added hastily, the vegetarianism, not the homosexuality.
Oriel. And they were back to their private code. I just about worked out that house was an Oxford thing. So where was the other place? Was it hell? If so, hi, weather's lovely down here. And as far as I knew, Oriel was either a songbird or a biscuit. What was even happening right now? This right here was why somebody like Oliver would never date somebody like me in real life. Alex nodded approvingly.
Good show. Knew lots of splendid chaps from Oriel. Mostly rugger fellows, you know. Did you go in for that?
No, said Oliver. I was very committed to my studies. I'm afraid I was rather boring at college. You're rather boring now, I muttered, perhaps a tinsy bit louder than I meant to. Which made Oliver look at me, finally, but not in the way I wanted.
Luke, cried Miffy, I thought Oliver was supposed to be your boyfriend. That's a beastly way to talk about him.
Now Alex was glaring at me as well.
Well said, old thing. Can't go around bad-mouthing the ladies like that. I mean gentlemen. I mean your gentleman.
If I were you,
Miffy patted Oliver on the hand,
I'd kick him to the curb, girlfriend. Boyfriend. Oh, I say, that doesn't work.
I'm inclined to agree, Miffles.
Alex wagged his fork sternly.
I would never have suggested Luke get a boyfriend if I knew he was going to rag on the fellow. You should probably leave him and go out with me instead. #Ollivander.
Miffy nodded.
Yes, do go out with Ali. I could have one of you on each arm. It'd be the most ripping lark.
For fuck's sake!
Once again, I was slightly louder than I meant to be.
Stop trying to steal my boyfriend. You don't even like men.
Alex gave me a genuinely wounded look.
Of course I like men. All my friends are men. My father's a man. You're the one who's being horrid to everybody, telling Oliver he's boring when he's an Oxford fellow and has been dashed good company all evening, and now implying I'm the sort of chap who doesn't get along with other chaps, when, really—
Here, Alex turned downright haughty.
It's becoming very clear to me that you're the sort of chap who doesn't get along with other chaps. I really feel I ought to apologise, Oliver.
Do me a favour. I stood up.
Don't apologise for my behaviour to my boyfriend. I've had nothing but fucking Oxford talk for this entire fucking meal. I know it's stupid to complain about feeling excluded from your little private club when we are literally sitting in a little private club, but sorry, it's been a long day and, yes, you're trying to do me a favour, but I'm having the worst fucking evening and I'm going to the toilet.
I stormed off, discovered I had no idea where the loos were, asked one of the Jameses, and made an embarrassing U-turn. Once I was safely in the gents, which were tasteful but simplistic, like they were saying, only Americans and the middle classes feel the need to put marble in a water closet, I stood at the sink and did that thing people do in movies where they brace themselves on the counter and stare meaningfully at their reflection. Turns out it didn't help. It was just a dick, looking at a dick, asking why he was always such a dick. What was I even doing? Oliver Blackwood was a dull, annoying man I was pretending to date, and Alex Twaddle was an overprivileged buffoon who regularly stapled his trousers to his desk. What did I care if they got on with each other better than they got on with me?
Oh, tally-ho, toodle-pip. Which college were you at? Where did you sit at the annual duck-following ceremony? Go fuck yourselves, you self-satisfied pair of testes. Okay, so calling them names didn't help either. And, actually, Oliver wasn't dull. And he was only a little bit annoying. And Alex was terribly annoying, but he'd done nothing but try to help me. Maybe, and I'd suspected this for a while now, I was fundamentally unhelpable. Because somewhere along the line, I'd turned getting ahead of the story into a lifestyle. When Miles had thrown me to the tabloid sharks, I'd been completely unprepared, and the only way I'd survived was by making sure that there was enough chum in the water that they'd only eat what I wanted them to. It had only half worked, but by the time I figured that out, the habit was so ingrained that I was doing the same with people. The truth was, things were easier that way. It meant whatever happened wasn't really about me. It was about this shadow person who partied and fucked and didn't give a shit. So what did it matter if someone didn't like him, didn't want him, let him down or sold him out? Except he wasn't dating Oliver, pretending to date Oliver. I was. And so, suddenly, it all mattered again, and I wasn't sure I could cope with it mattering. The door swung open, and for a biscuit crumb of a second I hoped it might be Oliver coming to rescue me. And that was precisely the sort of crap I wanted out of my head. Anyway, it didn't matter, because it wasn't Oliver. It was an old guy in tweed who looked like Father Christmas, if Father Christmas only had a naughty list. "Who are you?" he barked. I jumped. Luke O'Donnell?" "Weren't you once up before me for public defecation?" "What? No, I defecate very privately." Evil Father Christmas narrowed his eyes. "I never forget a face, young man, and I don't like yours. Besides, never trusted the Irish." Probably I should have stood up for my mother's father's people, but I increasingly wanted to get the hell out of there. Unfortunately, racist Santa was blocking the exit. "Sorry about the face. I really need to..." "What are you doing here, anyway?" "Using the facilities?" "Loitering. That's what you're doing. Lurking in a communal lavatory like you're waiting for Jeremy Thorpe." "I really just want to go back to my friends." I managed to sidle past him with my hands in the air like I was being arrested. His head did almost a full exorcist, as his cold, dead eyes followed me out. "I'm watching you, O'Toole. Never forget a face. Never forget a name." Back at the table, my so-called companions were enjoying my absence. "Quarter blue for Tiddlywinks in the end," Alex was saying cheerfully. "Miffy's the real sportsman. Sports lady. Suppose we'd better be politically correct about these things. Full blue for lacrosse, don't you know? Invited to join Team GB, but turned it down, didn't you, old girl? Wanted to focus on... Oh, I say, what is it you do, Miffy?" I sat down, trying to figure out if I was relieved or pissed off that everyone was carrying on as if I hadn't made an enormous scene. Miffy tapped her perfect lips with a perfect nail.
"Now you come to mention it, I have no idea. I think I got an office somewhere, and I might be launching some kind of line, but mostly I just get invited to parties. Not like Ali, who's got an actual, job, which everybody thinks is terribly funny, but he goes in every day, which is so good of him, isn't it?"
This would have been a great time for me to be mature and say sorry. "I'm not sure," I said instead. "Good of him is the right phrase. Maybe more contractually obligated of him?" "Are you quite certain?" Alex tilted his head like a bewildered parrot. "That doesn't seem quite cricket. Chap makes a commitment, chap follows through on it. One doesn't need to get all legal about things. No offence, Oliver." "None taken." Of course Oliver wasn't taking offence. Oliver was an angel, while I was a slime demon from the planet Jerkface.
"Well, I say it's splendid. And of course..."
Here Miffy bestowed a dazzling smile on me, which in the circumstances felt an awful lot like a participation trophy.
"You're splendid too, Luke, since you do the same job."
Great. So now, not only did Oliver know that my job wasn't something I was passionate about, the way he was about his, but he was also going to think you could do it with about 3 functioning brain cells.
Oh no, exclaimed Alex. Luke's much more important than I am. No clue what he does, but it seems terribly complicated and involves, what do you call them? Things with the little boxes?
Miffy wrinkled her nose thoughtfully.
Cricket teams?
Not quite, old girl. Spreadsheets, that's the word. I just muck about with the photocopier, check we don't have more than 2 meetings in the same room at the same time, and keep Daisy alive.
Who's Daisy? Asked Oliver, still ignoring me, but let's be honest, I probably deserved it.
She's the aloe vera I'm growing in the filing cabinet. Our social media chappie burns himself on the coffee machine quite a lot, and Nurse always used aloe vera on us when we were small, and it's jolly efficacious. In fact, I'm thinking we might need 2, because the poor dear is looking quite denuded in the leaf department.
On another topic, I announced, changing the subject with all the grace and subtlety of someone saying, "Can we change the subject now?" A scary old man went for me in the bathroom. I mean, yelled at me, not like tried to hit on me. Thank you for clarifying that. It was Oliver's driest tone. So far, Operation Come Across as a Total Prick was running ahead of schedule. Alex frowned.
How very rum. Did you do anything to provoke him?
My apology window had closed an aloe vera ago. So I was basically stuck with sort of pretending I hadn't been awful, even though I blatantly had, and trying to find the mythical middle ground between making it worse and overcompensating. Nice to know you're taking his side already. But for the record, no. I was minding my own business by the sink when this mad old coot barged in and—
"Alex, my boy,"
bellowed the mad old coot, materialising behind me like the serial killer in a horror movie.
"How's the old man?" "I can't complain, Randy, can't complain. Very much enjoyed his speech in the Lords recently about, what was it? Badgers? No, not badgers. Those other, what do you call them? Immigrants. Ah, yes, sounds like Daddy. Oh."
Alex gave a little start.
"By the way, I should introduce you. You remember Clara, of course?" "Course I do. Never forget a face. And these are my friends, Luke and Oliver."
His eyes lasered over us, and I wilted in my seat.
"Pleasure. Any friend of a twaddle is a friend of mine. But I should warn you, stay out of the bathroom. There's a mad Irish bastard ambushing people in there."
"Actually, Your Honour," said Oliver, in his best, "if it please my lud, counsel is testifying voice. We've met. I had a client before you last month."
"Nonsense. Never forget a face. Got no idea who you are."
A pause.
"Still."
He brightened.
"Did we get the bugger?"
"I was counsel for the defence, Your Honour, and the defence was, in this instance, successful." The judge scowled at Oliver, who met his look with studied mildness.
"Well, suppose we can't catch 'em all. I'll leave you to your dinner. See you at the Swan Upping, Alex, if not before."
And with that, the Right Honourable Racist dotted off.
"I say," exclaimed Alex, turning to me, "it seems Randy met the same strange man that you did. Do you think we've got an intruder? Shall I tell somebody?"
"I suspect," offered Oliver, "that won't be necessary."
"Are you sure? I mean, can't be too careful and all that."
"I have no doubt Justice Mayhew dealt with the miscreant appropriately." Alex gave a fond smile.
"He's a feisty old bugger, isn't he?"
"That's certainly one way to put it." There was a brief silence, which Oliver delicately steered us over by asking if everyone was ready to move on to dessert. "I couldn't help but notice," he went on, "the jam roly-poly on the menu. I've always been rather partial." Alex bounced in his seat like a poorly trained beagle.
"I'm a dick man myself, thick and solid and piping hot and slathered in what the French call crème anglaise."
I was still having way too many Oliver-related emotions, but I couldn't not steal a peek at him. And of course, he didn't look even the slightest bit as if he was about to die of laughter in a room named after a dead Tory. "I'll admit—" Oh, God help me, his eyes were legitimately twinkling. That does sound good.
Miffy looked rather dreamy.
You know, I was just thinking I really fancy a tart.
Were they doing this deliberately? They had to be doing this deliberately. In any case, it turned out they could talk about pudding basically indefinitely, swapping childhood anecdotes and squabbling over the merits of cobblers versus crumbles. They had at least finally hit on a topic, or rather Oliver had introduced them to a topic, that I knew more than nothing about. And if I'd been a better person, I would have given them my hot take on which order you put the jam and cream on a scone. It's jam, then cream. Unfortunately, I'm a mediocre person at best, and so sat there, trying not to sulk into my pineapple upside-down cake. We finished up our desserts, and I was about to be relieved that it was nearly over, when one of the Jameses came around with cheese, then coffee, then brandy, then cigars. We eventually exhausted the topic of pudding, but Oliver kept stubbornly guiding the conversation back towards accessible subjects. I was sure he meant well, and, after the fuss I'd made, wanted to make sure I was included. But between my dad, my job, Justice Mayhew, and all the ways I'd made a complete mess of tonight, I didn't quite have the energy to be grateful. Chapter 18 87,564 gazillion hours later, we were finally allowed to leave the Cadwallader Club. Given how terribly the evening had gone, I was really looking forward to taking a quiet cab ride home, sticking my head under a duvet, and dying. But of course, the whole point of the evening had been to get me photographed standing next to socially acceptable people, which meant the moment we stepped outside, we were swarmed by a mixture of high-end paparazzi and low-end journalists. My vision sheeted white as far too many cameras went off in my face. I froze. Normally when people took my picture, they had the decency to sneak around so they could catch me fucking against a wheelie bin or vomiting in a pub car park. This was a whole other level of attention, and I'd not particularly liked the old level. "Who are you wearing?" someone yelled from the crowd. Okay, they were definitely not talking to me. My clothes were much closer to a what than a who. Miffy tossed back her hair and reeled off something incomprehensible that I assumed was a list of designers. This was fine. I was fine. I just had to look vaguely like I belonged in this nice world where nice people could have nice things. How hard could it be? "Have you set a date yet?"
The 18th.
Relax, but not too relaxed. Smile, but not too much. I tried to remind myself that journalists were like tyrannosauruses. Their vision was based on movement. 18th of what?
Yes,
Miffy said. Were they getting closer? I was sure they were getting closer. Also not sure I could breathe. I must have been photographed enough by now, right? Good publicity was starting to feel worse than bad publicity. At least bad publicity, or the sort of bad publicity I was used to, didn't pin you into a corner and yell at you. I scanned the jostling horseshoe of newspersons, looking for a gap between the bodies. But I could hardly see for the after images, and the idea of being grabbed at and pulled at as I tried to force my way through a pack of strangers made my stomach twist. I was this close to throwing up. On camera. Again. Another crackle of silver, and when the starbursts faded, I realised I was looking this one guy straight in the eye. I tried to turn away, but it was too late. "Is that John Fleming's kid?" he yelled. "You into rights of man, Miffy?" Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
I'd so love to chat.
Her voice ebbed and flowed in my ears like the tide.
But I have to see a horse about a man.
Which horse? Which man? Another lightning storm of flashes, this time pointed much more squarely at me. I threw an arm across my face like a vampire trying to dab. "What's the matter, Luke? Overindulged? Making the old man proud?" No comment, I muttered. "Have you joined the Cadwallader Club? What have you been drinking? Are you turning over a new leaf?" No way was any of that not a trap. No comment. "Cat got your tongue, Luke? Are you coked up right now? Where's your bunny ears?" "That's enough."
there was suddenly an arm around my waist. And then I was being drawn against Oliver's side, right up against that warm, gorgeous, coat. It was the most pathetic thing I'd ever done. Possibly the most pathetic thing in the world. But I turned into him and hid my face against his neck. The scent of his hair, so clean and somehow so him, slowed the panicked racing of my heart. "What are you hiding from? Come on, mate, give us a smile. Who's your boyfriend?" "My name is Oliver Blackwood." He didn't shout, but he didn't have to. There was something about the way he spoke that sliced through the clamour. "I'm a barrister at Middle Temple, and I suggest you get out of my way." "How'd you meet? How long do you think you're going to last? Have you done 'em in an alley yet?" I was basically made of day-old spaghetti at this point, but Oliver got me through the crowd. It wasn't as bad as I'd imagined. Mostly people fell back, and when they didn't, a look at Oliver's face seemed to make them reconsider. And all the time, I sheltered in the circle of his arm, and nothing touched me but him. Eventually, though, we got far enough, and I calmed down enough that I became very aware of what a total arse I must have looked, clinging to Oliver and trembling like a kitten. "Okay," I said, making a bid to pull away. "We're clear. You can let me go now." Oliver's hold tightened. "They're still following. Endure me a little longer." As ever, Oliver wasn't the issue. The problem was me, and how good this could have felt if I'd let it. "We can't do this forever. Just get me to the tube and I'll sort myself out from there." "You're obviously shaken. We're getting a taxi." Wait, what did he think was happening? Hang on, what's this we? "I'm taking you home. Now stop arguing with me in front of the press." "Fine," I grumbled. "We can argue on the way." Oliver flagged down a passing cab, which of course actually stopped for him instead of speeding past with an air of contempt. He bundled me into the back, and I reluctantly gave my address. Then, off we went. Knowing Oliver would probably disapprove if I didn't, I resentfully fastened my seatbelt. "Look, I appreciate the whole chivalry bit, but you are absolutely not coming into my flat." "Not even—" His eyebrow flicked up nastily. "If I appear unannounced on the doorstep after standing you up?" "That was a very different situation." "Which doesn't alter the fact that I've welcomed you into my home and you're pushing me away from yours." "Well, I'm sorry. Let's chalk this up to one more example of you being a fundamentally better person than me." "That wasn't what I meant. Although—" His expression grew grave in the flicker of the city lights. "I found your behaviour tonight somewhat surprising." "Because I was supposed to sit there and take it while you completely ignored me in order to chat up Alex fucking twaddle." Now he did the Lucian is being terrible temple massaging thing. "I wasn't ignoring you. I was trying to make a good impression because I understood that to be the purpose of the exercise." "Then you succeeded," I retorted, with more vehemence that perhaps made sense in context. "They clearly thought you were just ducky." "I'm confused. You're angry because I did too well at reflecting positively on your taste in boyfriends?" "Yes. No. Fuck you, Oliver." "I don't see how that's helpful." "It's not meant to be helpful." My voice bounced off the walls of the taxi. "I'm angry. I don't understand why you're not angry too, because this was clearly a shit evening for both of us." "Actually, I thought your friends were rather charming, as long as you didn't expect them to be anything they weren't. What made it a shit evening for me was your eagerness to demonstrate how little you think of me." I had not expected that, and for a moment I didn't know what to say. What? "I'm very conscious that you wouldn't be with me if you had any other choice, but this will not work if you can't hide your contempt for me in public." Oh God, I was the worst human. "I tease you all the time." It felt different tonight. I wanted to say that was on him, except it wasn't. I guess I hadn't expected him to notice, let alone care. Fuck. "I'm sorry, okay?" "Thank you for the apology, but right now I'm not sure it's helping." Yeah, That had been a bit lackluster. Look, I addressed myself to the floor. I really don't believe any of the shit I said. You acted as if you believed it. Because I thought it was going to be different. What was going to be different? I thought it would be like when it's just the two of us. But you wouldn't look at me. You didn't know how to touch me, and you were supposed to be bonding with me over what a posh twerp Alex is, not bonding with him over how I didn't go to Oxford. There was a long silence. Lucien, said Oliver, in the soft, low voice that made me want to curl up inside him. Like, not in a serial killer way, like in a blankety way. I think I owe you an apology too. I never meant to make you feel uncomfortable or excluded, and I will admit I didn't quite know how to act in front of your friends because, well, I've never had to pretend to be someone's boyfriend before. He paused. Especially in front of a pair of, what did you call them? Posh twerps who think the national minimum wage is the Duchess of Marlborough's prize racehorse. A laugh startled out of me. You see? Oliver gave me a rather smug look. I can be mean too. Yeah, but where was it when I needed it? I like to make you smile, Lucien. I don't like to make other people feel small. I guess I can live with that. I took off my seatbelt and slid over towards him. You should be wearing your seatbelt. It's a legal requirement. I let my head rest ever so lightly, almost accidentally, against his shoulder. Oh, shut up, Oliver. Chapter 19. Somehow, against all reason and sense of self-preservation, I invited Oliver into my flat. I mean, to give him his due, he didn't immediately drop dead from disgust and E. coli. I'm aware, he said, that you sometimes consider me judgmental, but I honestly can't understand how you live like this. It's easy. All I do is touch something, and whether it sparks joy or not, I just leave it exactly where it is. I'm not certain I'd recommend touching anything in this building. I took off my jacket, and with more situational awareness than I would have credited myself with, threw it immediately over the most embarrassing pile of underpants. I tried to save you, but you wouldn't be warned. You're basically Bluebeard's wife at this point. I thought you were ashamed of me. Oliver was still staring aghast at the impressive collection of takeaway containers that I was definitely going to get around to washing, so that I could then definitely get around to recycling them. But it turns out you were quite rightly ashamed of yourself. That's where you're wrong. Shame is for people with self-respect. He put his fingers to his brow again in his so sad and disappointed gesture that was not becoming endearing in the slightest. At least Bluebeard kept his dead wives neatly in one cupboard. I know you're probably regretting our fake relationship pretty hard right now, but please don't dump me again. No. Oliver stiffened his shoulders like he was in a wartime propaganda poster. It took me a moment, but I'm over it. You can leave if you want to. He looked very briefly tempted, but then went back to being all, your country needs you. For the sake of appearances, we should make sure we don't repeat tonight's mistakes. I don't think either of us had thought through how to be together in public. Wow. I threw myself listlessly onto the sofa, which was mostly clear, apart from 2 pairs of socks and a blanket. I really underestimated how much work this was going to involve. Yes, well, as the kids say, suck it up, Buttercup. Now, do you think we should hold hands? Did you actually say, suck it up, Buttercup? Well, I thought pointing out that this is a lot of work for me too, and that I'm not complaining, while an accurate observation would have made me sound like a prig. I eyed him, half irritated, half amused. Good call. So, are we holding hands or not? If nothing else, you had to kind of admire his ability to stick to a point. I genuinely have no idea. It involves minimum actual intimacy, but makes it clear we're together if we happen to get photographed. Well, I do love me some minimum actual intimacy. Oliver frowned at me. Stop being frivolous, Lucian, and hold my damn hand. I stood up, picked my way back through a slalom of mugs, and held his damn hand. Oliver adjusted his grip several times. This seems forced. Yeah, I feel like I'm being dragged around the supermarket by my mum. So, no to hand-holding. Try taking my arm. Don't you mean your damn arm? He blinked aggressively. Just do it. I took his arm. Still weird. Now it's more like I'm a maiden aunt at a garden party. So, I either make you feel like a child or an old lady. How very flattering. It's not you. I untook his arm. It's the situation. Then we'll have to be one of those couples who never touch each other when anybody's looking. But, I whined, I don't want to be one of those couples. I don't even want to pretend to be one of those couples. In which case, I suggest you work out some way you can bear to touch me. Okay. I couldn't think of anything clever, so I said the first thing that came into my head. Why don't we have sex? His mouth twisted quizzically. I don't think that would be appropriate at a fundraiser. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. No, I mean, like now. I beg your pardon? Jesus, Oliver. I rolled my eyes. Who responds to a come-on with, I beg your pardon? That wasn't a come-on. That was... I don't even know what that was. I just thought, I said, with a shrug I told myself wasn't at all self-conscious. If we had sex, we might be less awkward about touching each other. Ah, yes, because sex is renowned for making things less complicated. Okay, bad idea. You asked me how we could be more comfortable touching in public, and I came up with a suggestion. Excuse me for thinking outside the box. He turned away from me, looking like he was about to start pacing, except my floor wasn't pace-friendly at the best of times, so he just fidgeted for a while. I realised that you did not meet me when I was at the pinnacle of my self-esteem, but it still takes more to get me into bed than, why don't we have sex? I mean, like now. We had dinner first. Dinner at which you freely admit you were a dick to me and to your friends. Yeah, probably not the time to be making jokes. But I was trying hard not to dwell on the fact that I'd been shot down by Oliver Blackwood again. Tell you what, let's stop talking about how much you don't want to have sex with me. I'm sorry. His expression softened slightly, not that it made me feel any better. I know it's unfashionable, but I don't think sex is something you should do just because it's convenient. Why? Is everyone supposed to wait until they've got this deep, meaningful connection and can gaze into each other's eyes while they make tender love by an open fire? He visibly unsoftened. You really do think I'm a god-awful prude, don't you? Yes. No. Maybe. Oh, God. How could I make this sound less messed up and needy? I'm just not used to a hookup being a big deal, so it feels kind of personal that you keep refusing to shag me. What do you mean, keep? Bridget's birthday, a couple of years ago, we nearly got together, but instead you pissed off and left me. He gazed at me with obvious incredulity. Sorry, are you insulted that I didn't date rape you? You what? I gave him a shocked look back. I remember that evening, and you were completely out of it. I don't think you knew who I was, much less what you were doing. For fuck's sake, I snapped. I've had a lot of drunk sex. I'd have been fine. Oh, Lucian. How can I explain this? For some reason, he sounded sad. I don't want fine. Fine isn't enough. It's not about the open fire or whatever other clichés you can conjure up. But yes, I want a connection. I want you to care as much as I care. I want you to need it, and want it, and mean it. I want it to matter. He had to stop talking, or I was going to, I don't know, cry or something. He had no idea what he was asking for. I had no idea how to give it to him. I'm sure that's all lovely. My mouth was so dry, it was making my words click. But with me, what you get is fine, and that's all there is. There was a really, really, really long silence. Then it's probably for the best that none of this is real. Yeah. For the best. There was a really, 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 really long silence. Then Oliver put his arm round me, tucking me against his side. And God knows the hell why. I let myself be tucked. Will this do? Do for what? Touching. In public. He cleared his throat. Not all the time, obviously. It would make going through doors difficult. Right now, I could live without doors. I turned my head for the smallest of moments, breathing him in, and almost thought, imagined probably, his lips brushed my temple. I guess it'll do, I said. Because what else could I say? That the moments when it nearly worked made all the times it didn't feel just a little worse. All the same, it took every scrap of pride I possessed not to follow him when he stepped away. So, I shoved my hands into my pockets in case they went reaching after him. What now? Obviously you won't want to stay in my shitty apartment. I will admit I have some concerns about the state of your bedroom. But if I'm caught leaving, it may look as if we've broken up. Do you ever half-arse anything? He thought about it. I gave up about 2/3 of the way through Wolf Hall. Why? I dunno really. It's quite long and involved, and I think I got distracted. Isn't that precisely what half-arsing entails? Out of nowhere, I was laughing. I can't believe I'm pretending to date someone who just used the phrase, precisely what half-arsing entails. Would you believe me if I said I did it deliberately for your amusement? Nope. I did not want him to hold me again. That's just how you talk. It may be, but you do appear to derive a unique enjoyment from it. Okay, that one was deliberate. He offered me a slow smile, not the effortless one he used so freely in public, but something real and warm and almost reluctant, making his eyes shine from the inside like a lamp left in a window on a dark night. All right. I'm prepared for the worst. Show me your bedroom. I was not, Oliver said, a few minutes later, prepared for the worst. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. When did you last change your sheets? I change my sheets. He folded his arms. That's not an answer, and if you can't remember, it's been too long. Fine, I'll change my sheets, just, I might need to do some laundry first. I tried not to look at my clothes, which were a little bit everywhere. Maybe quite a lot of laundry. We are taking a taxi back to mine, right now. Wow, this is turning into an episode of Queer Eye, only with fewer hot men, and without the heartwarming bit where they make you feel good about yourself. I'm truly sorry. I wasn't intending to judge, but this situation, frankly, demands judgment. I mean, how can you not be miserable living here? I threw my hands up in exasperation. I'm confused. What on earth has given you the impression I'm not miserable? Lucien. Also, I rushed on, not sure if I was more afraid of him saying something nice or something mean. Your house might be clean, but you're clearly not happy either. At least I admit it. A touch of pink had crept across the top of Oliver's starkly defined cheekbones. Yes, I'm lonely. I sometimes feel I haven't achieved what I should have achieved. On the basis of quite a lot of evidence, I worry that I'm not very easy to care for, but I'm not trying to hide that. I'm just trying to cope with it. God, I hated it when he was all strong and vulnerable and honest and decent, and everything I wasn't. You're not completely difficult to care for. And I think I might have some clean sheets that I bought the last time I realised I didn't have any clean sheets. Thank you. I know I'm sometimes a bit of a control freak. Really? I gave him a big-eyed look.
I've never noticed.
We stripped my bed, which I honestly think was less gross than Oliver was making out, although I super wished my, personal pleasure device hadn't bounced out of the sheets and landed right at Oliver's feet like a dog wanting to go walkies. Except, up my bum. I shoved it hastily in my bedside drawer, which unfortunately involved revealing yet more of my, now I thought about it, depressingly onanistic collection. Whether out of embarrassment or gallantry, Oliver said nothing. Just got on with crimping down the edges of my new sheets until they were glass smooth and hotel room perfect. From there, he changed the pillowcases and the duvet cover, even bothering to do up the little poppers at the bottom, which I was pretty sure no human being ever did. And finally, he started taking off his clothes. I stared blankly. Or not so blankly. "What are you doing?" "Well, I'm not sleeping in a three-piece suit, and meaning no disrespect, I don't especially want to borrow any of..." He made a circular gesture that encompassed the various piles of crap strewn across my floor. "This?"
That's fair. A thought occurred to me. Hey, does this mean I finally get to meet the V-Cut?
He gave a weird little cough. "You will be passing acquaintances at best."
"I'll take it." I bounced onto my newly Oliver-approved bed and knelt there, rumpling the duvet and gazing somewhat shamelessly as Oliver undid his shirt.
"Lucian," he said, "what you're doing right now looks suspiciously like ogling."
I cupped my hands round my mouth. Off, off, off.
"I'm not a stripper."
"You're literally stripping right now. I'm just encouraging you."
"What you're doing is embarrassing me."
He removed the shirt, folded it neatly, realised there was nowhere to put it, and stood there in confusion. But, oh, holy God. You normally had to pay money to see something like that. I mean, we were talking grooves, ridges, just the right amount of hair, fuzzy, not furry, and even a couple of playful little veins snaking up from beneath the waistband of his trousers. Fuck. I wanted to lick him. Double fuck. I suddenly realised I could never ever take my clothes off in front of this man.
"What's the matter now?"
asked Oliver.
"And where can I put my shirt?"
I'll find you a hanger. And some kind of, I don't know, beekeeping outfit for me. Something nicely covering. I ran out of the room and changed into the biggest, baggiest t-shirt I could find, along with my loosest, least form-fitting pair of lounge pants. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was fine with how I looked. I'd had no complaints body-wise from anyone, and there'd been plenty of complaints about other things, so it wasn't a reticence issue. But Oliver was the sort of fantasy I usually didn't even bother to have, because I thought it was just too unrealistic, and I had no idea what a man who looked like that could possibly see in me. Oh, wait. He didn't have to see anything. That was the deal. By the time I got back to the bedroom, Oliver was waiting for me in a pair of black boxer briefs that somehow managed to be sensible in a sexy way, his suit over one arm and his shirt in his other hand. In a moment of panic, I threw a hanger at him and jumped under the covers. I definitely wasn't watching Oliver as he arranged his garments to his satisfaction and hung them up in my otherwise completely empty wardrobe. Fuck it. Who was I trying to fool? I was watching because he was gorgeous, and I totally wanted to do him, and I totally wanted to do him even before I knew the V-cut wasn't a joke. This was bad. This was very, very bad. What felt like hours later, I was lying in the dark next to Oliver, not touching him, and trying not to think about touching him, which meant instead I was thinking about everything else. Like how much he was doing for me when he didn't have to, and how badly I kept treating him in return, and how scary this could all get if I let it. "Oliver," I said.
"Yes, Lucian?"
"I really am sorry. For tonight."
"It's fine. Go to sleep."
More time passed. "Oliver," I said.
Yes, Lucian.
Slightly less patiently. I just don't understand why you care. What I think. The bed shifted as he rolled over, and I was suddenly very conscious how close we were.
Why wouldn't I?
Well, because you're this incredible lawyer/swimwear model guy.
Excuse me?
I mean metaphorically. I mean, not the lawyer bit, that is your actual job. Fuck, look, I'm just saying you're conventionally successful and conventionally attractive. And you're a good person, and I'm not.
You're not a bad person. Partly because there are no bad people, and partly...
Wait, what about, like, murderers?
The vast majority of murderers murder one person and either regret it for the rest of their lives or have a reason for doing it that you would probably sympathise with. The first thing you learn as a criminal barrister is bad things are not the exclusive province of bad people.
I guess it was some kind of masochistic penance for having called him cheesy earlier, but I heard myself telling him, "You're hot when you're being idealistic."
I'm hot all the time, Lucian. As you've just observed, I look like a swimwear model.
Fuck. No. Help. Now he was making me laugh.
Speaking of which, he went on, you surely can't doubt your own...
He wriggled nervously, and I wished I could see the expression on his face, because lost for words Oliver was one of my favourite Olivers.
Appeal?
You'd be amazed what I can doubt. This right here was why you had sex, so you were too tired to randomly tell people personal shit at 3 a.m. Besides, when all you see of yourself is what the tabloids show you, it's hard to believe in anything else. I felt the faintest stirring of air close to my face, as if he'd reached out to me but thought better of it.
You're beautiful, Lucian. I've always thought so. Like an early self-portrait of Robert Mapplethorpe.
I practically heard him blush.
Not the one with the bullwhip in his anus, obviously.
I wasn't sure, but I thought Oliver Blackwood had just called me beautiful. I had to be gracious and calm and mature. Pro tip, when you're complimenting someone, avoid the word anus. He chuckled.
Duly noted. Now seriously, go to sleep. We both have work in the morning.
You've met Alex. Consciousness is barely a requirement in my office.
Is there some reason you're intent on keeping me awake?
No. I don't know. He was right. I was being weird. Why was I being weird? Do you really think I'm beautiful?
At this very moment, I think you're annoying. But in general, yes.
I haven't even said thank you for getting me away from those reporters. He sighed, his breath warm under the duvet we shared.
I'll take your silence as gratitude.
Sorry. Sorry. I turned onto my side, then onto my other side, then onto my back, before flipping to the side I'd tried to begin with.
Lucian.
Oliver's voice rumbled through the dark.
Come here.
What? Why? Come where?
Never mind. I'm here.
Then Oliver folded himself around me, all strong arms and smooth skin, and the thud of his heart against my back.
You're okay.
I lay still, my body not sure whether it wanted to run screaming for the door or just sort of melt everywhere. What's going on?
You're going to sleep.
There was no way that was happening. This was too much. It was far too much. Except, as it turned out, he was right. And it wasn't. And I was. Chapter 20. So, I said to Alex the next morning, I'm really sorry that I was such a dick last night. He gazed at me expectantly. And? Well, I should have been nicer to you. And?
Wow, he was seriously committed to holding this over me. I'm a bad friend and a terrible co-worker?
Oh,
He frowned.
I'm afraid to say that I just don't get it at all. I mean, the one about going to Wales wasn't funny, but at least it made sense.
It wasn't a joke, Alex. I was trying to apologise for last night. I thought maybe my use of the words sorry and last night might have clued you in.
In that case, think nothing of it, old boy. And honestly, it's my fault. I should have said something at the time. Because we skipped the fish course, you should have skipped the fish fork.
I gave up. Okay, great. Glad we cleared the air. Sorry again about the fish fork.
Happens to the best of us. Why, once at high table I had a moment of mental abstraction and tried to use a salad fork to eat cooked vegetables. And everyone had a jolly good laugh at my expense.
Gosh, yes. The mental image alone is hilarious.
Isn't it? I mean, the tines are completely the wrong length.
The tines, I offered, with a confidence my history with Alex did not at all support. They are a-changin'. He gave me a blank look.
I suppose so. That's why you swap forks between courses.
Back at my desk, I ran through what was becoming a slightly depressing morning ritual. Drink coffee, worry about alienating more donors, check scandal sheets. As it turned out, I was barely in them, and not just because I was mostly hidden against Oliver's body. Pretty much every article was about Miffy, what she was wearing, where she was going, when she and Alex might be getting married. Oliver and I were blissfully relegated to the also-withs, although some enterprising intern had managed to unearth the designer of Oliver's coat, and you knew it was the right kind of press coverage when people wrote more about what you were wearing than what you were doing. I even got a glancing mention in Horse and Hound, despite being neither. This just left me to deal with the endless stream of unnecessary crises that always afflicted the Beetle Drive, like the time Rhys Jones Bowen told me the venue was double booked because he'd got the Royal Ambassador's Hotel Marylebone mixed up with the laser quest he was trying to arrange for his friend's stag do. Or the time the printed invitations went missing and we thought they'd got lost in the post, but it turned out Alex had just been using the box as a footstool for 3 months. And let's not forget when Dr. Fairclough briefly cancelled the entire event because she decided that the term beetle was insufficiently scientifically rigorous, and backed down only when we reminded her that it wasn't actually in the official name of the event. Today it was Barbara Clench, our dogmatically frugal office manager, questioning the necessity of releasing funds for the purposes of, operating our fundraiser, which meant I was tied up with email for most of the day, since our ability to successfully co-work was built upon a mutual understanding that we would never, ever speak to each other in person.
Dear Luke, I've been looking at the costings for the hotel and am wondering if we really need it. Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, yes, it's where we're having the event. Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, I've been thinking about that and was wondering if it wouldn't be more practical for donors to remain at home and contribute by telephone during a pre-approved window. Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, I appreciate your commitment to helping the Beetle Drive run smoothly. Unfortunately, the invitations have already been printed, and the event has been advertised as a dinner and dance, and not as a stay-at-home and phone us maybe. The cost of the hotel should be more than covered by the ticket price. Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, could we at least choose a cheaper hotel? Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, no. Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, I consider your last email inappropriately curt. I would take this matter up with our Human Resources Department, but we do not have one. Kind regards, Barbara. P.S. Thank you for raising a requisition request for a new stapler. This requisition request has been denied.
Dear Barbara, perhaps you could ask the office manager if we could release sufficient resources to hire a Human Resources Department. Maybe I could also borrow a stapler from them. Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, there is no room in the workplace for facetiousness. I refer you to last month's memo on the new paper fastening policy. For financial and environmental reasons, we are requiring all documents to be bound with recyclable treasury tags. We expect these to be reused wherever possible. Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, please pay the hotel. The manager just called me and we are at risk of losing the room. Kind regards, Luke. P.S. We have run out of treasury tags.
Dear Luke, if you have run out of treasury tags, please submit a requisition form. Kind regards, Barbara.
I was just composing a devastating reply, because I absolutely had one, and it was absolutely a good use of office time, when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Oliver, which, the preview helpfully informed me, began with the words, "Bad news." Oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Without my telling it to, my brain started filling in 100 different ways that sentence could end. And it probably said something about what a messed up place I was in, Oliver-wise, that it went straight to, "We're breaking up," rather than, "My grandma's died," or, "I have syphilis." He was, though, wasn't he? I'd been a total maniac last night. He'd had to rescue me from reporters and then cuddle me until I went to sleep like I was a highly strung puppy. And in the morning, I'd woken up sprawled all over him and made a huge fuss about him leaving, which had obviously been because I was still half asleep and not thinking straight. But given how sleep-halved and not straight-thinking I'd been, I remembered making some pretty forceful arguments. After all that, I wanted to break up with me, and I was me. In the end, I did the mature thing, put my phone in my drawer without reading the message, and went for coffee. Under normal circumstances, I would never have been relieved to see Rhys Jones Bowen doing anything, but the fact he was already installed at the coffee machine meant that this whole operation was going to take about 3 times longer than it would have otherwise, and that was exactly what I needed. "Oh, thank goodness you're here, Luke," he exclaimed. "I can never remember. Is it water in the front and coffee in the back, or the other way round?" "Coffee goes in the little basket that's got leftover coffee in it, and the water goes in the bit at the back that's already half full of water."
"Ah, you see, that's what I was thinking. But you know when you get one of those things and you always get it the wrong way round, and then even when you get it right, you trip yourself and do it the other way anyway?"
I was about to say no in my most withering tone, but actually that was kind of a thing. I got it myself with a number of M's in accommodation, and a number of C's for that matter. Besides, Oliver would have disapproved. Oliver, who just sent me a text saying he had bad news, which I was going to have to look at some point, and deal with, and probably be hurt by, and... oh shit, what was the point of a displacement activity if it didn't displace anything? "I know what you mean," I said, and slid into a useful waiting position, while Rhys Jones Bowen navigated the intricacies of the, to be fair, somewhat complicated coffee machine. "Oh, bother!" He knocked the back of his hand against the steamer nozzle. "I always forget that's there. It's going to blister now, and that's my typing hand as well." I stifled a sigh. "Why don't you go and see Alex for some aloe vera? I'll finish up here and leave your coffee on the desk." There was a bewildered pause. "That's very decent of you, Luke." For someone paying me a mild compliment, he sounded worryingly surprised. "Is everything all right? Have you been visited by the ghost of office workers past?" "What? No, I'm a helpful person." "No, you aren't. You're a total pillock. But I'll take the coffee anyway, thank you very much." He ambled off in search of a burn remedy, and I finished reloading the coffee machine. While I waited for it to percolate, I searched the sink, cupboards, and draining board for any clean mugs, and found none. This was the problem with good deeds. They escalated. I was in the middle of scrubbing a particularly stubborn ring from Rhys's prized Welsh dragon mug when Dr. Fairclough stuck her head through the door and said,
"Black, no sugar since you're making."
"Gah." Except no, not gah. Perfect. Still waiting for the coffee to percolate, I went back to my office, really seriously intending to check my phone like an adult with a sense of proportion. But fuck,
What if bad news meant the papers had taken last night's outing and spun it into something awful for both of us? Drunk rock kid abducts lawyer shock. Or maybe one of Oliver's exes had flown back in from Paris to say, "Darling, I've just remembered you're the most wonderful person I've ever met, and I should never have left you. Let's run away together immediately." Well, I'd never know unless I looked. I didn't look. The drawer sat accusingly shut while I fired up Outlook and through gritted fingers typed a much more conciliatory reply to Barbara. "Dear Barbara, please forgive my earlier rudeness. I'm making a round of teas, coffees for the office. Would you like one? Luke."
Dear Luke, no. Kind regards, Barbara.
On this one occasion, I'll admit I deserved that. Olive Branch returned to sender. I sloped back to the kitchen where I poured 2 coffees, black for Dr. Fairclough, milk and too much sugar for Rhys Jones Bowen, and went about my deliveries. I was holding out some hope that I could wring a few minutes of idle conversation out of them, which in Dr. Fairclough's case at least I should have realised was a hope so vain that Carly Simon could have written a famously enigmatic song about it. Normally, I'd have been able to count on Rhys Jones Bowen, but he was distracted getting a botanical burn treatment from Alex. All of which left me with no option but to read Oliver's text. And when I put it like that, I felt really silly for reacting to it so strongly. Although not so silly that my phone didn't sit on my desk for another 5 minutes while I started it. If, for whatever reason, Oliver had decided he couldn't do this, it probably wouldn't ruin my life. I'd had some good publicity already, and by the time the tabloids noticed they hadn't seen us together for a while, it'd be too late for them to run the inevitable gay playboy Fleming kid drives away nice lawyer man headlines before the Beetle drive. Besides, if Oliver was breaking it off, it said more about the situation than it did about me. And, honestly, we'd be both better off not having to navigate this whole weird pretending to be going out with each other thing that I should never have agreed to do in the first place. This was for the best. Definitely for the best. I took a deep breath and opened the text. "Bad news," it read. "Big case. I'm afraid I'll be quite busy for the next week." Oh, fuck me. What kind of technologically illiterate prick starts a message bad news when the news is average at worst? I was so goddamn relieved I was actually angry. Of course, Oliver had probably failed to factor in my deeply ingrained and repeatedly validated belief that everything good in my life was just waiting for the perfect moment to fuck off and leave me. There was also the slimmest of chances that I might have been being a bit of a drama queen. Once my hands had stopped trembling, I sent back, "Is this just a polite way of saying you need time to recover from my flat?" I won't lie, it was fairly terrible, but there were some compensations. "Like what?" I asked. "You?" I stared at the word for a really long time. Remember this is fake. Remember this is fake. Remember this is fake. Chapter 21. It was the longest week ever, which made no sense because I'd only had a pretend boyfriend for 10 minutes, and it wasn't like I'd ever been Mr. Knows What to Do with himself. It's just that before Oliver came along, I'd been resigned to a lifetime of cruising Grindr, then freaking out in case I got recognised and ended up in the papers again, and deciding instead to spend my evenings half-dressed under a pile of blankets, binge-watching Scandi Noir on Netflix and hating myself. And now I don't know. I guess I wasn't. He still texted, because of course he would, though mainly he said things like, "Grabbing a bagel, case is complicated, can't discuss it, apologies for lack of dick pic." Which was lovely for about 3 seconds, and then just made me miss him. And what was with that? Was my life really so empty that Oliver could just walk into it, sit down and start taking up space? I mean, it probably was. But somehow, even after so little time, I couldn't imagine anyone doing that but him. After all, who else could be that annoying?
and thoughtful and protective and secretly kind of funny and bugger. At 9 o'clock on Tuesday night, halfway through an episode of Border Town, which I'd been paying no attention to, I came abruptly to the conclusion that all my problems would be solved if I tidied my flat. At 9:36 on Tuesday, I came abruptly to the conclusion that this had been the worst idea ever. I'd started trying to put things in places, but the places where I wanted to put the things were already full of things that weren't the things that were supposed to go in those places. So I had to take the things out of the places, but there were no places to put the things that came from the places, so then I tried to put things back in the places, but they wouldn't go back in the places, which meant now I had more things and nowhere to put the things, and some of the things were clean and some of the things were very much not clean, and the very much not clean things were getting mixed up with the clean things, and everything was terrible and I wanted to die. I tried to lie on the floor and sob pathetically, but there was no room, so I lay on my bed, which I'm sure still smelled faintly of Oliver, and sobbed pathetically there instead. Nice going, Luke. Very not a loser. What was wrong with me? Why was I putting myself through this? This was all Oliver's fault, with his "you are special" eyes and his "you're beautiful, Lucian" bullshit, half convincing me I was worth something, when I knew exactly what I was worth, down to the nearest fucking penny. Then my phone rang, and I was in such a mess that I accidentally answered it. "Is that you, Luke?" gravelled my fucking dad. I bolted upright, wiping away snot and tears and trying desperately not to sound like I'd been crying my eyes out. "Speaking." "I'm sorry about Reggie. He has to deal with a lot of shit for me." That made two of us. "It's fine. I'm glad you reached out to me. I know this is difficult for you." No shit. "Yeah, but I probably shouldn't have told you to fuck off and literally die." "You're right to be angry. Besides..." He gave a "I have lived and experienced and discovered where my joy is" laugh. "It's what your mother would have done when she was your age. It's what I would have done too." "Stop that right now. You don't get to look for any of you in me." A moment of silence. And I honestly wasn't sure. I was hoping he'd push it or not. That he'd fight for me. "If that's the way you want it to be," he said. "It's the way I want it to be." I took a deep breath. "So what happens now?" "Like I said at your mother's, I want to get to know you. How that happens, if that happens, is up to you." "Sorry. Since I never intended to meet the father who walked out on me when I was 3, I didn't have this planned out in advance." "Well, how about this? We're filming at the farmhouse in a couple of weeks. Why don't you come down on the Sunday? We should be done by then and we'll have time to talk." I was vaguely aware my dad had an absurd Rockstar farmhouse/studio/creative retreat somewhere in Lancashire, near where he grew up. "Fine. Send me the details. And," I added, quite aggressively, "I'll be bringing my boyfriend. Is that a problem?" "Not at all. If he's important to you, I'd like to meet him." That kind of took the wind out of my sails. I wasn't exactly hoping my dad would turn out to be a homophobe, but I'd got really comfortable believing bad things about him. "Oh, okay." "It was good to talk to you, Luke. I'll see you soon." I hung up. It was the only power move I had left, but I was going to use it. Unfortunately, using it left me so exhausted, especially after my utter failure to make a meaningful difference to my existence, that I just pulled the duvet over my head and passed out in my clothes. The next time I looked at my phone, it was a hell of a lot later, and I'd slept through 12 texts from Oliver and my alarm. The texts said, "I miss you. Sorry, was that too much? I know it's only been a few days." Maybe this is why people don't want to go out with me. Not that you're really going out with me anyway. I hope I didn't sound presumptuous. I'm probably sounding really weird now. I'm assuming you're not texting back because you're still asleep, not because you think I'm disgustingly clingy. If you're awake and think I'm disgustingly clingy, could you at least tell me? Right. You're probably asleep. And now you're going to wake up and read all this, and I'm going to die of embarrassment. Sorry. And the alarm said, "You're going to be late for work, cockface." But I still paused long enough to reply to Oliver. "I was missing you too, but then you sent me a million texts, and it was like you were in the room. Also, still no dick pic. Also, we're meeting my dad Sunday after next. Hope that's okay." Somehow, despite my flat still looking like a bomb had thought about going off but got too depressed and just sat in the corner eating Pringles and crying, I was in an oddly good mood. I think maybe I just liked waking up to Oliver. As usual, showing up late at the office didn't exactly mean much, except I was conscious of the smallest pricklings of guilt, and I missed my telling a joke to Alex window, which was sort of a disappointment and a relief at the same time. Throwing myself into what I laughably called my work, I was cautiously pleased to discover an email from a pair of donors who had previously withdrawn their support from the Beetle Drive. "Dear Luke, thanks so much for your email. Adam just heard today that our Jore retreat has fallen through, so we might be able to make the Beetle Drive after all. We'd love to take up your invitation for lunch and catch up. Namaste, Tamara." Oh God. I didn't really have favourite or least favourite donors because, and I'm aware I say this as someone who's lived his whole life on the royalties from an album his mum wrote in the 80s, rich people are pricks. Adam and Tamara Clark's particular flavour of prickishness was that they had got richer than any human being had a right to get, while constantly banging on about how fucking ethical they were, and glossing over the fact that they got their startup capital because he was an investment banker in about 2008. They ran this chain of vegan lifestyle whole food eateries called Gaia, because of course they were called Gaia. And now I thought about it, it also meant I had to work out somewhere to take them, that not only would Barbara Clench release the funds to pay for, but that didn't serve animal products, wasn't owned by the client, and wouldn't look like a pointed attempt to support their competition. I heaved a despairing sigh. Well, fuck me sideways with a baked aubergine. "Something I can help you with, Luke?" Rhys Jones Bowen, who had been passing on the way to either the coffee machine or the Burns unit, stuck his head round the door. "I mean, not with that. Not that I'm judging." "It was a rhetorical aubergine, Rhys." "I'm not sure that makes it any better. Now, what's the issue?" "Just," I waved a dismissive hand, "donor stuff." He came in uninvited and plonked himself in the spare chair. "Well, let me hear it. A problem shared is a problem two people have." "I'm afraid you're not going to be able to do much good here. Not unless you happen to know a cheap, but not insultingly cheap, ideally slightly trendy and indie, but not threateningly trendy and indie, specifically vegan cafe/restaurant that I can take Adam and Tamara Clark to." "Oh, that's easy. Just take them to Bronwyn's." My mouth sagged for a moment. "Who's Bronwyn?" "Friend of mine from way back. She's a vegan and she's doing a pop-up." "Okay," I said, hesitantly. "That sounds promising. Just to check, is this pop-up happening in Aberystwyth?" "Luke, I find it offensive the way you assume I only know about things in Wales. It's happening in Islington. Although she is from Aberystwyth." "And she's definitely vegan? Not like a volcanologist or a veterinarian?" "I'm finding your lack of confidence a little bit hurtful, Luke." He did in fact look fairly hurt. "We do have vegans in Wales, and I don't just mean the sheep." "Sorry." "That last bit was a joke. I'm allowed to make it because I'm from Wales. And so you can laugh." The moment, such as it had ever been, had very much passed. But he was doing me a favour, maybe, so I forced out a wheezing noise I hoped sounded moderately amused. "But no," Rhys went on defensively, "she's definitely vegan. I remember because she used to be vegetarian.
But then she explained that she felt that it wasn't ethically defensible to be vegetarian but not vegan, owing to the complex interdependence of animal exploitation in industrialized farming. For example, Luke, did you know that there are two types of chickens, one for laying eggs and one for eating? And because we only need the girl chickens for the eggs, the boy egg chickens just get thrown in a big blender and used for cat food.
I didn't know that. Thank you for ruining eggs for me.
Yeah, but they're brilliant with soldiers though, aren't they?
As in most conversations with Rhys Jones Bowen, I really wasn't sure how we'd got here. Anyway, back to you saving my vegan bacon substitute. This Bronwyn, who used to be a vegetarian from Aberystwyth and is now a vegan in Islington, is she, how do I put this, actually any good? He scratched absently at his beard.
She won the South Wales Eco Food and Drink Award a couple of years back, though she did marry an Englishwoman, so her taste is questionable.
Wait, Bronwyn's a lesbian?
It'd be a bit strange of her to marry a woman if she wasn't.
No, I just kind of assumed all your friends would be more...
That's quite homophobic of you, Luke, if you don't mind my saying.
He climbed to his feet and ambled back into the corridor, pausing on the threshold to give me a stern look.
You're not the only gay in the village, you know.
Well, that was me told. That evening, as I was pushing the mess around my flat like a half-arsed Sisyphus, I got a text and an attachment from Oliver, and was briefly really excited, until I found myself staring into the kindly, twinkly eyes of the late Sir Richard Attenborough. WTF is this? I sent back.
A dick pic?
You are not funny, I told him, laughing. And I definitely don't miss you now. A few minutes later.
I'm glad you chose to reach out to your father.
I'm not.
I can see you are handling this well.
I'm insecure. Tell me how mature I'm being.
I think...
And somehow I could hear him like a voiceover.
Genuinely mature people don't demand praise for being mature.
Baby steps, I typed. Praise me anyway.
You're being very mature, and I'm very impressed.
Was that your sarcastic voice? I read that in your sarcastic voice.
I am actually proud of you. I just thought it would sound patronizing to say it.
You must have noticed I have zero self-respect. A pause.
I don't think that's true. I think you've just forgotten where you put it.
Well, you've seen my flat. Normally we'd wrap up here with him saying something semi-nice to me and me not knowing how to cope with it. But tonight, for some reason, I wasn't quite ready to let go. I know you can't talk about it, blah blah blah. But you okay? Work okay? Everything okay? Wow, look at me playing it cool, like a fucking cucumber. There was a longer than average Oliver pause. Oh fuck. I'd pushed it too far. Or he'd fallen asleep.
Yes,
he said finally.
I'm just not used to...
He left that half-sentence hanging for a really long time. Then,
sorry, I pressed send too early.
Okay, he was not getting away with that. I'd like the second half, please.
I didn't mean to send the first half.
Well, you have, and as 5-word phrases go, I'm just not used to is nearly as bad as we need to talk about.
Sorry.
Oliver!
I'm just not used to having something in my life that's as important to me as my job.
I typed out, You're really taking this fake boyfriend business seriously, aren't you? But didn't have the heart to send it. Instead, I tried, What about your gazillion other relationships?
They were different.
And while my thumb was mid-swipe,
By the way, I think we should have lunch tomorrow.
And again before I could answer,
I mean, if it's agreeable. I'm just very aware the aim of this exercise was to generate positive publicity for you. which we can't if we aren't seen in public. So we have lunch, as I suggested, in my other text. So he'd panicked then. As a world-class panicker, I was well placed to read the signs. There were a bunch of things I could have done. I could have teased him, or pressed him, or fucked with him. But none of them seemed right just then. So I let it go. That sounds great, I sent. But what about your case? If you'd be so good as to bring me something, a wrap or something, I thought we could eat it on a bench. Play your cards right, I'll get you a packet of crisps to go with it. That won't be necessary, thank you. A pause. You're teasing me, aren't you? I guess you'll find out tomorrow. Meet me by the Gladstone statue at 1. We'll go somewhere nice and photographable. God, he was thoughtful. And in whatever the texting equivalent to silence was that followed his last message, I sat on my sofa with my knees tucked under my chin, my brain churning restlessly. It was that weird space where I didn't actually know what I was thinking, only that thinking was kind of happening. But afterwards there came this calm, like fine rain on a too-hot day. Hell, I had a lunch date with a barrister. A fake lunch date, admittedly, but a real barrister. And suddenly my job didn't look quite as crap, and my flat didn't look quite as impossible, and I didn't feel quite as hollow. Grabbing my phone again, I jumped into the WhatsApp group, which was currently called All About That Ace, and sent out a quick cry for help. Have been too bad at adulting for too long. Flat is unlivable in. Fake boyfriend horrified. Help! Priya was the first to respond with,
Luke, do you only ever message us when you want something?
Followed by Bridget.
I'll come help you. Just say when, where. How is fake boyfriend?
Oh dear. So much for not telling all my friends. Maybe I could ask them to keep extra special double quiet about it? What was that saying? 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them try really, really hard. My flat, I typed. This weekend. I'll pay you in pizza, though frankly that might make things worse.
Do not order pizza.
Somehow James Royce sounded camp even in text.
The big chains are all run by Nazis. And also the pizza's terrible. I will make a picnic and bring it with me. Tidy party.
Bridge, of course. I think she'd had her caps lock stuck on since 2002.
I'm so excited. How is fake boyfriend?
Then Priya.
You just want me for my truck, don't you?
I bet. I couldn't help myself. You say that to all the girls.
How is fake boyfriend? What I say to all the girls is that's my sculpture. Wanna fuck? Luke, I'm going to keep asking you how things are with Oliver until you answer or my thumbs fall off.
I took pity on her. Or maybe on everyone else. It's wonderful. We're getting married. Why do you think I need to clean my flat?
You're being sarcastic. That means you secretly like him. See you on Sat. Can't wait.
From there, the conversation moved on to other things, and I stuck it out for long enough to prove that, whatever Priya said, I didn't only talk to my friends when I needed something from them. Then a bit longer to prove that I wasn't just sticking around to prove I didn't only talk to my friends when I needed something from them. Then a little bit longer than that, because I realised Priya had been right all along, and I was a bad person. And besides, it was nice. I hadn't realised how far I'd drifted from them, because they'd kept sculling towards me anyway. But I had. And I shouldn't have. Chapter 22. Pictures of me and Oliver having lunch on a bench near a statue of Gladstone didn't exactly make headlines. 2 men eat sandwiches was never going to get the traction of minor celebrity vomits on other minor celebrity. But they were out there, showing me off in all my nice boyfriend-having, non-threatening glory. We did lunch again on Friday, without much expectation of anyone caring, but we felt we should keep up appearances anyway. And also, I, liked, seeing, him and stuff. True, it wasn't going to last because come a discreet time after his parents' anniversary, we'd be going our separate ways, with no need to ever speak to each other ever again. But maybe that was a good thing. It turned out that there was way less pressure when it was all just pretending, and for now I didn't have to think too hard about what I'd do when the pretending stopped. Saturday rolled around, and despite Bridget's all-caps assurance that she couldn't wait to come and tidy my flat, I wasn't entirely surprised to get a call from her at 9 a.m.
Luke,
she wailed.
I'm so sorry. I super wanted to come round for the tidy party, but you will not believe what's happened.
Tell me what's happened.
I can't really talk about it, but you know the Elf Swords of Luminera, Robert Kennington, series of 20-something fantasy novels that have been going since the late 70s?
Didn't he die?
Yes, back in 2009, but he gave his notes to Richard Kavanagh and he was going to write the last 3 books in the series. But then the first one had to be split into 3 other books for publication, and the other 2 have been broken into a quadrilogy and tetralogy.
Aren't those both sets of 4?
There's a technical difference, but I don't have time to go into it right now. Anyway, the point is, it was all going really well, and Netflix was interested in optioning books 3, 7, and 9, and we were trying to get them to look at 1, 2, and 6, and I think they were about to pick them up. But now Kavanagh has also died, and Raymond Carlyle and Roger Claiborne are both saying that he wanted them to take over, and they're refusing to collaborate with each other.
Yeah, I said. That sounds complicated.
I know, and I'm probably going to be on a conference call all day. If I can't get them to work it out, I'm definitely going to get fired.
I rolled my eyes, only because she couldn't see me. You're not going to get fired, Bridge. You never get fired. They keep getting you to deal with this sort of nonsense because you're actually fantastic at your job. There was a long silence.
Are you feeling okay?
Fine. Why?
I can't remember the last time you said something nice about, well, anything.
I thought about this for slightly longer than I was comfortable having to think about it. When you got that new haircut, the one with the cute fringe, I told you it looked really good on you.
That was 3 years ago.
I gasped. It was not.
Luke, I can remember when fringes were in.
Jesus. I sank down onto the arm of my sofa. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm saving these stories for when I'm best man at your wedding.
You might be saving them for a long time.
Then it's going to be a very long speech. And I have to go, but please tell me how much you like Oliver first.
Nothing, I insisted, is happening with Oliver. She squeaked happily.
Ah, but you're not complaining about how pompous and boring he is. That means it's going exactly according to plan. Mustache, ciao, darling.
She was gone before I could chow back. 20 minutes later, the James Royce-Royces appeared. James Royce-Royce with an actual picnic basket. Oh, Luke. He gazed around in dismay. I hadn't realised it had got this bad. I'm not sure I'll feel safe eating in here. People eat in fields, I pointed out, like places where cows shit. No cows have shit in my flat. Are you familiar, Sweet Pea, with the term damning with faint praise? Did you come here to help or take the piss? He shrugged. I thought I'd try a bit of both. A rumble outside heralded the arrival of Priya, her girlfriend, and her pickup truck. I mean, the rumbling was the truck. Her girlfriend was scary in other ways, what with being a legit grown-up and everything. By the time all 5 of us were crammed into my front room, surrounded by the detritus of the last 5 years, I was feeling pretty epically low. Well, I made a helpless gesture. This is my life, and I wish I hadn't invited you to come and look at it. You know, said Priya, I'd normally say something mean, but you're so pathetic right now it wouldn't be satisfying. Her girlfriend, whose name was Teresa, but who I had a hard time thinking of as anything but Professor Lang, elbowed her in the ribs.
That's still mean, dear. You like me when I'm mean.
James Royce shooed at them gently.
I'd tell you to get a room, but as we can see, there isn't one.
It's not that bad. Professor Lang picked up a sofa cushion and then put it down again very quickly.
I lived in worse in my student days. Luke's 28.
I could always count on Priya to boost me up when I was down.
Well?
To my surprise, Professor Lang shot me a mischievous smile. Considering that when I was 28 I was lying to my husband, denying my sexuality and pretending work would solve all my problems, I don't feel in any position to judge. I stared at them both. I have no idea how Priya wound up with someone so much less of an arsehole than her.
I'm a tortured artist, Priya shot back, and I'm fucking incredible in bed. Now, how do we tackle the pile of unadulterated skank you call your home?
There was a humiliatingly long silence. Then James Royce spoke up, unexpectedly. We prioritise things that need to be thrown away. Recycling over there. He pointed to a moderately empty corner. Refuse over there. Another point, another corner. Waste, electronic and electrical on that table. Then Priya, Luke and Teresa will go to the dump, while James and I start on the dishes. By the time you get back, there'll be enough space to be going through the laundry. Clean. It was pointing time again. Dirty whites, dirty colours. From there we'll regroup and start on the surfaces. We all took a moment to remind ourselves that there were some jobs James Royce was scarily good at.
You see,
said James Royce, kissing his husband's cheek extravagantly.
Isn't he fabulous?
We got to work, and holy shit, was it work. Having a system helped a lot, but it turned out I'd dropped a lot of things over the years, metaphorically and literally, and picking them all up and figuring out how best to dispose of them was surprisingly draining. It didn't help that Priya kept sarcastically double-checking whether I was sure I wanted to get rid of something with such obvious sentimental value as the empty Twiglets tube from last Christmas, or a lone Mr. Grumpy sock with a hole in the toe. Then we piled the pickup shamefully full of crap and drove it down to the tip. I nearly sent Oliver a picture of our neatly sorted recycling piles, so I could show off how sensible and mature I was being. But then I realised how much I wanted to surprise him with how sensible and mature I was being. He'd made it painfully clear sex was very much off the table, but maybe if I managed to get at least some of my shit together, he might like me enough to kiss me? Not that I really had any right to expect that, or ask for that, or imagine how it might feel. Except, now I'd had the thought, I didn't entirely want to let it go. Which was an epic red flag. I'd built my whole life around not wanting things I couldn't have, and yes, that had left me alone and bitter in a messy flat, but I was still worried the alternative was worse. By the time we'd got back from the dump, the washing machine was thrashing through the first of what would likely be approximately 27,000 loads, and James Royce had spread a red and white checked picnic blanket across my newly visible living room floor. It was laden with goodies, and there were even clean plates to eat them off. Been a while since I'd seen those. We all flopped down and waited semi-patiently for James Royce to introduce the food. I'd never quite figured out if it was a chef thing or a him thing, but he got borderline huffy if you tried to eat something he'd made for you before he'd told you all about it.
So, he announced, this is a traditional pork pie with hot watercress pastry. Sorry, not suitable for Priya, but it's a picnic. You can't have a picnic without a pork pie.
Priya gave him a look.
Yes, that is absolutely true. I have all these magical childhood memories of how every summer I'd go out into the park with my family and my mum would make roti and samosas and a raita and a pie none of us could eat. Then when we got home, we'd lend it to the Jewish family next door so they could take it out on their next picnic.
I'm sorry, darling. That was culturally insensitive of me. But I did make you a lovely quiche.
Oh,
she perked up.
Is it the broccoli and goat cheese one? Caramelised red onion, cream and Stilton. Okay, I'm sold. You can keep your pie, infidels.
There's also, went on James Royce with typical ceremony, a kale Waldorf salad with buttermilk dressing, a selection of handmade dips, including the hummus you were so fond of last time, Teresa, some of my homemade bread, naturally, and a range of local cheeses. Then to finish, we have individual raspberry fulls in mason jars. And don't worry, Luke, I brought my own spoons. Priya dragged a cooler out from behind my sofa. Well, I brought beer. She struck a Roycean pose. It's a sumptuous hops-based beverage served in a bottle. I'm seeing what you're doing there, Priya. He glowered at her over the top of his black-rimmed hipster frames. And since I've already blotted my cultural copybook, I've always wondered why you're okay with alcohol but not with pigs. You want the long answer or the short answer? What's the short answer? Fuck you, James. She grinned. And, he asked warily, the long answer? Because in case you haven't noticed, I'm not a very good Muslim. I fuck women, I drink alcohol, and I don't believe in God. But I grew up not eating pork, and so it still feels weird to eat an animal that rolls around in its own shit all day. Actually, pigs are very clean animals. Yeah, she shrugged. Still not going to eat them. There was a brief period of calm while we all attempted to put a dent in James Royce's characteristically excessive picnic. Eventually, Teresa, who clearly had better manners than the rest of us, said, Priya tells me you have a new boyfriend, Luke. Will he be joining us? He's got a work thing. I waved a hunk of James Royce's delicious homemade bread, slightly sheepishly. He's a barrister. Oh, what speciality? Help. I hadn't prepared for the quiz. Criminal stuff? He defends them and stuff. That's very admirable. I had a friend from university who went into criminal law, but he recently moved into consultancy. I understand it can be very draining and not particularly lucrative. Well, Oliver's got a lot of passion for it. I can't imagine him wanting to do anything else, really. She looked thoughtful for a moment. Then he's lucky, although in my experience there's no one thing you need to make you happy. Is this, said Priya, your way of telling me you want a threesome? Teresa gave her a wry smile. Absolutely. In front of your friends at a picnic, in a flat that still looks a little bit like the siege of Constantinople, is exactly how I choose to have that conversation. That sounds like it's probably bad. I went for another piece of infidel pie. But I don't actually know what the siege of Constantinople looked like. Teresa looked thoughtful again. I guess thoughtful was kind of the default in academia. To be fair, it depends which siege you're talking about, but I was thinking of the one in 1204. Oh, good, because if it had been any of the other ones, I'd have been deeply offended. From which point the conversation degenerated into a mixture of quite a sophisticated description of the sack of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade, from Teresa, and some rather juvenile speculation about the presence, or otherwise, of my stripy underpants at the event, from everybody else. I would have tried to steer us onto practically any other topic, except, knowing my friends, any other topic would have been just as bad. So, while they were trying to work out which bits of my laundry would be most useful against a crusading army, I found myself surreptitiously checking my phone. Turned out, while I'd been dragging bags of rubbish between flat and truck and dump, I'd missed a text from Oliver. He'd sent me a picture of Richard Chamberlain. Nice dick, I sent back. Oh my God, Luke! Cried James Royce. What's happened to your mouth? I glanced up, startled. If there's hummus on my face, just tell me. It's far worse than that. You were smiling. Was I? At your phone. From the uncomfortable hot feeling and the way everyone was looking at me, I was pretty sure I was blushing. I saw something funny on the internet. Wow. Priya put on her extra specially sardonic face she only used when I was being a total numpty. A+ lying. Really good detail, really sells it.
It was a cat. Being scared of something.
It's cucumbers. It's always cumbers. And that was not a cat meme smile. That was an I've got a sweet message from someone I like smile.
I threw my hands up.
Fine, Oliver sent me a dick pic, okay?
There was a long silence.
Well?
James Royce drew in a long breath.
I enjoy a good penis as much as the next man, but I don't normally go misty-eyed over them.
Somewhat shamefacedly, I turned my phone around and showed them the young Richard Chamberlain in a brown velvet coat, holding a glass slipper. It's sort of a joke we have. Suddenly, with the exception of Teresa, who was looking very slightly confused, everyone had their phones out, and my own lit up with notifications from the WhatsApp group, which had just been renamed Don't Luke Back in Anger.
Bridget, we have something very important to tell you.
Luke and Oliver are totally in love.
We are not.
He sent him a dick pic and he got all smiley over it.
What? That makes no sense. Oliver would never do that.
It was a picture of Richard Chamberlain.
Which means they have private jokes. They're getting married in August.
Yay!
Nobody is marrying anybody. It's just a bit of friendly banter about men called Richard. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm really confused by the men called Richard thing. I think it's a pun on dick pic. It's about Luke's level. OMG, that is so sweet. Luke, send him a dick pic back right now.
I'm not sending my boyfriend either a picture of my penis or a picture of a famous guy called Richard just because my friends told me to.
Oh my God, you call him your boyfriend. Also, G2G, one of my authors is being sued by the state of Wyoming. Also, my girlfriend is in the room, and we're ignoring her, and she's too fucking polite to mention it.
I was used to my friends teasing me about basically everything. It was how we related to each other. But that afternoon, they'd hit a survivalist's bunker's worth of ammunition. Apparently, the idea of me actually giving a shit about someone was such a novelty that it supported an endless stream of jokes, jibes, and ribbings. And for some reason, I was totally defenceless, reduced to stuttering and blushing, when I was sure once upon a time it would all have just bounced straight off my armour of apathy. It took a bit of getting used to, because I'd spent a long time pretending I was invulnerable. But they were so obviously happy for me, and their goal was so obviously to get me to admit that I was happy for myself, that even I couldn't quite justify being a prick to them about it. Which meant they got to laugh at me, and I got to take it. And it didn't entirely suck. Chapter 23. I woke up the next day in a clean flat, which was fucking weird. It was almost like I'd moved house. I didn't recognise anything, or know where anything was, and there was this sense of emptiness I hadn't been conscious of since Miles moved out. Although there was also a sense of possibility that was completely new. It was so fresh and exciting that I got out of bed without my customary 5 more minutes, whoops, it's noon. I even considered putting actual clothes on, but I didn't want to overwhelm myself with too much maturity all at once, and shrugged into my dressing gown instead. What I did do, though, was make the bed. Not as well as Oliver would have, but well enough that he wouldn't rub his temples in dismay at the sight of it. I was in the kitchen, making coffee, very, very carefully, so as not to get grounds all over the now shiny countertops, when my phone rang.
Hello, Luke. Mon canton,
said Mum. Hi, Mum. What's up?
I just wanted to say how proud I am that you made the effort with your father.
I sighed. I guess it was the right thing to do.
Now, of course it was the right thing to do. He has the cancer. But I would have supported you if you wanted to do the wrong thing as well.
Supported me, but not been proud of me.
Oh no, I would still have been proud. I admit that a tiny part of me wishes I had the courage to tell him to go fuck himself.
You wrote an entire album telling him to go fuck himself.
Yes, but he did not have the cancer then.
Well? Sandwiching my phone between my ear and shoulder, I tried to hold the cafetiere steady while I pressed the plunger, but I must have overfilled it because it still geezered out the top. We don't know how it's going to go. I may still tell him to go fuck himself.
That's fair. But I do also have a bone to pick with you, mon cher.
I dabbed desperately at the countertops with what was left of the kitchen roll James Royce had brought with him. Why? What have I done?
What you have done is not tell me that you have a boyfriend, and worse, you have told your father. When we both know your father is objectively a complete oyster dick.
A complete what?
It loses something in translation, and that is not the point. The point is I am very upset that you have been keeping secrets from me.
I'm not. In my eagerness to mop up my minor coffee spillage, I knocked over the rest of the cafetiere. Fuck.
You had an important piece of information to tell me about having a boyfriend, and you did not tell me about having a boyfriend. How is this not a secret?
I told you I had a date.
Luke, that is chopping up airs.
Okay, there were two crises. Mum thought I was lying to her, and I'd already trashed my kitchen. I abandoned the coffee for now and headed back to the living room, where I lay down on the sofa so I couldn't damage anything else. Look, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It's actually a bit more complicated than that.
Mon Dieu, he's married, he's in the wardrobe, you're secretly straight and seeing a woman. You know I would love you anyway, even if you were a straight.
No, it's none of those things.
Wait, I have it. You're not really dating anybody. You've just persuaded some poor man to pretend to be your boyfriend because you are tired of everyone thinking you are lonely and pathetic.
The problem with Mum was that she knew me far too well. Actually, yeah, that one. Only nobody thinks I'm lonely and pathetic. As it happens, I have a very important work function that I need to take someone to. A sigh gusted over the line.
What are you doing, mon canton? This is not normal behavior, even when your parents are estranged rock stars from the 80s.
I know, but somehow it's wound up being the most functional relationship I think I've ever had. Please don't jinx it for me.
Oh no, this is all my fault. I did not model positive romantic choices for you when you were growing up, and now you are dating a fake man.
He's not a fake man. I sat upright so abruptly I twisted the cushion half off the sofa. He's a real man.
Is he even really a gay? Probably you are going to fall for him, and then it is going to turn out he is engaged to this duke, and you are going to try and steal him away from the duke, and the duke will try to have you killed, and he will have consumption and try to make you think he doesn't love you when really he does, and...
Mum, is that Moulin Rouge?
It could happen. I'm not saying there will be singing, but I'm worried this fake guy will break your heart.
I put my head in my hands. Can you please stop using gay as a noun?
First, I'm not meant to use it as a pejorative. Now I'm not meant to use it as a noun. This is very hard for me.
Look, Mum. Time for my best calm and rational voice. I'm so sorry I didn't explain this to you earlier. Oliver's a real person, and he's not Nicole Kidman. And we've got an arrangement where we're going to pretend to be dating for a couple of months, just to make both our lives easier. There was a long silence.
I'm just worried that someone will hurt you again.
Yeah, well, so was I for a long time, and I think that was hurting me more. There was another long silence, followed by,
Then I want to meet him.
What part, I asked, of fake boyfriend did you miss?
I didn't miss anything. I especially did not miss the part when you said this was the most functional relationship you had ever had.
Look at me being hoisted by my own petard. It's still not real.
I pay my bills with songs written by a girl I can barely remember being. Real is not something that interests me very much.
After 28 years, I'd reached the point that I only ever argued with Mum to see how I'd lose. Fine, I'll ask him. He's working right now.
Does he live in Canada?
No, he lives in Clerkenwell. She made a Gallic noise.
You should come see me anyway. Judy and I are about to start a new season of the drag race, and we would like you to spill the hot tea on the queens for us.
I glanced around my slowly de-pristining flat. If I carried on at this rate, by the time Oliver saw it, the place would be a tip again. I'll come over tonight.
Yippee!
Mum, nobody says yippee.
Are you sure? I read it in a phrase book in 1974. Anyway, Judy and I will see you this evening. I will make my special curry.
Do not make your special curry. Too late, she'd gone. I spent the rest of the day taking twice as long to do everything, since now doing anything in my flat required me to tidy up afterwards, or else undo all my friends' hard work, and before I'd even had the chance to milk it for Oliver points. I was just getting ready to hoy for Epsom, when my phone rang again. Sorry to call unexpectedly, said Oliver. I was glad I was alone, so I could grin like an idiot, without a running commentary. Why, do you normally book your calls in advance? Do you call ahead? Are you like, "Hi, this is Oliver. I'm just ringing you up to say I'm going to be ringing you up"? There was a tiny pause. I did not think through how silly that was going to sound. I'm just aware that I told you I was going to be working this weekend, so you might be busy, and I wanted to be respectful of that. I wanted to be respectful of that is totally the title of your sex tape. Well, he murmured, I can imagine worse titles. Can you? Can you really? Because I very much cannot. St. Winifred's School Choir presents There's No One Quite Like Grandma? My mouth dropped open. You are a sick man. My apologies. I was just trying to prove a point. I'd say you'd ruined that song for me, but it was kind of pre-ruined by its own existence. Lucian. He suddenly sounded deadly serious, and despite the lesson I should have learned from the bad news text, I still felt faintly nauseous. I called because I've done all the work I can on my case, and I'd like to see you this evening. If that's agreeable. My heart stopped trying to choke itself to death. Jesus, Oliver, don't use that voice unless you're dumping someone or telling them their cat died. Also, did you just say, if that's agreeable? I panicked. Also, title of your next sex tape. If that's agreeable, or I panicked. Both. I take it you're too busy, and I know we saw each other on Friday, and the papers are likely to be sick of you for at least another week. I'm sorry, I should have planned this better, and please don't say that's the title of my third sex tape. I could have teased him about his imaginary sex tapes literally forever. But there was the whole wanting to see me thing, which was perfect? I'm not... It's not that I don't... Shit. I was coming perilously close to telling Oliver that I'd rather see him than watch old episodes of Drag Race with my mother, her best friend, and her best friend's spaniels. Which, now I thought about, wasn't the tremendous compliment I'd built it up to be in my head. Still couldn't say it, though. I've kind of accidentally told my mum I'll go see her tonight. I would like you to formally acknowledge that I have taken the moral high road, and shall not suggest that accidentally told my mum I'll go see her tonight is the title of your sex tape. Oh, hell no, I protested. You don't get credit for pretending you're not making the joke you're clearly making. Plausible deniability, Lucian. Plausible deniability. How could I hear him smiling? But you should visit your mother. I know how much she means to you. I mean, you could... Help. Words were happening, and I couldn't seem to stop them. Come? If you wanted to. It'll be awful because Mum already thinks you're Nicole Kidman, don't ask, and she's making a curry which she does not know how to do but won't admit she doesn't know how to do, and her best friend is... this... Actually, I don't even know how to describe her, but she once told me she'd shot an elephant in her nightdress, and when I said, what was an elephant doing wearing your nightdress, she said, it broke into my tent and I think it got draped over its trunk. I recommend you breathe at some point in the very near future. He had a point. I breathed. Anyway, you really can sit this one out. I'm pretty sure it's too early in our fake relationship for you to be meeting my mother. Well, aren't I going to be meeting your father next week? But that's different. I care about my mum. I'd like to meet her, if it wouldn't make you uncomfortable. I opened my mouth, realised I had no idea what I was going to say, and finally settled on, OK then. Given I was already late, Oliver suggested we rendezvous at Waterloo, which I suggested sounded like a terrible love song from the 40s. Then I texted Mum to let her know I'd be bringing my fake boyfriend, threw on my coat, dashed out the door, and tried not to think too hard about what it meant that I wanted Oliver to meet my mother. Chapter 24. Half an hour later, I was sitting on a train with Oliver. And it was weird. The problem was that being on public transport with someone for more than a couple of stops on the tube fell down the uncanny butt crack between necessity and social occasion. I mean, it was basically just the two of you, sitting down facing each other for about as long as you would if you were in a restaurant, only with much worse surroundings and without food to give the whole thing focus. Worse, I was worried I was going to blurt out something awful like, I missed you, or I tidied my flat for you. So, I said, how's the case? I'm afraid I can't talk about it. Precisely. A pause, both of us looking anywhere except at each other. And he crossed one leg over the other, and then uncrossed it when he kicked me in the knee. Your work? It's going well, I take it? Actually, yes. By the low bar it sets for itself. The Beetle Drive hasn't accidentally been relocated to a warehouse in Tooting Bec. Nothing's caught fire in at least a couple of weeks, and some of the donors I scared off by doing the bad gay might deign to come back to us. I'm glad the plan seems to be working, but I confess I'm increasingly uncomfortable with the assumptions that seem to underlie it. You'd better not be getting cold feet on a train halfway to my mum's. I'm not. I just don't think you should have to be dating someone like me for it to be acceptable to be someone like you. I finally met his eyes again. How had I ever found them cold? I know, right? And what especially grinds my gonads is that it's not even my, I will admit, real and extensive personality flaws they object to. It's that they think I might have casual sex sometimes, which, ironically, I'd be doing more of if I was in a healthier place emotionally. I hope you wouldn't. He blinked several times. That is not in a sex-negative way, just that, as far as I know, we never agreed this was going to be an open fake relationship. What would that even be? Are you telling me that you don't want me to have fake sex with other people when I'm fake dating you? Well, I hadn't given it much thought. But if we were really dating, I'd want to be monogamous because that's just, well, my preference. And so if you're going to pretend to date me, I'm afraid you'll have to pretend to be monogamous. Which I suppose when the press are following you is going to be an awful lot like being genuinely monogamous. Is that... He seemed to be trying to sink through the seat. Going to be a problem? I wish I could say yes because I'm beating them off with a stick. But in practice, it just slightly changes the reason I'm not getting laid. I thought when you said you hadn't been in a relationship, you meant, you hadn't been in a relationship, rather than you weren't. I stared at him, daring him to finish that sentence. Getting any, as it were. I had to laugh. As it were, indeed. And I bet you couldn't imagine me being any more of a loser. You know I don't think you're a loser. But I don't understand why you'd have difficulty, He seemed to be flailing again. As it were? In this area. This would have been a brilliant opportunity to build a deeper and more lasting relationship, based on trust, honesty, and mutual understanding. I could have told him about Miles, about partying like there was no tomorrow, and then waking up one day and finding out there definitely was. Oliver would have understood. It was kind of his whole jam. It's complicated, I said instead. And he didn't push it, because of course he wouldn't push it, and I almost wanted him to, just so I could get it over with. But that was also the worst thing I could possibly imagine. So we went back to silence for the rest of the trip. Fun times. I'd never been so glad to see Epsom Station, facilities lacking, according to Google. Hopefully the woeful inadequacy of the station at which you couldn't even use your fucking Oyster card would take my mind off my woefully inadequate attempts to emotionally connect with my fake boyfriend. We detrained ourselves and struck out across the fields towards Pucklethrop in the Wold. The sun was just setting, making everything soft and golden and shiny, like it was taunting me with romance. And Oliver was all casual again, another crisp pair of jeans, into which his distractingly fabulous arse was wholesomely nestled, and a cream cable-knit jumper that made him look like he belonged on a Tumblr feed called Fuck Yeah Guys in Knitwear. He paused with one foot on an actual stile, the wind ruffling playfully through his hair, making me briefly resentful that the fucking atmosphere was getting more action with my fake boyfriend than I was. I've been thinking, he said. We should probably refine our boyfriend act a little before the Beetle drive. What? I was not staring at anything, especially not anything crotch-related. But the stile. He had one leg on a stile. No jury in the land would convict me. I don't want to let you down, and... Lucian, my eyes are up here. Then stop being in my face with your jeans. He took his foot off the stile. We work well when it's just the two of us, but we should practice being together in company. Is this, I gave him a sly look, your way of saying you want to spend more time with me? No. My way of saying I want to spend more time with you was when I rang you up earlier today and asked if I could spend some time with you. Oh, right. Yeah. Something struck me. Hang on, are you telling me you want to spend more time with me? Would you still believe me if I claimed it was verisimilitude? Maybe. I have very low self-esteem. Probably aware I was watching super intently, he climbed self-consciously over the stile and waited for me on the other side. I hopped over after, taking his hand without really thinking about it as I came down. Of course I want to spend time with you, he said, still holding my hand. I'd like you to come as my date to Jennifer's 30th birthday in a couple of weeks. We headed for Mum's. I didn't mention the hand thing in case it went away. Who's Jennifer? An old friend from university. She and her husband are having a few of us round for dinner. I gave him a suspicious look. Are these your straight friends? I don't generally categorize my friends by sexuality. Do you only have straight friends? I know Tom. And you? Tom doesn't count. I mean, not because he's bisexual. I mean, because he's dating Bridget. I mean, not that dating a woman makes him less bisexual. I'm just saying, he's not your friend. She's your friend. And I'm the rando you're pretending to date, so I'm pretty sure I don't count either. He smoothed down his adorably wind-tousled hair. My friends are just the people who happen to be my friends. There are a lot of straight people in the world. I like some of them. Oh my God. I gazed at him in horror. You're like one of those documentaries about, I don't know, a pig that got lost on the edge of the village and wound up being raised by gorillas. I think that might be insulting. Pigs are cute. It's more that you seem to object to my not choosing my friends based solely on who they do or don't want to sleep with. But do they not just not get you? Lucian, most of the time you don't get me. His fingers twisted restlessly against mine. I tried to do the community thing, but I went to one LGBTQ+, well, LGB, as it was in those days, mixer at university, realised I had nothing in common with any of these people except my sexual orientation and never went back. I half laughed, not because I thought it was funny, but because it was so alien to my experience. When I turned up at mine, I felt like I'd come home. And I'm glad for you. But I made different choices, and I'd rather you didn't see them as mistakes. Honestly, it didn't make sense to me. But I also didn't want to upset Oliver, and I was still slightly stinging from being told I didn't understand him. Well, I didn't. But I wanted to. I gave his hand a squeeze. I'm sorry. I'd love to go to your straight people party with you. Thank you. His lips twitched. Just a quick word of advice. If you're at a straight people party, you should try to avoid referring to it as a straight people party. I tusked. God, it's political correctness gone mad. We tromped through the next couple of fields, which, with the one we'd just been through, made up the 3 fields that ran onto 3 Fields Road. Nearly there. I pointed down the winding track. Main road's down that way, and Mum's just round the corner. Oliver made a noise that probably wasn't a hiccup, but did a good impression of one. Are you okay? I asked. I'm a little nervous. You should be. Mum's curries are... Oh, fuck! I didn't tell her you're vegetarian. It's fine. I can make an exception. Do not make an exception. In fact, if you could, please pretend you don't want me eating meat either. You would be doing my lower intestines a massive favour. I'm not sure coming across as the sort of man who polices her son's diet would endear me to your mother. I thought about it for a moment. I'm willing to take that risk. I'm very much not. Are you... I peeked over at him. Actually worried about meeting my mum? His hand was a little clammy. What if she doesn't like me? She might not think I'm good enough for you. Well, if you don't walk out, leaving me alone with a 3-year-old kid, you'll be doing way better by me than my dad did by her, so, you know, not a lot to lose here. Lucien. He gave another anxiety hiccup. I'm serious. So am I. I stopped and turned to face him. Look, you're... I can't believe you're making me say this. But you're great. You're clever and thoughtful and hot, and you went to fucking Oxford, and you're a fucking lawyer. You're not dying of consumption or promised to a duke, don't ask, and you're nice to me. And that's really all that matters to her. He gazed at me for a long moment. I had no idea what he was thinking, but suddenly I was all to pieces. My mouth had gone dry, and my pulse had gone wild, and, in that moment, the only thing I wanted in the world was for him to... Come on, he said. We'll be late. Chapter 25. I was about to put my key in the lock when the front door flew open, almost as if my mum had been lurking behind it, watching the road through the stained glass inset, like a total creeper.
Luc, mon canton,
she cried, and then turned her attention, viper-like, to Oliver.
And you must be the fake boyfriend.
I sighed. This is Oliver, Mum. Oliver, this is my mum. I'm very pleased to meet you, Ms. O'Donnell. From anyone else, that would have sounded stilted. With Oliver, it was just the way he talked.
Please call me Odile. You are most welcome.
Okay, this was going well.
But,
went on Mum,
you must clear something up for me.
Or maybe not.
Luke tells me that you are a fake boyfriend, but not a fake gay. If that is the case, why are you not going out with my son for real? What is wrong with him?
Mum, I flailed on the doorstep. What are you doing? You don't even know Oliver, and now you're trying to browbeat him into dating me.
He looks nice, clean, tall. He's wearing a good jumper.
I can't believe you're trying to pimp me out to a complete stranger because you like his jumper. He could be a serial killer. I'm not, said Oliver quickly, just for the record. She glared at me.
It is the principle. Even if he is a serial killer, he should still want to go out with you.
To reiterate, said Oliver, I'm not a serial killer.
That does not answer my question. I want to know what is wrong with my son that you are only willing to pretend to go out with him. I mean, look at him. He's lovely. A bit untidy, I suppose, and his nose is a little large, but you know what they say about men with big noses.
Oliver gave a little cough. They make good sommeliers?
Exactement. Also, they have big penises.
Mom! I exploded. I'm 28! You've got to stop embarrassing me in front of boys.
I'm not being embarrassing. I'm saying nice things. I said you had a big penis. Everybody loves a big penis.
Stop saying penis.
It's just a word, Luke. Don't be so English. I raised you better than that.
She turned to Oliver.
Luke's father, you know, he had a huge penis.
To my horror, Oliver got the kind of thoughtful look you never want your boyfriend to get over your dad's dick. Had? What's happened to it since?
I don't know, but I like to think either the drugs shriveled it up, or it got squeezed into nothing by a groupie's vagina.
Mom,
I loud muttered, like she was hugging me in front of my school friends.
Oh, mon cher, I'm sorry I embarrassed you.
She patted my cheek, embarrassingly, and then turned to the boy she was embarrassing me in front of.
You'd better come in, Oliver.
I trailed after them into the hall, which was about the right size for Mum, slightly too small for Mum and me, and far too small for Mum, me, Oliver, and the 4 spaniels who bolted through from the front room and started nosing eagerly at him as the newest object in the building. He did that thing that people who are good with dogs do, where they crouch down and the dogs squirm all over them, tails wagging and ears flopping, and it's adorable and domestic and bleh. And Oliver was blatantly going to want a dog in the future, wasn't he? Probably from a shelter, and it'd have, 3 legs, but he'd train it to catch frisbees as well as a dog with 4 legs, and he'd be in the park with it throwing frisbees, and this really hot guy would come up to him and be like, "Hey, nice dog, wanna fuck?" And he'd be like, "Sure, because your mother's never said the word penis in front of me." And then they'd get a lovely semi-detached in Cheltenham, and Oliver would make French toast every morning, and they'd walk the dog together hand in hand and have meaningful conversations about ethics and...
Come on,
yelled Judy.
Stop dawdling in the hallway. I want to meet Luke's new beau.
We bundled into the front room, Oliver doing a better job of navigating spaniels than I did, or indeed had ever done. "You must be Baroness Chumley Faffle," he said, with his usual effortless courtesy. "I've heard so much about you."
Pish posh, call me Judy. And I haven't heard a damn thing about you because Luke doesn't think it's worth telling us things. Do you, Luke?
I slumped onto the sofa, as I'd been doing my entire life. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you about my fake boyfriend soon enough."
It's your loss. I know all about having a fake boyfriend.
"Do you?" I asked warily. "Do you really?" Mum, who had only interacted with about 3 people since the dawn of the millennium, seemed to have decided hospitality meant poking. She poked Oliver towards me.
Sit down, Oliver, sit down. Make yourself at home. Oh, yes,
Judy went on.
Just after my coming out in 56, I spent 3 months pretending to be engaged to this lovely Russian fellow.
Oliver lowered himself gingerly down beside me, and all the spaniels tried to get into his lap simultaneously. Honestly, couldn't blame him.
Charles, Camilla.
Judy snapped her fingers.
Michael of Kent, down. Leave the poor fellow alone.
Charles, Camilla, and Michael of Kent slunk abashedly to the floor, leaving Oliver with a single more manageable spaniel. A spaniel that currently had its forepaws on his shoulders and was licking his nose lovingly while staring deeply into his eyes. If I'd tried to do that, he'd have told me he wanted it to mean something.
He said...
If Judy let rampaging dogs get in the way of an anecdote, she'd never have said anything.
It was very important that people believed he had a legitimate reason for staying in England and interacting with the aristocracy. You can keep Eugenie, she's rather a love. Looking back on it, I think he might have been in the KGB.
The spaniel? Asked Oliver.
Vladislav. They pulled him out of the Thames in the end, with a small caliber bullet in his brain. Poor fellow. I say, you're not working for the... Well, I suppose it would be the FSB now, wouldn't it?
No, but that's what I'd say if I was in the FSB.
He's not in the FSB, I interrupted before Judy could get ideas in her head. Or the KGB, or the NKVD, or Spectre, or Hydra. He's a barrister, and he's nice. Now leave him alone.
Mum, who had been flitting back and forth from the kitchen, stuck her head through the door.
We are just interested.
In whether he's a spy?
In general. He's a guest. Besides, you haven't brought a boy home in a very long time.
And, I grumbled, I'm starting to remember why.
Oliver made a placating gesture from behind Eugenie. Really, it's fine. Thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, now, doesn't he have lovely manners?
Announced Judy, as if Oliver wasn't in the room.
I like him much more than that Miles. He had a sly look, like my third husband.
Miles? Oliver tilted his head with gentle curiosity.
Fuck. I was about to have a horrible experience that could almost certainly have been avoided if I'd been more honest with the guy to begin with. It's like there was a moral here or something.
Judy banged her fist against the arm of her chair, somewhat startling Michael of Kent.
He was a wrong 'un from the start. Charming, of course, but I always knew he was going to...
Judy.
That was Mum, coming to my rescue,
just like always. Okay, like about 90% of the time, when she wasn't the problem.
We are here to eat my special curry and watch the drag race. We are not here to talk about that man.
Then dish up, old girl. It must be ready by now.
My special curry, she cannot be rushed.
It's been in a slow cooker since you got up this morning. If it was any less rushed, it'd be catatonic.
My mum threw up her hands.
It is called a slow cooker. It is slow. If it was not slow, it would be called a fast cooker. Or maybe just a cooker.
Oliver dislodged Eugenie and climbed to his feet. Can I help at all? Mum and Judy gazed at him adoringly. God, he gave good parent. Worse, I was pretty sure he meant it.
By the way, I said, I should have mentioned this earlier, but Oliver's vegetarian.
He gave me a genuinely betrayed look, as if I'd respected his ethical choices just to make him look bad in front of my mother. Please don't worry, it's not a problem.
Of course it's not a problem.
Mum somehow managed to turn boff into a gesture.
I'll pick the meat out in the kitchen.
Judy shook her head.
Don't be a ninny, Odile. That's very disrespectful. What you should do is fish the vegetables out and serve them separately.
I assure you, Oliver protested, neither is necessary. Mum turned to me.
You see? Why are you making such a big fuss over nothing, Luke? You are embarrassing yourself.
She barreled off again, and Oliver, mouthing a sorry in my direction, trotted after her. I held out a tempting pay-attention-to-me hand to Eugenie, but all I got for my trouble was a disdainful glance before she scampered out in pursuit of Oliver.
Well, fine. My perfect fake boyfriend and the cute dog could go and play with my mother in the kitchen while I was stuck in the front room with a serial divorcee in her mid-80s.
Just us, eh?
Judy had that, I'm about to start a long anecdote and there's nothing you can do about it, look in her eye.
I never did tell you what happened with those bullocks, did I?
I surrendered with as much grace as I could muster, which admittedly wasn't very much. You didn't. How were they?
Terrible disappointment. I went to see the chap, expecting him to have a nice big healthy pair of bullocks for me to get my hands on, but when I got there, I found I'd been quite misled.
Yeah, it happens.
I know. We went all the way down to his paddock, and he got them out for me, and frankly, they were substandard. About half the size I'd expected. I mean, I think there was something wrong with them, to tell you the truth. The one on the left had this strange swelling, and the one on the right was listing, most unfortunately.
It sounds, I offered tentatively, like you were better off leaving them alone.
That's what I thought. Obviously, I gave them a good once-over anyway, just in case. Nice firm pat-down and all that. But in the end, I had to tell the fellow, no, I'm sorry, but I will not be handling your oddly shaped bullocks.
To my tremendous relief, Mum, Oliver and Eugenie came back in with the curry, before Judy could explain how he'd gone on to try to interest her in his prize rooster. Oliver handed a bowl of curry to Judy, and then he, Mum and I squidged onto the sofa like three not especially wise monkeys. "Has this got banana in it?" I asked, prodding nervously at what I hesitated to call my dinner. Mum shrugged.
They put bananas in curries all the time.
In specific curries where the rest of the ingredients are chosen to complement banana.
It's like tofu or beef. It absorbs the flavour.
It's delicious, Odile, declared Judy loyally. Best one you've ever made.
We fell silent as we grappled with Mum's cooking. I wasn't exactly a wizard in the kitchen myself, but I think Mum was an evil wizard in the kitchen. It took skill and years of practice to be as consistently and specifically terrible at food as she was. So, Oliver could have been doing his social lube thing as usual, or maybe he'd just realised that if he was talking, he didn't have to be eating. His eyes were definitely watering. Is that your guitar? It was, and it usually lived in the attic. I'd like to think I would have noticed if I hadn't been so distracted by, well, everything else.
Ah, oui. Luke's father wants me to collaborate with him on a new album.
I choked on curry. I mean, I'd been choking on curry already, but this time the reaction was emotional, rather than chemical. You didn't tell me that.
Well, you didn't tell me you had a fake boyfriend.
That's different. Oliver didn't walk out on us 25 years ago and isn't a complete arsehole.
I'm not even sure I'm going to do it, mon canton.
Mum forked up a curried banana with what appeared to be genuine relish.
I haven't written in years. I think I've run out of things to say.
Judy glanced up from her almost empty bowl. No wonder the Queen was still going. They clearly made the aristocracy out of concrete.
Of course you haven't. Just need to get back on the horse, that's all.
I'm not sure the horse is what I remember it being. Horses get old too, you know. Sometimes it's kinder to leave them out in the field, eating the apples.
I can't believe you're even thinking about this. I stopped slightly short of yelling. Obviously, if you want to write music, that's great, but why do you have to do it with John fucking Fleming?
We always add something together, and this may be the last chance I get.
I plonked what was left of my curry on the side table. This was a perfect excuse not to eat it, but I was also kind of too angry for food right now. You mean the last chance he'll get? He's blatantly using you.
So, I could use him back.
It's true, added Judy. You're never more popular than when you're dead. Look at Diana.
Yeah, but I accidentally elbowed Oliver in my effort to gesticulate. You'll have to spend time with him. He doesn't deserve to spend time with you.
Luke, I decide who I spend time with, not you.
I opened my mouth, then closed it again. Sorry, sorry.
Don't worry, mon cher. You don't have to look after me.
She stood up decisively.
Now, shall we tidy away the dinner things, and then gag on the fierce queens?
Chapter 26. Partly out of a desire not to look like a terrible son, and partly because I needed a change of scenery, I persuaded Mum to let me deal with the clean-up. It wasn't until I got into the kitchen that I remembered quite what carnage my mum was capable of creating, especially when she was making the special curry. I can see where you get it from, said Oliver, coming in behind me, with Eugenie trailing behind him. I dumped the bowls next to the sink, which was full of other things that should in no way have been necessary to produce anything like what we'd just eaten. I'm sorry. I kept on staring at the washing up, too scared to look at Oliver, in case he was horrified, or disappointed, or confused, or contemptuous. This is awful, isn't it? Of course it's not awful. They're your family, and you clearly all care about each other a lot. Yeah, but we've talked about my dad's penis, served you a literally inedible non-vegetarian curry, and then I had a fight with my mum I really wish you hadn't seen. His arms went round me, in that enfoldy sort of way he was so good at, and he pressed against my back. It's certainly very different from what I'm used to, but I don't think it's bad. It's honest. I shouldn't have freaked out about John Fleming. You had a slightly emotional disagreement that I could tell came from a good place. I let myself lean into him, his chin settling neatly onto my shoulder, as if it belonged there. You can't want any of this. If I didn't want this, I wouldn't have come. It must be so weird to you, though. Turning, I discovered too late that it brought us way too close, way too quickly. Probably I should have moved away, but between the sink and the curry apocalypse, there was nowhere for me to go. And anyway, I wasn't totally sure I wanted to. I mean, you have two fully functional parents, and neither of them have ever been in jail or on TV. I bet you don't row in public or ask if people are in the KGB 2 seconds after meeting them. He laughed softly, his breath warm and sweet against my lips. Oddly sweet, actually, considering the curry. Must have been the banana. No, we don't. And I admit I'm quite glad we don't, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong you do. People express love in different ways. And apparently I do it by being a dick. Then... God, his mouth right now wasn't stern in the slightest. You must care for me very deeply. I was actually dying. I was going to blush myself to death.
Boys, bellowed Mum, we are tired of waiting for you, and we are starting our engines. You do not want to miss the entrances. They are a very important part of the experience.
We startled away from each other, almost guiltily, and hurried back to the living room.
Come.
Mum waved us onto the sofa.
This is my first viewing party. I am very proud.
I couldn't quite imagine anything worse than sitting between my mum and my boyfriend. I mean, my fake boyfriend, who I might have accidentally spurted feels onto in the kitchen. On the sofa, while we watched RuPaul's Drag Race with her best friend and 4 spaniels named after minor royals. So I sat on the floor instead, slightly closer to Oliver's leg than was probably strictly necessary. Also, I didn't quite have the heart to tell Mum that me, Judy, and Oliver didn't really add up to a viewing party. We were more like some people watching television. Apparently, Mum and Judy were up to season 6 already, which shouldn't have surprised me because, as far as I could tell, Mum and Judy's standard evening was Netflix and chill, only not a euphemism. At least, I assumed it wasn't a euphemism. Probably best not to think too much about that. They got all of one queen in before the running commentary started, and for the next 2 full episodes, Judy and Mum were ranking the death drops, making inaccurate predictions about who would go out, and asking us earnestly which boys we thought looked nicest. Mum paused before episode 3 autoplayed.
How are enjoying the drag race, Oliver? You are not too confused?
No, he said. I think I'm keeping up.
We should probably explain that the woman who does the judging at the end and the man in the workroom at the start are actually the same person.
I put my head in my hands.
At the beginning we thought it was like Project Runway, and the man at the beginning is like Tim Gunn, and the woman at the end is like Heidi Klum. But then Judy realized that they seem to have the same name, and that because it is a show all about men putting on dresses, she probably is actually the same man, only in a dress.
I looked up again. Nothing gets past you, does it, Mum? Yes, agreed Oliver, ever polite. The name did tip me off.
Seriously, Oliver, I asked, nervously. How are you finding the show? We can leave at any time at all. He made a humming noise.
We don't have to go. I'm enjoying myself. And the show is interesting.
You are so right, Oliver.
Mum turned to him enthusiastically. Odds were about 60-40 in favour of her next line being wildly inappropriate.
I had not known there were so many different sorts of gays. In my day, we had Elton John and Boy George, and that was it.
Freddie Mercury? I offered. Judy's mouth dropped open.
He was never. But he had a moustache and everything.
Famously so, I'm afraid.
Well, stone me if you don't learn something new every day.
She turned to Oliver with a terrifyingly interested look in her eye. Oh, God.
What about you, old man? Have you ever sissied that walk?
Do you mean, he asked, have I ever done drag?
Is that an insensitive question? They're doing it on TV now, so I assumed it was fine.
Oliver did his contemplative frown.
I'm not sure I want to set myself up as an authority on what's insensitive. I mean, for what it's worth, most people don't, and I personally never have. It's honestly not something I see the appeal of.
There was a small pause.
Well, it's all larks, isn't it?
Said Judy.
Like those parties we used to have in the 50s, where the boys would get up in dresses and the girls would get up in suits, and then we'd drink far too much fizz, sneak off into the bushes, and do naughty things to each other.
Oh dear. I was perilously close to using the phrase, "it exists